Chapter 1500. Main Control Room. Luckily, the Beetle had a galactic map of its own. It was better than the ones the Alliance had. And with it, Ji Yanran was able to determine their location. They were in the Barrens, a place the Alliance had named Plato. It wasn't a long journey to return to the bubble of space humans occupied. And with the speed of the Beetle, they estimated that the journey would only take half a day. Han Sen relaxed. He looked at Ji Yanran as she drove the Beetle and asked her, "What is the new community? Have you heard about them before?" Ji Yanran shook her head. "No, but if they managed to summon 5 human demigods, they couldn't be just some faceless, nameless organization. Father must know something about them. We should ask him." The black beetle flew through the Barrens with ease. It was a place not occupied by humans, and they saw nothing as they went. Han Sen put the beetle on autopilot, and it gave him, Ji Yanran, Bauer, and Little Flower the opportunity to play together. Their trip was not boring. The beetle had been flying for about an hour, and as Han Sen was playing with Little Flower, he suddenly heard a message coming from the AI. Main control room discovered. Should we land? What main control room? Han Sen looked at the black beetle's display with shock. To the left of the beetle was a large planet, one that looked to have been created from diamond. The planet was moving fast, faster than the Alliance's greatest ships. Is that a crystallizer planet? Han Sen was shocked. He looked at the map, but the charts gave no indication of a diamond planet residing where they currently were. That meant the planet did not belong there, and yet for some reason, there it was. That looks like it. Ji Yanran was the captain of a crystallizer research team, so she knew quite a lot about this stuff. Should we land? The black beetle's AI repeated the message. Is it dangerous? Han Sen asked. The main control room is devoid of life forms. The risk is minimal, the beetle answered. Ji Yanran and Han Sen had a discussion about this, as the discovery of new crystallizer relics was a rare opportunity. Since there wasn't supposed to be any risk, though, they decided they should go just in case they could discover new technology. And since the diamond planet was moving so fast, this could be their only chance to explore this place. Han Sen commanded the beetle to land. It didn't do it immediately, and it seemed to fire a signal at the planet first. Only after the signal was sent did they begin approaching. A connection to the main control room has been established. We will begin docking procedures now. The beetle flew down towards the planet. The planet opened up as they approached, as if it were one large docking station itself, and the beetle itself went straight inside. Is this really not dangerous? Han Sen asked. The beetle answered. The main control room is running automatically. There are no life forces there. Provided no rules are violated, the risk is, and will remain minimal for you. And what are the rules of the main control room? Han Sen asked. The beetle's monitors displayed a variety of information that had been translated into the language of the Alliance. Han Sen was able to see it all. They carefully read the safety rules before they instructed the beetle to proceed. The entire planet was some sort of big crystal tool. It was far more advanced than anything the Alliance had. Star-class battleships were like toys before something like this. Han Sen and Ji Yanran were in shock, sitting in the beetle, as they were brought in to see the entirety of the main control room. There they could see the operations of the tools of the main control room. The rules dictated that they were not allowed to touch them. If they did, they'd suffer punishment. Although Han Sen was a demigod, he still remained careful around all the crystallizer things. Crystallizers were once the most advanced civilization, and they had left behind a lot of technology neither the humans nor Shura had yet come to understand. We have reached the lounge. Would you like to enter? The beetle asked as they reached a crystallizer door. Let's go in. Han Sen was tired of seeing those tools at work. He wasn't a scientist or engineer, and just watching them bored him. Han Sen was very curious to check out a crystallizer lounge, as this was where they'd come to rest and relax. He was keen to find out how they entertained themselves. The beetle opened the door and landed on the ground. Han Sen discovered himself in a plaza with a large number of statues, fountains, and benches. These, however, seemed to have been made of crystal. The strangest thing about what they were seeing, though, was that the statues seemed to depict figures that looked an awful lot like humans. Weird. When the crystallizers existed, there weren't any humans around, were there? So why are there statues of humans? Ji Yanran stood before the statue, with a look of grand curiosity. Maybe it's because there were creatures that looked like humans in the past, like the Shura, Han Sun suggested. They jumped out of the beetle, and Bauer leaped directly onto a bench. The bench that seemed to have been made of crystal was actually plush, and Bauer jumped up and down on it like a trampoline. Because it was a lounge, there were no rules for them to follow there. Han Sun wasn't worried about Bauer triggering something, so he left her to play while he walked around with Ji Yanran. There were so many things Han Sun didn't understand or know about, and anything he didn't, he could ask the beetle. The beetle would scan the item in response to his query, and give him the answers he sought. Han Sun found it more and more strange. The furniture and decorations looked very human-like. He wondered why the lounge looked the way it did. Maybe the crystallizers looked like humans? Han Sun guessed. With this layout, you could be right. If this is true, it would be a most shocking revelation. The Alliance has researched the crystallizers for the longest time, but we have yet to learn what they might have looked like. It is a common belief that the crystallizers have bodies made from crystal. If they actually look just like humans, that would be amazing. Ji Yanran was beginning to sound very excited. The two of them continued looking around as they spoke, but all of a sudden, something snagged Han Sun's attention. On a chair, there was a book that seemed to have been composed of paper. And surprisingly, Han Sun was able to read the text on it. It was in a written language of ancient humans. Chapter 1501. The story of genes crystallizers wrote in a human language? Han Sun was very surprised. This seemed to be an impossible scenario. When the first crystallizer ruins were discovered, humans found that the crystallizers used strange symbols for text. Human text associated with a crystallizer ruin had never been witnessed before. Han Sun could read the human text of this book, and he could immediately see that it was titled The Story of Genes. Han Sun examined the book more closely to make sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. After a minute, he picked the book up and started to read it. It had indeed been inked in an ancient human text. Have other humans already been here? Ji Yanran asked. Han Sun with a wry smile said, I'm not sure, but if they have been, it's still all too strange. What does it say in there? Ji Yanran had not researched and learned ancient texts, so she couldn't read the writing. Han Sun flipped the book open, and his face looked strange as he peered into it. He said, This seems like a method to practice a qigong, but at the same time, it's not. This is weird. Is it a way for the crystallizers themselves to practice? Ji Yanran asked, exhibiting shock. It could be a method of practice for the crystallizers, but considering how it describes the body, it seems to be referring to the human body, Han Sun said. That means some humans might have come this way, and perhaps even lived here for a time. They might have left the book behind. Ji Yanran offered her current theory. Han Sun shook his head. Although it may appear like a human qigong, and I can read the contents, it's strange enough to also not be a qigong. I don't think humans can practice this way. What does that mean? Ji Yanran looked confused, unsure of what Han Sun meant. Han Sun composed his thoughts before returning to speak. I don't really get it. It's like humans are unable to breathe in water, but practicing the qigong assumes they can do just that. So, being able to breathe underwater is a fundamental skill for practicing this. There are many methods in the book that are like this, ones that humans cannot do. Even I as a demigod could not do all this. I suspect only gods can. They researched the book for a while, but ultimately, they could not learn anything. Han Sun asked the beetle if he could take the book with him, and he was allowed. So, he grabbed the book with the plan of researching it in greater depths further down the line. Han Sun took a few more crystallizer items from the lounge, and then he brought Little Flower and Bauer back on board the beetle. They pushed forward to explore other areas. The crystallizers possessed many things that humans did not understand. Han Sun and Ji Yanran were only able to understand whatever the beetle told them. It was very shocking that a planet like this had been artificially created. The main control room was a dozen times larger than planet Roka, where Han Sun lived. And what's more, this was just a control room of sorts. It was much better than any human battleship. But if this really was a control room, What did it control? Usually, a control room was attached to a building or mechanical construct to serve a purpose. Han Sen asked the beetle about this, but he was told that it lacked the knowledge to answer that question. Within 24 hours, Han Sen was able to see everything the main control room had to offer. Aside from the lounge, he hadn't been able to touch anything. And once they were done, Ji Yanran and Han Sen didn't think there was any reason to stay any longer. Plus, the control room was moving away from the Alliance too fast. Getting home would take longer, so they asked the beetle to leave now. When the beetle began to leave, Han Sen noticed they were still in the same system. Since they had entered, it seemed as if they had not moved. But when they left the control room, the diamond-looking planet began to move fast again. Within a second, it had disappeared out of sight. What race were the crystallizers most similar to? This is weird. Ji Yanran looked at where the main control room had disappeared to. Who knows? It has nothing to do with us anyway. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. While he was curious, he didn't exactly want to find out. Han Sen could not even figure out the enigmatic business concerning his own family. He wasn't in the mood to work on the mysteries of this civilization. Han Sen was interested in the story of genes, though. He didn't know if the book belonged to a human or a crystallizer. The methods of practicing were really strange, and they seemed impossible to learn. It was as if a fish needed to swim in water, but was expected to fly in the sky. The requirements were too much for humans themselves to learn. Might this be some sort of prank instead? Han Sen wondered. After half a day, through navigation via the galactic map, they were able to leave the Barrens. After leaving the Barrens, Han Sen saw a medium-sized cargo ship that belonged to the Alliance. Han Sen didn't want to drive the Black Beetle all the way back, so he contacted the driver of the ship, hoping to get a free ride. Dude, your ship is cool. I thought it was some deep space monster. On screen, a young man was chewing gum and jamming to music. He looked quite happy. This is a homemade ship. I know it looks a little strange and a little lame. Han Sen laughed and then went on to say, our ship has a bit of a problem. Would it be okay if we hitch a ride to a human planet? We can pay. You don't need to pay, but we are currently on our way to Mirror Planet. We won't be stopping, but if that's okay, hop on. The man told them in a friendly manner. Thanks, that'd be fine, Han Sen agreed. The young man opened the docking bay for Ji Yanran to drive the beetle inside. When they exited the ship, the young man was already waiting outside for them, touching the beetle. He said, Dude, your ship is too cool. Where did you get it from? The shell looks to have been made from a high-class alloy. It's homemade. We have our own aircraft store. Han Sen laughed. This is too cool. The young man complimented them again. What is your name, friend? Han Sen asked. You guys can call me Sieg. Right. I have cargo I need to deliver to Mirror Planet before the 25th. We're in a rush, so we can't make a stop at the nearest planet. Are you okay with that? The young man said. We aren't in a rush, so let's go to Mirror Planet. Han Sen nodded. Ji Yanran held Little Flower. She looked confused as she examined the interior of the cargo bay. And then she asked, Sieg, your ship looks like a gold bull from the Starry Group, but it doesn't look quite right. Is this the latest model by any chance? This is a platinum bull. It was a product that they released 6 years ago. The gold bull is no longer being manufactured. Sieg looked at Ji Yanran with some confusion. Ji Yanran was frozen. She sold ships, and she knew gold bull was the latest model. It seemed impossible for them to have stopped being manufactured already. Chapter 1502. 10 years after Han Sen's discussion with Sieg, he noticed something was wrong when he next tried to use his communicator to connect to Skynet. It came as an extreme shock. While they only a single day had passed inside the main control room, outside in the Alliance, 10 years had gone by. It's no wonder Sieg doesn't recognize us. Han Sen thought this fact was unbelievable. The crystallizer technology was also able to distort time. It was quite a frightening realization. Han Sen took a look at the story of genes. He had initially found it difficult to believe it was a proper book you could learn to practice with. Now that he understood that the crystallizers were capable of playing with time, the possibilities the book suggested seemed a lot more convincing. Han Sen planned to go home and practice with the techniques. And although his abilities were low for the book's requirements, it wouldn't do any harm to at least try out its teachings. Han Sen rode Sieg's ship to Mirror Planet. Han Sen was able to catch up on the news via Skynet and learn what he had missed over the past 10 years. Many things had occurred. The angel gene fluid had come a long way, as had many other types of medicines and formulas. Many humans had become demigods over those 10 years as well. But in the fourth god sanctuary, humans were still very weak overall. Compared to spirits and creatures, humans were still nothing. And the most important thing was that the Shura had invented a genofluid of sorts. With it, they could enter the sanctuary and not suffer damage for a period of time. They could move there freely. They weren't yet able to absorb genopoints yet though, and neither could they use beast souls or genocores. Not every Shura would enter via the first god's sanctuary, either. According to the Shura fighters' rankings, first-rank fighters would end up entering the first god's sanctuary. Their ranking number correlated with the sanctuary they would enter one by one. Still, with all that being said, the Shura weren't gaining many advantages or boons from entering the sanctuaries just yet. It was a development that affected humans nonetheless, and fights had broken out between the Shura and humans inside the sanctuaries. When Sieg went away, Han Sen and Ji Yanran called their respective parents. When Luolan and Ji Ruozhen saw Han Sen and Ji Yanran, they started to cry. Even Ji Ruozhen's eyes turned red, despite the fact that he rarely displayed emotion. He was exuberant to see that they had come back. Ji Ruozhen was no longer the president. A few years prior, Angel Jean and Starry Group supported Wang Zhishuan to become president. Han Sen knew who Wang Zhishuan was. He was Wang Mingming's father and Wang Yuhang's big brother. Ji Ruozhen told Han Sen not to contact anyone else just yet, or let the world know they weren't dead. They should wait until they had returned home first. Ji Ruozhen allowed them to stay with Sieg until they reached Mirror Planet. When they reached there, he would arrange passage for them to come home. Thanks, Sieg. You have our phone number now, and if there's anything you need, feel free to give us a call. When they reached Mirror Planet, they said their goodbyes and parted ways. They wished to pay Sieg a sum, but he kindly declined. They saw an airship already waiting for them on the surface of Mirror Planet. It took Han Sen and his family all the way back to Planet Roca. Ji Ruozhen and Luolan were already there, waiting for them at home. When Han Sen and Ji Yanran saw their parents, they didn't feel anything. After all, for them, they had only been gone a few days. But Ji Ruozhen, his wife, and Luolan felt a lot different. They came forward to greet them with much excitement. Han Sen and Ji Yanran were still affected by their emotions, though, and they opened their arms for hugs. My baby, you are back. Grandma missed you. Why have you not yet grown? Little flower, why have you refused to grow? Will you start growing sometime in the future? Han Sen and Ji Yanran felt awkward, as most of their affection seemed directed towards Little Flower. They didn't care much for Han Sen and Ji Yanran, and they ended up standing where they were with their arms frozen in mid-air, having expected hugs of their own. Once they were home, Han Sen and Ji Yanran explained everything to Ji Ruozhen. When their story was complete, the man frowned. Dad, do you know about the new community? Han Sen asked Ji Ruozhen. Ji Ruozhen nodded and then shook his head. Yes, I have heard about the new community. They have only been active in the past few years. When incidents transpire, particularly those that involve humans and Shura together, you can catch a glimpse of them. No one in the Ji family has yet been able to discover who the leader of the new community is, though. We can't even determine whether or not the leader is a Shura or a human. With the power they possess, they cannot lack strong backing, Han Sen said. Ordinarily, organizations such as this cannot be so secretive, but the new community is strange. Their ranks are composed of humans and Shura. What's more, some big families work for them. But not even they, through doing that, are able to uncover who the leader of the new community is. Ji Ruozhen paused briefly, before going on to say, You guys should lay low and let me investigate matters first. After talking business, Han Sen asked Luolan, Mom, where is little Yan? Luolan smiled. Don't worry. She has become a demigod, and established a way to return to the Alliance. She is currently practicing back in the sanctuary, as we speak. We can't contact her right now, but when she gets back, we'll let her know. She'll be delighted to see you've returned. That day had passed far too quickly, and he had learned even little Yen had become a demigod. Ultimately, Han Sun let out a sigh. For the next 2 days he rested at home. When boredom finally hit, he decided to return to the sanctuary. Luckily, Mask Shelter and Ling Meier were still doing fine. Moment Queen had helped bring Ling Meier's Geno core up to gemstone class in the time he had been gone. She was now allowed to visit Dark Spirit Shelter, and she had been there on a number of occasions. Moment Queen had also obtained a gemstone Geno core. But she had very bad news to relay to Han Senator. A woman approached Shadow Shelter many years ago, saying she was looking for him. But due to his absence, she claimed the shelter for herself. Now the shelter belonged to that woman, and still to that day, she was waiting for Han Sr. Did she give you a name? Han Sen asked. No, but she was a human, beautiful and strong, Moment Queen said after a moment of thought. Gu Qingqing? If that is her, she is coming after Elysian Moon. I wonder if Elysian Moon is still alive? Han Sun then summoned the Elysian umbrella. It was still under the control of real blood, and as a result, it was still colored red. The image of the green-clothed woman was atop it. She had yet to be refined. Han Sun planned to go to Shadow Shelter. After all, the Silver Fox and the others were still there. If he didn't go, there was the possibility they'd be held hostage. Chapter 1503. Nightmare. When he went back to Shadow Shelter, it didn't seem as if much at all had changed. Before he entered, he came across Cheap Sheep and Green Cow. They were waiting at the gate, one at either side. What are you two doing here? Han Sun stood where he was, looking at the pair as if they were made of stone. Boss, you are back. If you hadn't come back, we'd have assuredly died out here. When Cheap Sheep and Green Cow saw Han Sun, they almost cried. After Cheap Sheep and Green Cow finished crying, Han Sun learned Gu Qingqing had told the two to stand guard where they were. It wasn't in defense against any potential enemies, but they were to stand there and wait for the day Han Sun returned. She told them to inform her as soon as they saw him. They had been standing there for 10 years, and in all that time, they hadn't moved an inch. How are Little Silver and Red Pony? Han Sun looked grave. If she was willing to do this to Cheap Sheep and Green Cow, it was no doubt she'd treat Little Silver and Red Pony even worse. Cheap Sheep looked bitter, and he answered, "They are fine. The woman didn't trouble them. They are still in the gardens scoffing down food every day. We are considered followers of yours, same as them. So why must the two of us suffer like this?" After that, Cheap Sheep began to cry out loud. He was unable to stop. Hearing Little Silver was okay, Han Sun felt his mind and heart put at ease. He comforted Cheap Sheep and Green Cow, then asked for them to take him to see the woman. The woman was in the spirit hall. At the time, Han Sun, after being led there, saw that the woman was indeed Gu Qingqing. "You are back. I knew you wouldn't die so easily." Gu Qingqing looked rather happy when she saw Han Sr. "I almost wasn't able to come back," Han Sun said. "Give the Holy Child back to me, and I'll forgive past transgressions." Gu Qingqing did not beat around the bush. Han Sun revealed the Elysian umbrella in his hand and said, "She's in here, but I'm not sure if she's living." After that, Han Sun took away the real blood Geno core, and threw the umbrella at the woman. Gu Qingqing had brought disgrace to the entire Elysium enclave on behalf of Elysian Moon. She was a person of dangerous extremes, and Han Sun wanted as little to do with her as possible. But she had Little Silver, and he had no choice at the moment but to agree and do as she bid. Without real blood's control, the umbrella returned to its normal appearance. Before Gu Qingqing could pick it up, though, the umbrella spun in the air. All of a sudden, Elysian Moon came out of it. Elysian Moon snatched up the umbrella and looked at Han Sun furiously. She wanted to attack him again, but Gu Qingqing waved her hand, which then trapped Elysian Moon. She looked at Han Sun and said, "We are enemies of Elysium, and there is nowhere else for us to go. Can I stay with you for a while?" "It's fine. You may stay for as long as you want." Han Sun felt rather strange about it all. Han Sun wouldn't think it out of the ordinary if a strong woman like Gu Qingqing happily took control of his shelter. But it was certainly strange to see her negotiate in such a way. Han Sun was already planning on having to fight Gu Qingcheng, but he had misjudged her character and desires apparently. Han Sun was glad to avoid a fight, but he didn't know what had happened for her to drop the guise of intimidation she once carried. I didn't know you were this good with creatures. I didn't expect creatures such as this to be so willing to stay in your shelter. Gu Qingcheng said to Han Sr., I have a lot of creatures. Which are you referring to? Han Sun was shocked, but he kept his cool. Gu Qingcheng smiled and said, Nightmare. The fox and Starsea Beast are fine, but they haven't grown yet, unlike Nightmare. Nightmare? Han Sun was surprised by this, as he had never heard this name before. But aside from Little Silver and Starsea Beast, the only other candidate could be Red Pony. Han Sun didn't believe that could be what she was referring to, but it was obvious Red Pony wasn't any small creature. It was a powerful one, and even Gu Qingcheng was scared of it. Han Sun had a suspicion about Red Pony ever since he found it. It didn't look strange, so Han Sun took it in for a normal baby creature. Now that he thought about it, Red Pony might have been the strongest creature in that fight. When Han Sun was in danger, he had heard a scary noise, and a strong force had slain his enemy. He wondered if that might have been Red Pony. Han Sun couldn't wait to visit the garden, and before he reached it, Little Silver had already smelled his presence and come running out to greet him. He went straight for Han Sun's legs, so he could rub his body around them. Han Sun picked Little Silver up and stroked his hair, happily saying, Little Silver, it's been 10 years. You still look the same as ever, and you haven't grown. Little Silver pulled out his pink tongue and licked Han Sun's face. Then, he rubbed his face against Han Sun's. He didn't speak, because he didn't like the human language. Bauer, who was perched on Han Sun's shoulder, looked at Little Silver with anger. Thank you for taking care of Little Silver. Han Sun put him down and walked over to Red Pony. Red Pony shook its head and sat down on a cushion, looking as if it didn't want to interact with Han Senator Han Sun. Didn't force it to do anything though. The pony had protected Little Silver and Starsea Beast in his absence, and it hadn't ever hurt Han Sun either. It wasn't an aggressive creature at all. Little Silver and Starsea Beast had reached gemstone class. They hadn't wasted their 10 years, and they were very close to becoming super class. Gu Qingcheng was scared of Red Pony, and she needed to stay at the shelter even if she looked down on the place. The reason why she was there was because of Han Senator. After Han Sun took care of business at Shadow Shelter, he returned to Mask Shelter in the underworld. Ling Mayer was able to go back to Dark Spirit Shelter now, and she did so on occasion. Han Sun wanted to return with her next time, so he could take a look at the gourd on the Holy Vine. But Ling Mayer didn't go there too often, and she planned to go back a fortnight later. Han Sun was bored, and so he stayed in the shelter reading the story of genes. He also tried practicing with it. Chapter 1504. Mystic armor revives as he expected. When Han Sun tried to practice with the story of genes, his body and energy were unable to resonate or yield any results. This was not unexpected, though, as the requirements for the story of genes were far too high. This didn't just apply to humans. He wagered even the highest-class demigods in the fourth god's sanctuary would not fit the bill. Just as Han Sun prepared to give up, the black crystal armor set in his Sea of Souls suddenly had some sort of reaction. Han Sun did his best to follow the story of genes in his practice, and as he went, the black crystal began to softly fill with a mystic power. It began to move and pulsate. Han Sun was shocked by this, so he continued to practice with the story of genes. The black crystal armor's power continued to move and swell. As time passed, the armor's mystic power grew in strength. When he finished a complete cycle, Han Sun did not need to cast anything further for the mystic power to run through the armor by itself. Han Sun gave the black crystal armor a strange look, unsure of what it was he was seeing. He found the black crystal in the first god's sanctuary, and he had discovered that it helped beasts' souls and creatures to grow. Han Sun initially believed it to be a valuable treasure from some high-class shelter, but the armor inside the black crystal was now activated by the techniques Han Sun had discovered in the main control room outside the sanctuaries. Due to this new weird reaction, Han Sen was given a lot to think over. Are the sanctuaries and the crystallizers connected? Han Sen guessed to himself. After the black crystal armor's mystic power finished a number of cycles, it suddenly came out of his sea of soul. Then, it merged into Han Sen's body and continued to develop. In the beginning, that mystic power moisturized his cells, and he felt as if he had eaten life fruit. But not long after, things turned sour and Han Sen looked bad. It wasn't as if the power was purposefully harmful though. It was just that it was too strong. When it came back to float inside him, Han Sen could barely take it. He was comparable to a little, steady river that had been subjected to a massive flash flood. Han Sen's veins were inflamed, and his body felt as if it was going to be torn apart by that power. Han Sen's body turned the color of blood as his muscles and veins began to snap. His strength was like a measly sheet of paper before that grand power. And that power was only running passively in Han Sen's body. It wasn't even trying to attack him. The mystic power was impossible to control, and it roared inside Han Sen's body. If Han Sen's body was a world, then the mystic power from the armor was a flash flood that destroyed it. Han Sen's body was wrecked by this mystic power. His veins, muscles, and bones were severely damaged. It made him look like a blood man. His veins were broken, his muscles were torn, and his bones were coming apart. Just as Han Sen thought he was going to die, the mystic power completed one last cycle inside his body. It came out of his body to remain contained inside the armor. Han Sen lay gasping on the floor. After a moment of breath-catching, he used jade skin to recover the damage done to his body. The mystic power did not create deadly wounds, but every portion of his body had been damaged in some capacity. Every cell of his composition had been injured, so the healing process was slow. Han Sen asked Moment Queen to bring Little Silver to him, so he could recover faster. Fortunately, Little Silver's healing abilities were strong, and with Han Sen's power, his body was able to recover over the course of the next hour. The mystic power in the armor was still running, though, and it hadn't stopped. That wasn't the end though. After that day, even if Han Sen did not take the time to practice the story of genes, the mystic power would come out of him every 2 days. It would follow the same cycle and dole out the same treatment to Han Sen's body. He'd consistently end up just as damaged. Han Sen didn't know what the black crystal armor wanted, but it looked as if it was letting him practice new skills. Han Sen tried many times, but after the black crystal armor was done floating inside him, he still wasn't making any progress with the story of genes. Han Sen felt his body develop strange, minute changes of some sort, but he couldn't quite tell what they were. After being damaged by the mystic power a multitude of times, Han Sen eventually got used to it. Although he could not practice with the story of genes, power did a little less damage every time it flushed through his body. Half a month later, when the mystic power was again inside him, it tried to deal Han Sen pain, but it was no longer able to. Ling Meier was going to Dark Spirit Shelter. Han Sen took Bao with him, keeping his identity as a human that followed her lead. Ling Meier had gotten used to Han Sen being his true self now. She had become the only other person to know Han Sen possessed the Super King Spirit mode. Fortunately, she was naive and didn't ever dare take a step into the outside world. She had come to trust Han Sen very much, and Han Sen returned that trust, believing she would not spill the beans on his secret. Ling Meier rode the black and white Snake King, while Han Sen followed from behind. He did so in awe of the structures ahead of him. The cave it resided in was so large, you could not even see the ceiling. There were cloud-like puffs of vapor decorating the air above, and Han Sen could see bits of the holy vine poking their heads through them. In the center of the city, a pillar-like vine reached all the way up to the subterranean sky. It looked as if it really was supporting the world. Many creatures and spirits walked around freely in that shelter. The spirits there were mostly of the Dark Spirit tribe. Many creatures and dark spirits bowed before Ling Meier and the snake as she went. They all feared Snake King, and they were all jealous of Ling Meier. Han Sen. As Han Sen followed Ling Meier through the shelter, he heard a surprising voice. Han Sen thought the voice sounded familiar, and when he turned around, he wasn't sure if he should be happy or worried. Chapter 1505. Another gourd, little uncle, why are you here? Han-sun asked the man who was only a minor distance away. It was the unluckiest man he had ever met, Wang Yuhang. Meeting a friend in the sanctuary ought to have been a happy thing. But seeing Wang Yuhang only made Han-sun feel fear. Creatures and spirits were all around them. And if Wang Yuhang was still as unlucky as he used to be, Han-sun had no clue what might befall him. Getting chased by every single occupant of Dark Spirit Shelter would be a terrible thing. But it was a probable scenario. I was called here by a spirit known as Spirit 13. Why are you here? Wang Yuhang said. Spirit 13 brought you here? Han-sun's heart jumped. He quickly pulled Wang Yuhang to the side and to someplace that was out of the way, and asked him for more details. Wang Yuhang's luck was as bad as ever. When he became a demigod, he spawned in the underworld. Immediately, he was beset and pursued by creatures. It was through this that he encountered Spirit 13. Just as Wang Yuhang thought he was a dead man, Spirit 13 didn't kill him. Instead, he just brought him to Dark Spirit Shelter. Spirit 13 can't have done that out of niceness. There must be a conspiracy afoot. Did he know you were extremely unlucky, and that you have a knack for making creatures despise you? Han-sun asked Wang Yuhang. I suppose that is what he saw in me, but he hasn't yet made me do anything, so I don't know what he wants. Wang Yuhang shrugged his shoulders, as he was used to such treatment. Han-sun went silent and said, We can't leave Dark Spirit Shelter. You must stay with Spirit 13, okay? I will think of a way to bring you with me in time. Are you bound to him through a contract? No. I'm not sure why he didn't make me sign a contract, Wang Yuhang said. Good. Now tell me, where do you live? I can find a way to contact you sometime later. Just make sure you don't let Spirit 13 find out that you know me. Han-sun thought Spirit 13 had saved Wang Yuhang to use as a doom machine on Ling Mayer. Fortunately, Spirit 13 did not know Han-sun was Dollar. Seeing him should not have raised suspicions. After telling Wang Yuhang where they should meet again, Han-sun ran to catch up with Ling Mayer. Everyone was watching Snake King and Ling Mayer at the time. With no one paying any attention to Han, Senator Bauer looked at the holy vine as they neared, and eventually tried jumping towards it. But Han-sun was able to grab her in time and stroke her head. In a hushed voice he said, There are too many elites right now. Don't worry. I'll find a way for us to see the gourd. Don't rush this. Bauer nodded. She stared at the holy vine, not even willing to blink. Ling Mayer had a house in Dark Spirit Shelter. She brought Han-sun to see her parents. Ling Mayer's parents did not have pure blood, and they only possessed gemstone geno cores. But because of Ling Mayer, they had a castle and a garden in Dark Spirit Shelter. Why did you pick a human? Humans are the worst. They are weak and lack loyalty. Ling Mayer's father looked down on Han-sun with a frown. Han-sun is nice. He is strong and loyal. Ling Mayer immediately defended Han Sr. Let's not talk about this for now. Let Mayer go see the elder. The old man is probably just dying to see you, Ling Mayer's mother said. Yeah, Mayer. Go and see the elder, Ling Mayer's father said. Okay, then I'll just go talk to him first. Ling Mayer was used to this. Every time she returned, the first thing her parents did was inform her to go and see the elder. Mayer, can I come with you to see the elder? Han-sun asked Ling Mayer. The elder won't let any others enter the garden. Only the outskirts. You can wait for me there. Ling Mayer was apologetic. That's okay. We'll wait outside. Han-sun didn't expect to see the gourd on the holy vine anyway. If they were near enough, perhaps Bauer would be able to feel it. Under Snake King's guidance, Ling Mayer brought Han-sun to the center of the shelter. In the center of the shelter, there was a big garden that was surrounded by vines. They were all wreathed and tangled, forming a 50-meter-tall wall that shielded the interior from outside eyes. At the entrance of the garden, there was a turtle lying down. It looked to be asleep. When Snake King and Ling Mayer approached, the old turtle looked at them. Then, it closed its eyes again, as if it didn't care that they were coming. Wait for me here, she told Han-sun, looking at the turtle. Han-sun knew the turtle was the guardian creature of the garden, and he could detect a presence coming from it that was actually somewhat frightening. It was a super creature. Just as Han-sun started to agree, he heard an old voice come from the garden. Allow your human friend to enter. Han Sen was shocked. Ling Mayer said not even core members of the Dark Spirit tribe were allowed access to the garden, and the person who had just invited him in had to be the elder. Now that he had been invited in, though, Han Sen wasn't sure what that meant. But there was no rejecting this offer and escaping. He mustered his courage and marched in alongside Ling Mayer. Snake King also followed them in. The garden looked rather empty inside. Aside from the vine that had formed the wall, there was nothing else. In the middle, you could see the giant, primary vine rising from the ground like a grand pillar. Beneath that vine sat a handsome spirit. Han Sen thought the elder was going to be some sort of stereotypical, old character. After all, no matter how long a spirit had lived for, their appearance should have exuded age to some degree. But after seeing him, Han Sen knew he was too small-minded. He was seeing spirits as humans. The elder was not old. In fact, he was quite handsome. If he hadn't seen him there in the garden, Han Sen would have believed him to be Ling Mayer's big brother, or some such. "Greetings, elder." Ling Mayer hastened her pace to go and bow before him. "Mayer is getting better now." The elder smiled and stroked Ling Mayer's head. He looked at Han Sen and then said, "Are you the human that helped Mayer?" "That was my duty." Han Sen bowed. Bauer hadn't taken her eyes off the holy vine, and she didn't even look at the elder. Near the root of the giant vine a 3-foot-long younger-looking vine had sprouted. There was a green hand-sized gourd hanging off it. Chapter 1506. Human Emperor Han Sen saw the green gourd, but he did not stare at it. He didn't want the elder to get the wrong idea. The gourd looked different than the one Bauer had come out of, and it felt different too. Han Sen could not quite put his finger on the reason why, though. "The human emperor and I were connected in a way. He helped me. How is he now? How have humans been reduced to what they are today?" What the elder said shocked Han Senator. Han Sen knew the human emperor the elder mentioned was the Blood Legion leader that supposedly became a god. "I don't know about our elder. I've never seen him before, and stories about him aren't told." Han Sen shook his head. The Dark Spirit elder did not think Han Sen was lying, and he just nodded and said, "Back then, all the races believed the human emperor became a god. It looks like that might not have been true. If human emperor truly became a god, humans wouldn't be what they are today. Climbing the ranks is the task of an individual, and human emperor seems to have fallen. Otherwise, those of his bloodline that are below emperor wouldn't have to go downstairs." This was the first time Han Sen had heard others talk about humans and their apparent ancestors. He wished to talk to the elder some more, so he could learn more about the human ancestors. But within those few sentences, Han Sen had already received more than a few answers. The story of the human elders was still there in the sanctuary, unlike Azura, who had been forgotten. It looks like humans are different than the Shura, Han Sen thought. The Dark Spirit did not continue talking about this, and instead went on to say, "Take care of Mayer and I will treat you well. I will give you this as the reward for sending a spirit to look after her." After that, the Dark Spirit elder summoned a Geno core before Han Senator. Han Sen saw that it was an old mirror. There was a marking on it, indicating it to be gemstone class. He did not know what it did, but Han Sen accepted it and thanked the elder. Han Sen understood, though, that this was not a simple reward. It was more of a warning. The word seemed casual, but it was the elder's way of telling Han Sen that the spirit knew his each and every move. He knew Han Sen had entered the shelter, and he knew he had sent a spirit to watch over Ling Mayer. When Mayer becomes super class, you will be given even more rewards. Super Geno cores are nothing. After that, the elder waved his hand and had Snake King escort Han Sen out. After Han Sen left, he noticed he was covered in a cold sweat. The elder was likely stronger than Gu Qingcheng. If the elder wanted Han Sen dead, there'd be no escape. "Dad, I want the gourd." Bauer's face looked serious. Han Sen quickly held her mouth closed. He looked around, used the Dongxian aura to hide, and asked her, "Do you know what the gourd is?" Bauer shook her head. "I don't know, but it feels important to me. I can't get it now. The Dark Spirit elder is guarding the gourd. We can't get it now." Han Sen knew he was weaker than the elder. An ancient being like that would be far stronger than most emperors. Bauer looked depressed, so Han Sen felt guilty. He asked, Bauer, do you know when it'll mature? Maybe in 4 to 5 years. Bauer looked at Hans Sr., there's still time then. We can find a way to get it, Hans' son said to comfort her. But he knew that a few years wouldn't be long enough to gather enough power to face the entirety of Dark Spirit. It wasn't impossible though. Hans' son thought Gu Qingqing could rival the elder, and if she could help him, there was a chance he'd be able to get the gourd. In a few years, perhaps Hans' son himself would reach the level of the elder. Hans' son stayed in Dark Spirit Shelter for 2 days, and eventually found a chance to slip away and visit the location where Wang Yuhang was supposed to be. Hans' son entered a dark alley in the shelter. A man's voice came out of the dark. The garden is home to many temptations. It was a code, and Hans' son answered it with the password, so he cheated. Friend, you have come. I waited a long time for you. Wang Yuhang came out of the dark and immediately went to clutch Han Sen's hands. To win this revolution, we need to be patient. You must be prepared to make a sacrifice, Han's son said righteously. Wang Yuhang threw his hands away. Fuck you. You make the sacrifice. I have a few hundred years left in my lifespan, and girls are waiting for me. I'm not sacrificing anything. Young man, you became a demigod for a few women? You need grander dreams. Han Sen's face said he felt sorry for the man. Well, otherwise, why would I practice? If it isn't for the girls, who else? You? Wang Yuhang smiled. Han's son slumped his shoulders and said, You really are here for the women. By the way, do you have any news on what Spirit 13 is up to? Wang Yuhang nodded. Yes. He told me to get close to a dark spirit called Ling Mayer and follow her whenever she leaves. That Spirit 13 really is up to no good. He wants you to follow her, so that your unlucky powers doom her by attracting monsters. Han's son had already guessed this to be the case, but now he was hearing a confirmation. What should I do then? Wang Yuhang asked. It's good that you're doing this. Don't worry, I'm here. Han's son was thinking about how he might get Wang Yuhang out of this. Now that Spirit 13 had sent Wang Yuhang here, it made things easier. Wang Yuhang was so happy. He was worried he'd need to keep staying with Spirit 13. Spirit 13 is too naive. He has no idea how powerful Uncle really is. He really thinks Uncle is just unlucky, and that's it. Han's son laughed maliciously. Wang Yuhang discussed matters with Han's son for a while before leaving. Spirit 13 had all manner of things planned, and Han's son let them happen. Wang Yuhang approached Ling Mayer closely and waited for Han's son to take them all to Mask Shelter. By the way, there are other human demigods in Dark Spirit Shelter. I called them for a meetup. Would you like to come? Wang Yuhang asked Han Sr., Where did you hear all this from? Han's son looked at him with shock. Haha. It is because I am the brother of the president. They respect me a bit more now. Wang Yuhang laughed. Chapter 1507, Mystic Power Returns. I'm not going. I still haven't announced the fact that I'm not dead, and I don't want people to see me before I do, Han Sen said after thinking for a minute. Wang Yuhang smiled. What is there to be afraid of? It's been 10 years. Aside from close friends, no one will really remember you. Perhaps they might remember your name as the one who was a super aristocrat, but they might have forgotten what you look like. I still need to exercise caution. You should keep the fact that I'm alive a secret. Han's son shook his head. He wasn't afraid of the new community, but he was worried his return might disturb the investigation into them. So, Wang Yuhang decided to join the gathering alone. Because of Ling Mayer, Han's son had no restrictions on his comings and goings. He decided to return to the alliance. Big brother, you are back. Just as Han's son returned, Han Yin happily approached him and gave him a big hug. I haven't seen you in a few days, yeah? Wow. You've grown up a lot in such a short time. Han's son patted her on the head, as he used to do when they were young. It may have been a few days for you, but it's been 10 years for me. Han Yin gripped Han Sen's arms as she spoke. Big brother, is the crystallizer's main control room that magical? I wouldn't say magical, but one day seems to have been 10 years. If we had stayed there for a while longer, the era of my lifetime would have completely disappeared. Han Sen laughed. It looks like you guys didn't change one bit. For us it was 10 years. For you it was only one day. And in that time, I've been able to catch up with you. Now that I am a demigod, perhaps you'll be unable to compete with me anymore. Han Yin would only talk this way in front of Han Sr. Haha. I will forever be your big brother. Even 100 years from now, I'll be the elder of us too. Han Sun smiled. Fine, you're my big brother. You're the best. Han Yin blinked and went on to say, Big brother, I am going to a party with my schoolmates in a few days. Might you be able to come with me? Why would you want to bring me to a party with your schoolmates? Han Sun asked. Han Yin shrugged and told him, They say you need to bring your partner, but I don't have one. I only have you. I see. When is it exactly? Han Sun asked. It's Saturday night on planet Fantas. It's a 3-hour ride there, Han Yin said. Hang on. Han Sun called Ji Ruozhen and started chatting with him. When the conversation was over, Han Sun smiled and said, Okay, that won't be a problem. I can join you for your classmates' party. Then it is settled. Pinky, promise me, okay? You can't wiggle your way out of this one. Han Yin yanked Han Sun's hand forward and forced a pinky promise on him. Han Sun laughed and said, Ha, how old are you? You're still doing things like this? I'm still your little sister, no matter how old I am. Isn't that right? And remember now, this promise is unbreakable. Han Yin giggled to herself. Ji and Ran and Little Flower were at home, so Han Sun spent some time playing with them. He brought out the story of genes too. Han Sun was unable to practice its contents well, but the pain he was suffering every day was starting to wear him out. He wanted to find out if there was a solution for the ailment. Han Sun was unable to get rid of the black crystal armor's mystic power. Even making use of his Super King Spirit mode didn't help. Han Sun carefully examined the power, but he was unable to determine which element it was associated with. He had once studied the creation of hyper-geno arts alongside Bai Yishan, who had a lot of knowledge regarding all sorts of different powers. But the power exuded from the armor didn't match up to any power he had previously studied or even glimpsed before. Han Sun looked at the time and noticed it was almost time for the black armor to do its thing. So, Han Sun went to his training room and readied himself to endure the pain. It showed up right on time as always. The mystic power was expelled by the armor, swirling and coursing all throughout Han Sun's body. It caused him a lot of pain. Although Han Sun was unable to prevent this from happening, he was determined to not just sit where he was and do nothing about it. When the power was running all through him, Han Sun used a skill from the story of genes to aid him in controlling that power. Perhaps his powers were too weak, or maybe the power just didn't belong to him. But no matter what he tried, Han Sun was unable to control or even affect it in the slightest. Following Han Sun's vessels, the mystic power circled his body once before returning to the armor. When the pain disappeared, Han Sun practiced in accordance with what was written in the story of genes. But this time something surprised him. His body hadn't produced any reaction all the other times he had used the story of genes. But now there was a reaction of sorts. He felt all of his cells heat up, and it almost made him feel as if he was sitting in a hot spring. This reaction was minuscule, and it barely constituted a rookie level of training. But the fact that he did have a reaction was more than enough to tell him that it was possible for humans to learn from the book. Han Sun ran a few more cycles to confirm the reaction he was getting did indeed exist, but that was about all he could do. No matter how many more times he ran it, the reaction was of the same strength and did not increase. Of course, Han Sun did not mind this. He persisted in casting the story of genes step by step. As this occurred, on the roof of a building on a planet, there was a strong man with white hair, sitting at the head of a meeting table. To each of his sides sat a number of humans and Shuras. If anyone saw the humans and Shuras together like that, they'd be shocked. The humans were demigods, and the Shuras were fourth-rank fighters. It was quite the collection of power. The people to each of the white-haired man's sides were all quiet, and no one dared look at his face or make contact with his eyes. Can someone tell me what happened? Why are Han Sun, his wife, and his son still alive? And yet, 5 members of the new community remain missing? The white-haired man looked at the humans and Shuras as he addressed them, his voice grave. No one spoke. After a while, a royal Shura female to his right said, Chairman, if you would allow it, I think I can bring Han's son and his family here. We can get the answers straight from him. That's not very nice. We can't even confirm if he's Han Jinji's heir or not. If he's not, then that will have us offending the Ji family and Luo Haitang, said a human male on the left side. Does it matter whether he is or isn't? The chairman has already woken up. Should he care about the Ji family or Luo Haitang? The Shura woman spoke with disdain. Shefai, I will leave this to you. I want answers, so you better not disappoint me, the white-haired man said. Yes, Chairman. I won't disappoint you. The Shura woman then stood up and bowed. Chapter 1508. A man like God Ji Yinran took Little Flower over to see the Ji family for a while. It was safer for them to be there too, since they had a high number of demigods for protection, not to mention old man Ji himself. Han Sun stayed at home teaching Bauer. She was quite smart, but she never grew. A child such as her was unable to go to kindergarten or learn anything at school, either. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Han Sun checked who it was through the security camera, and he saw that it was Blind Man. Han Sun was surprised, as Blind Man was always a mystic sort. For him to now come seeking Han Sun was strange. Han Sun opened the door. Forsaking general niceties, Blind Man said nothing and walked inside. Can you talk? Blind Man kept on walking, looking all around him. Yes, we can talk here in the house. Han Sun was very calm. He wasn't in a rush, and he knew he was close to the truth. When they reached the living room, Han Sun asked him, Do you want a drink? I'm okay. I don't have much time. I'll just tell you and go. Blind Man looked directly at Han Sun and then said, You are in danger. Someone wants to kill you. Many people want to see me dead. I've gotten used to it. Han Sun shrugged. It's different this time. The people who want to kill you this time can actually succeed. Not even Luo Haitang can stop them, Blind Man said. Who wants to kill me? Han Sun asked casually, not really expecting Blind Man to give him a proper answer. Blind Man quickly replied, The new community. You have a connection to the new community? Han Sun asked, his heart jumping. Blind Man nodded. It's complicated. I can't explain much about it right now. Your father told me to tell you to take your family to either the Ji family or Luo family, where they'll be safe. If you are one day captured by the new community, it does not matter who asks you. You only need to know that your great-grandfather Han Jinji was just an officer. He had nothing to do with the Han Jinji of the Blue Blood Special Forces. I want to know everything, Han Sun said coldly. Everything you want to know is in here. Open it in a secure location, and then destroy it. Don't let anyone else see it, otherwise your father will be in danger. Blind Man pressed a card into Han Sun's hand, and then promptly left. Blind Man was incredibly quick to make his departure. Before Han Sun could even respond, he was gone. Han Sun closed the door behind him and retired to his room, so he could read the contents of the card. In the holographic images, Han Sun saw a familiar and strange shadow. It looked like his father, from what little he could remember. Little son, remember what I have to tell you. You are a grown man now, and I believe you will make the right decision. The man in the video paused, and then said, This is a long story, so I will explain it to you as concisely as I am able to. If we both survive, and we are able to meet, then I will tell you everything. My grandfather is your great-grandfather Han Jinji. He was known as the last Qigong master of the Alliance. Han Sun was stunned. He was used to the elders being all mystic, but now he was being told hard facts. That almost made it more difficult to accept. The man went on to say, He is not the Qigong master from the legends though. He does not possess special blood. He was born to an old faction that was not a Qigong faction. He was in a faction that was comprised of professional liars that pretended to be physiognomists. Han Sun was frozen hearing this. He thought the real Han Jinji was smart. Otherwise, how had he been able to cause so much disruption and chaos? Instead, he was just a liar. He was a professional one. Also, he is not your real great-grandfather. Your second uncle and auntie are not related to you by blood. When your great-grandfather was dying, he did so via a scheme he had concocted years before. He used the identity of an officer also named Han Jinji. Your great-grandfather used his identity, and I used the identity of your grandfather's first child. The Han family sacrificed 2 lives for us. We owe them too much, so no matter what they do not hold them accountable. Aside from Han Jinji and your granddad, they don't know anything. We owe them 2 lives. Han Sen's face looked very complicated. What the man was telling him was beyond all of his expectations. We thought we could escape those pursuing us and live as an ordinary family, but they picked up the trail, and it led them right to me. And Starry Group wanted to buy out our company, so I faked my own death. I made them think the leads were incorrect, but I made a couple of mistakes. The man gave a wry smile and said, I didn't expect my wife to be Luo Haitong's daughter. And I never expected my son to become someone so great. When you grew up, you drew their attention again. It is fortunate you also have Luo Haitong for a grandfather. You became Ji Ruozhen's son-in-law also. And with your power, they are unable to figure out whether or not you are Han Jinji's heir. They are afraid of alerting others, so they haven't done anything to you yet. The man's face turned dim. Now it is different. The man has woken up. In 3 days he will be wide awake. They are fearless. And in 3 years, they may find themselves able to bring changes to everything in the universe. You need to cherish and make the most of the next 3 years, preferably by taking refuge in the Ji or Luo families. But when the man has fully recovered, and he wants to kill you, no family will be able to protect you. Han Sen opened his mouth, wanting to ask who this man was. He wanted to know whether he was the chairman of the new community, or a member of Blood Legion. But it was just a video, and it wouldn't answer him. So, Han Sen only left his mouth agape without speaking. Still, it was like the man could pierce through Han Sen's mind. He said, This man is the chairman of the new community. I was with them for many years, and aside from his strength, I do not know much of anything. All I know is that people who are strong like him, upon recovery, are the sort that not even demigods can stand up to. Chapter 1509. 3 years, but the man has one major disadvantage. He cannot access the sanctuaries. If your life is in danger, you can enter there. There might be many new community elites to square off against in the sanctuary, but at least you will not have to suffer the wrath of their leader. Saying that, the man's expression became complicated all of a sudden. My son, you are far greater than I ever thought you would be. Having a son like you makes me immensely proud. You need to stay alive, to take care of your mother and little Yen. Your wife is good, and little Flower is cute. I will also do everything I can to ensure the safety of these things, and hopefully, one day, we can meet again. After that, the video finished. Han Sen was unable to tell if the man really was his father. Technology had advanced a great deal, and constructing a video such as that wouldn't be difficult. Han Sen knew blind man delivered it himself to make it look and sound all the more convincing. Although Han Sen didn't dare believe it in full, if the content was true, then the video clarified a lot. Many of the answers he had been provided made sense. He still wondered about it all though. He felt something was off. Like Han Jinji avoiding the new community. If he was, then why would he still pretend to be called Han Jinji? It wasn't as if he was hiding in plain sight. That sort of stuff was a load of rubbish. If he had used a name that was nothing at all like Han Jinji, it'd have been a lot more convincing, and he'd have had a far lower chance of being discovered. If Han Jinji was simply proud of his name, and didn't fancy changing it, that didn't make much sense either. He was a professional liar, and giving others a different name seemed like a stock activity. No one would risk everything they had done over some measly pride. Aside from that, though, everything else sounded reliable enough to lend it some credence. Who is the new community's leader? If he's stronger than a demigod, but cannot enter the sanctuaries, who might he be? Han Jinji is a liar. But what did he do to incite the man's wrath so much? What could have been so bad that the man would want Han Jinji's heirs murdered? Han Sen racked his mind. It did not matter whether the video was real or fake though. Han Sen already knew the new community wasn't going to let him go so easily. He needed to be stronger, so he could deal with whatever came his way next. Han Sen didn't plan on running to the Ji family or Luo family to hide though. He himself knew the power he possessed was likely higher than everyone in the Ji family anyway. If he was unable to stop what was coming, the Ji family would just die along with him. Many new demigods had risen over the past 10 years, but Han Sun didn't consider them fighters. There weren't many super demigods in the alliance. Aside from Gu Qingqing and the leaders of Blood Legion, he hadn't seen any others. And there certainly weren't any in the Ji family. Han Sun had a god Geno core that practically made him super, so there was no point in him taking refuge in the Ji family now. Han Sun destroyed the card and went back to helping Bauer with her homework. Han Sun couldn't focus at all, though, and his mind was still occupied with guessing who the leader of the new community might be. The likeliest candidate, he assumed, was this person being Azura. He suddenly disappeared from the sanctuaries, and it was a well-known fact the Shura couldn't enter them. And the leader was forbidden from entering the sanctuary. He really might have been Azura. Han Sun had another theory too. The leader hated Han Jinji, and there had been an accident which prohibited a full recovery, even up to this day. Han Sun thought the leader might have also been the god the seventh team encountered in the sanctuaries. Perhaps at that time, something happened between that figure and Han Jinji. That might have been the catalyst for all that came afterwards. Han Sun thought those were the two most likely candidates, but it was all theory for now. He lacked hard evidence to back up either guess. But even if the sky was to fall, days would still pass. Han Sun was not going to sit around waiting to die, just because someone had told him he might. Han Sun was not like that. If he was going to die, he'd die on his own terms. Plus, he had 3 years until that supposed time. By then, who knew who might win? It was now the day of Han Yan's party though. So he went and took Bao along with them. The new community knew he was still alive, so there was no point in hiding anymore. He went to Planet Fantas via public transportation. Planet Fantas was a holiday resort, and the planet was chock-block full of hotels. Their party was to be held in one of the more luxurious ones. Han Yan told Han Sun that most of her classmates were just surpassers, and there was only one classmate who was also a demigod. His name was Zhao Mingzi. Is he from Angel Gene? Han Sun asked. Han Yan nodded. Zhao's seventh second son. He was hitting on me while we were in school, but I never liked him. Now Han Sun understood. You brought me here to help you keep that Zhao Mingzi away from you? Han Yan laughed and said, so many guys chase me, but Angel Gene is too effective in the alliance. If I found just any guy, he'd be destroyed before the jealous wrath of Zhao Mingzi. Don't you hate the Zhao family anyway? You aren't afraid, are you? Han Sun pretended to be mad and said, I'm not afraid of the Zhao family. And if he really is stupid enough to try something, I'll matchmake his ass with my foot. Even if Zhao Seventh himself was here. You don't need to worry about anything. And just pick who you like. Aside from me and our parents, no one else has control over you, or can make you do things you dislike. Han Yan lifted her lips. You mean if you and Mom don't like my decision, then there's nothing I can do? Yes. People say you should always listen to your elders, and I must say, that makes sense. Han Sun spoke in absolutes. That's such a double standard. You never listen to what Mom tells you. Han Yan looked at him with disdain. Inside an ordinary aircraft in the Alliance, Shafai watched the video. This guy is ignorant. He's still in the mood to go and join his sister's party? Fine. I will just get rid of him there. Let's head for Planet Fantas, Shafai commanded. Chapter 15:10. Tina, Han Sun and Han Yan went to a hotel, and a young man welcomed them saying, Little Yan, you are finally here. Yuan and Lian Shun are here already. They're waiting for you. He saw Han Sun holding Bauer and froze. With a forced smile he asked, Is this gentleman your partner? This is my big brother, Han Yan said with a smile. Your brother? I thought he was. The young man was shocked. My big brother wouldn't die so easily. Han Yan then introduced the young man to Han Sr. This is my schoolmate Zhao Mingzi from the Blackheart Military Academy. He is the second son of Angel Gene. Greetings. Han Sun reached his hand out. Zhao Mingzi also reached his hand out, but he looked confused. Finding this difficult to believe, he asked, Are you really Han Sun? Yes, I am. Han Sun smiled. We shouldn't stand here any longer. Yuan Yuan has been waiting for a while, Han Yin said. They are in the lobby. Come, I will take you to them. Zhao Mingzi led the way, staring at Han Sun all the while. Learning that Han Sun had not died was quite a shocking piece of news. Little Yen, what happened to you? Whoa, did you have a baby? Is that your husband? When they reached the lobby, the group approached her immediately. When they saw Han Sun carrying Bauer, they couldn't help but squeal. No, that's my big brother. I don't have a partner, so I asked him to come, Han Yin said. Your big brother? Wasn't he the first super aristocrat? I thought there was an accident 10 years ago. As Fang Yuanyuan said this, everyone started looking at Han Sun with confused expressions. Yes, he entered the systems of the barons. It took him 10 years to find his way back, Han Yin explained. Now everyone understood. Fang Yuanyuan smiled and addressed Han Senior. Senior, I used to greatly admire you. You were everyone's idol in the Blackheart Military Academy. Han Sun had come from there too. In a way, they were like his students. Han Sun thought they were very warm, and they seemed to talk happily. Having been gone for 10 years, I wonder if you have gotten any weaker. A cold voice suddenly cut over their chattering. Han Sun looked over and saw Yi Dongmu sitting on a sofa, drinking wine. He stood up and walked up to Han Senior. Why are you here? Han Sun was shocked to see Yi Dongmu there. Fang Yuanyuan walked over to Yi Dongmu and held his arm. With a cocky look she said, This is my boyfriend Yi Dongmu. There is no need for me to introduce you two, since you know each other already. Zhao Mingzi laughed and balked. Everyone knows Yi Dongmu. He's a demigod that's more famous than Yi Yixui. Han Yan's classmates all knew Yi Dongmu was famous, and Han Sun found this interesting. He sat down next to him and asked, It looks like you've been doing well for yourself. You have found fame and a pretty woman. Yi Dongmu said coldly, It's just a shame I haven't been able to find Dollar. I still haven't had another chance to beat him. Han Sun proceeded to chat with him. He didn't like talking, and he never really spoke to anyone as much as he did with Han. Senator Time had made him even more reserved, though, or so it felt. As they continued their discussion, another airship came to land on planet Fantas. Shaifai was wearing a disguise. With a hat on, she began to disembark the ship. But before she was fully off it, someone else started to come down too. Tina, why are you here? Shaifai looked at the lady who was coming off the ship with surprise. I am following Shaifai out. Tina blinked. Her expression looked sinister. Shaifai gave a wry smile and said, Tina, if the chairman finds out you snuck on board my ship and slipped away, I will be punished. Tina blinked and said, Just don't let my father find out then. If you are here to kill Han Sun, I can help with that. This is my mission, and I can carry it out. You can return aboard the ship so someone can take you back, Shaifai said. Shaifai, do you think I am weaker than you? Do you think I cannot help you? Tina seemed rather angry. That wasn't what I meant. You've got the chairman's good genes, so of course you are better than me. But Han Sun is merely a human demigod. He's not worthy of being struck down by someone as good as you. Shaifai sounded very awkward. Tina was the only daughter of the new community's chairman. She was very loved, and she had grown to become incredibly strong. But because she was so young, she lacked a lot of proper combat experience. Shaifai couldn't risk her getting damaged by a demigod. If a single hair upon her head was brought harm, Shaifai would be punished. She would probably be killed even. While Tina might have lacked experience, she was very smart. She blinked and said, Auntie Shaifai, do not worry. I brought my father's Geno armor. I won't be in any danger. Shaifai's eyes opened wide and she screamed, What? You stole the chairman's Geno armor? Auntie Shaifai, you shouldn't say that. I am his daughter, so his belongings are my belongings. I am merely making use of my belongings. I haven't stolen anything. Tina blinked again as she spoke. Shaifai did not know how to respond. Tina was fearless, and it was clear that not even the chairman could control her. Since she had already sneaked off and followed Shaifai here, it was going to be impossible to send her back. But with the Geno armor, she'd be a lot safer. At least Shaifai did not have to worry about any possible punishment for letting Tina get wounded. The armor would be able to protect her from any top-tier demigod. Auntie Shaifai, let's go kill that human demigod. Tina sounded excited. Okay, but you have to follow my orders, Shaifai said. Tina agreed, but Shaifai looked at the woman's face and knew it would be impossible to actually get her to listen. Shaifai was glad that Tina had stolen the armor. If she ended up injured, that'd be a big problem. Chapter 15:11. Unpredictable. Shaifai followed through with her plan and took Tina to the hotel. But in the lobby, they were unable to see Han Sun or Han Yen. Lee Dongmu was not fond of such events, so he had called Han Sun over to a battle room that was located in the hotel. Han Sun, let me see if your skills have degraded over the past 10 years, Lee Dongmu said as he stood on the battleground. He clutched a practice dagger. Han Sun stepped onto the stage with a practice sword, and he said, even if I didn't improve in the least, I certainly wouldn't get worse. Lee Dongmu didn't respond. He simply came forward to attack with his dagger. Friends like Han Yen, Fang Yuanyuan, and Zhao Mingze were in the bleachers watching. Hong Lianshuan was excited while he watched too. I wonder if Senior Han or Demigod Yi is stronger? Fang Yuanyuan sounded confident when he said, of course it will be Dongmu. Little Yan's brother is strong, but he hasn't fought in 10 years. He must have grown rusty over the course of all that time. Han Yen smiled. No matter how rusty he gets, my brother is incapable of losing. Zhao Mingze quickly said, they are both legends in the alliance. They are both so powerful. It's impossible to determine a victor. While they were discussing the two combatants, the intensity of the fight flared up. Lee Dongmu's assassination skills were incredibly powerful, and he could most certainly one-hit kill an opponent. Although the practice dagger wouldn't let him kill his opponent, in Lee Dongmu's hands, it was still really dangerous. The audience was very close to the stage where the combatants fought, but even still, they were unable to see how Lee Dongmu attacked. Whenever he struck, it was as if his body disappeared. Han Yen and Zhao Mingze were already demigods, but not even they could see where Lee Dongmu went. Dong! Han Sun flipped his blade and thrust it backwards. Then, he heard the clang of metal, preceding the appearance of Lee Dongmu and his dagger. A second later, Lee Dongmu disappeared again, up until Han Sun made another move. The strike bellowed another clang, and Lee Dongmu's presence was revealed once more. Lee Dongmu was practically invisible, like a ghost that was circling Han Senator, but despite that, Han Sun was still able to use his sword to block each attack. They are so good. I wonder why I cannot be strong like them? Hong Lianshuan's eyes were wide open. Han Yen, your big brother is good, but my Dongmu is still better, Fang Yuanyuan said. People often say a woman in love is blinded. I can see the truth to that statement, Han Yen wittily retorted. Don't you see your brother is being suppressed? He can't fight back. He hasn't even attacked once. Fang Yuanyuan smiled. Han Yen looked at Zhao Mingze and said, I fear Yuanyuan won't listen to me. Perhaps it would be best if you explain. Zhao Mingze was fixated on the fight, but when she called to him, it snapped him out of his daze. He looked strange. My father once said there are only a handful of people he admires in the alliance. One of these people is Han Senator. In truth, Han Sun is the one my father admires the most. His training abilities are extremely strong, or so my father said. So I feel rather bad about this. I was hoping to fight Senior Han myself, so I could show my father. But seeing this today, I know that even with another 10 years of practice, I would be unlikely to defeat him. Han Yen was surprised hearing this. She never thought Zhao Seventh would think of Han Sun in such a way. She couldn't believe it and asked, Chairman Zhao thinks that highly of my brother? Zhao Mingze was given a wry smile. My father and your brother once held a grudge. My father might not know his friends or family well, but he most certainly knows about his enemies. He spends more time researching his opponents than he spends with his own family. And Senior Han is the opponent that he has researched the most. He spent a long time studying him, ignoring his family in the meantime. You've talked a lot, but you haven't said Senior Han is as strong as Dongmu, Fang Yuanyuan said. Zhao Mingze went on to say, Demigod Yi is strong, and his assassination skills are very powerful. Taken at face value, you might say he is the strongest demigod. You have a lot to say about both. Han Yen smiled. Zhao Mingze looked at Fang Yuanyuan, and said with a wry smile, "That being said, I'm not very knowledgeable about the arts of assassination. I can't give a detailed review of his skills. But in my personal opinion, I thought assassinations were a one-hit kill affair. Lee Dongmu has attacked at least 100 times, and he has been unable to deal any damage to Senior Han. For someone who specializes in assassination, that is bad." Zhao Mingzi didn't say it directly, but he clearly meant that if an assassination wasn't a single-hit kill, it was a failure. Han Sen stood in the same place he had started, and he had yet to make a move. He used his sword to continue blocking each and every strike delivered by Lee Dongmu. Zhao Mingzi was shocked, but he didn't want to say anything ill in front of Fang Yuanyuan. Fang Yuanyuan was in love, so it was obvious why she was so confident in Lee Dongmu's abilities. But she wasn't stupid, and she knew what Zhao Mingzi had meant. "Little Yan, is Senior Han really this strong? I thought he was left adrift someplace in the galaxy for 10 years. Fang Yuanyuan looked at Han Yin with confusion. Han Yin smiled and said, "They have both suppressed their power to fight here. If this was for real, it would be difficult to tell." Fang Yuanyuan heard this and looked happy. Han Yin and Zhao Mingzi on the inside were both thinking that being in love just made women dumber. Everyone knew Han Yin was merely comforting her. It's no wonder that Senior Han is the pride of the Black Hawk Military Academy. He is strong, Hong Lianshuan complimented. Lee Dongmu kept on attacking, knowing he had already lost. But he kept on going, wanting to find out just how long Han Sen would last like this. Given 10 years, Lee Dongmu believed he must have caught up with Han Sen, or even surpassed him by now. But now that they were fighting, he realized that Han Sen's power would always remain unpredictable. As they fought, an explosion suddenly sounded from the outside. The entire battle room was shaken, and then more explosions sounded. It was as if multiple areas of the hotel were being blown up, one after another. Chapter 15:12. Fight Infantis Shaifai didn't see Han Sen in the lobby, and she was too lazy to go and find him. So she stood with Tina and issued a command through her communicator. All across planet Fantis, explosions began to erupt. The entire planet was suddenly gripped in terror. Many of the humans that had gone there on holiday began to scramble and fight their way back to the landing pads to try to escape. Because Planet Fantis was a privately owned business, there was no security department controlled by the Alliance. The security teams there were run by the Zhao family, and they did their best to evacuate people and determine the locations that were exploding. Explosions began to rock Han Sen's hotel, causing the people inside to run away from it as quickly as possible. Han Sen and those he was with promptly did so as well, and they got a glimpse of what was happening. Shaifai and Tina saw Han Sen exit the hotel, and immediately, Shaifai looked at Han Sen with a desire to kill. Tina held her back and said, "Auntie Shaifai, let me deal with Han Senator, you take care of the rest." Shaifai wished to say something, but Tina was already running forward. She had summoned a big sword. At only 1.65 m tall, she was quite short, and the sword she was wielding was actually bigger than she was. It was quite a funny sight, seeing the mismatch of height and equipment. You weren't allowed to use weapons on Fantis, and the AI patrols in the sky immediately began swarming towards Tina with their laser beams firing. Tina began effortlessly swinging her greatsword as this occurred. The greatsword, after a few slashes, cut through and destroyed all the AI drones. Tina didn't even spare a glance at the AI she was cutting down, and her focus remained solely on Senator Han Sen, and the others saw Tina coming. And Zhao Mingzi looked incredibly angry. "Who are you? How dare you mess up Planet Fantis? Are you unaware that this place is a business belonging to Angel Jean?" Tina did not say a word, and she directed her greatsword at Han Senator. Zhao Mingzi was fuming mad. He summoned his Geno core named Angry Wind Spear, and went straight for Tina. The Angry Wind Spear came down against her steel greatsword, and was immediately broken. The steel greatsword proceeded forward, now coming down on Zhao Mingzi. He was going to be cut in half. Zhao Mingzi was shocked. Some blood spilled from his mouth, and he was unable to dodge. He was going to be cut in half. Lee Dongmu leaped to Zhao Mingzi and pulled him backward, saving him from certain death. All the classmates from the Black Heart Military Academy were shocked. Zhao Mingzi was a demigod, and his Geno core had been destroyed just like that. It was scary, seeing a little girl who looked no older than 15 wielding such power. Yi Dongmu grumbled and summoned his own Geno core dagger. Then he tried to stab Tina. But all of a sudden, he found that another woman had appeared in front of him. "Lady, kill Han Sun now!" Shaifai shouted at Tina as she blocked Yi Dongmu. Okay. Tina had moved in front of Han Sun by now, ready to swing her greatsword. Han Sun stared at Tina, his Dongxian aura firing on all cylinders. But strangely, he could not feel Tina's life force. He couldn't help but frown. Seeing the steel greatsword, though, Han Sun could at least tell that she was a demigod, and that her weapon was a Geno core. "Brother, let me do this," Han Yan said as she summoned a strange-looking knife. It was bigger than a dagger, but the sword was extremely thin and semi-transparent. Han Sun knew this was Han Yan's Geno core. She created it with the falsified Sky Sutra. It was called Shiking Blade, and it had strong causality powers. Shiking Blade was on the bronze and silver Geno leaderboard, and after her tests, it had actually managed to reach the top 5. It was not much worse than Six Paths Sword. It might not have been number 1, but it was scarily powerful all the same. Han Yan's falsified Sky Sutra and Shiking Blade were capable of killing creatures in the Fourth God's Sanctuary. Her critical hits were something no creature could block. Dong! The steel greatsword came against the Shiking Blade, and Han Yan and her weapon were sent flying. Han Yan was in shock. Han Yan had aimed at Tina's body, and even with the girl's greatsword in front of her, the falsified sky power should still have hit her. The fact that it had actually been deflected by the greatsword was quite unbelievable. The scarier thing was that such strength was being displayed by a little girl. Han Yan was sent flying, and her silver Geno core was webbed with cracks. Han Sun caught Han Yan, using Yin Yang Blast to absorb the force that had attacked her so she wouldn't be hurt. Then, he put her back down. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" Han Sun asked Tina. Han Sun helped Han Yan remove the damaging force, for he knew that the lady foe was at least super in class. It was unbelievable. Only Luo Haitang, Gu Qingcheng, and various members of Blood Legion had achieved superclass. It was difficult to believe that a little girl such as that was showcasing such power. "Because you have to die." Tina spoke, then immediately swung her great sword. Han Sun's back shone with the color red. Jewel-like butterfly wings washed him with a ruby color. Han Sun drew Taya and brought it against the great sword. When the two came into contact, the shockwave unleashed was enough to level the buildings all around. The aircraft that were parked nearby were all blown up. "Senior Han is cool. That's such a powerful woman, and yet she is unable to do anything," Hong Lianshuan said. "It's too dangerous to remain here. We should get back to the hotel. There's a defensive program there that can defend against the attacks of a demigod," Zhao Mingzi said. "What about Yi Dongmu?" Fang Yuanyuan asked, seeing that Yi Dongmu was locked in combat with Shaifai. Yi Dongmu had a gemstone Geno core, but he was being suppressed by Shaifai. His assassination skills were incapable of killing her. "Yi Dongmu, they are coming for me. You should go back." Han Sun saw Shaifai and Tina, and he could clearly see Shaifai was a Shura. The little girl was definitely a human. He could tell this because she was using a Geno core. Not many people were able to put these two races together to fight, and only the new community had a proper grudge with Han Sun now. Chapter 15:13. Crystal armor. Both the human and the Shura were wielding power equivalent to that of a superclass being. It was almost unbelievable. It's not weird to have a superclass residing someplace in the new community, but why are there so many? The way Shuras practice makes it difficult for them to become a 4th-ranked fighter. It is incredibly rare for one of them to reach the 4th rank, and it was believed that only 5 Shuras had done so. Why would such elites end up fighting for the new community? Han Sun thought to himself. He thought something was wrong. Yuanyuan, follow after them, Yi Dongmu said coldly, as he leaped around in battle. But Fang Yuanyuan watched as Yi Dongmu continued moving around, not doing direct battle with Shaifai. If he hadn't had spatial powers, he would have been heavily damaged by now. Fang Yuanyuan had confidence in Lee Dongmu, but she knew the circumstances were still dire. Go, Lee Dongmu said. His voice was stern. Yuanyuan, let's go. With my brother here, they'll both be fine. Han Yin comforted her. There are cameras. We can watch what is occurring from there. Zhao Mingze and the others all tried to convince Fang Yuanyuan to go inside. When she did, and they reached the bottom floor of the safe zone, Zhao Mingze booted up a machine. A direct video feed appeared. The hotel grounds were soaked in the constant flashing of swords. The hardy ground below was ruined with deep clefts, and the buildings surrounding the fight were being torn apart. Buildings that were a dozen floors high were being lopped in two, causing the earth to quake. A demigod's power is too scary. Is she a demigod too? Hong Lianshuan asked. Everyone felt calmer now. The scary lady, though she looked very strong, was being suppressed by Han Sr. It's no wonder he's called Senior Han. He drifted in the barrens for 10 years, and despite that, he came back just as strong. The others all complimented him. Zhao Mingze watched the video feeds, but he looked strange. He was a demigod, so he could see and notice some things that the others couldn't. Han Sen's powers were not just scary. Zhao Mingze had seen many gemstone creatures in the fourth god sanctuary, but compared to Han Sen, they all now seemed weak. Had he already managed to reach super status 10 years ago? Dad was right. This man can practice like crazy. Zhao Mingze thought to himself, as he stared at Han Sen battling. Lee Dongmu was not doing as well by comparison. His body repeatedly flashed, as he put his space power and Geno core on full throttle. Even so, he was unable to damage Shaifai. He had found himself injured, and it made Fang Yuanyuan worry a great deal. But still, Lee Dongmu did not think of retreating. His eyes gleamed with fire, and he managed to go even faster. Annoying fly. Shaifai looked at him with disdain as she swung her sword. The Shura practiced raw physical strength, and Lee Dongmu had the ability to teleport. There was no effective way for her to end her opponent quickly, but she did know that it cost a lot of energy for him to teleport around the way he was. Lee Dongmu had not reached superclass yet, and he wouldn't last much longer, the way he was going. You'll be dead the moment you tire. Shaifai then looked over to Tina and Han Senator. She was shocked by what she saw. How? Is Tina really being suppressed by Han Sen? Did he reach superclass? Shaifai knew full well how powerful Tina was. Although Tina didn't have much experience, she had the scariest father in the galaxy. The chairman had helped Shaifai become a fourth-ranked Shura, so it was difficult to imagine how powerful Tina really was, given the fact she was the chairman's daughter. Even Shaifai didn't dare say she could beat Tina in battle, but there she was getting suppressed. Powerful sword skills. It is no wonder why Naga failed. They cannot fight a human like that. This is scary. Shaifai was happy she had brought Tina along now. Shaifai had believed she'd be able to take on Han Sen alone, because she did not expect him to have reached superclass. According to the plans she had made, she had already failed the mission though. No matter the result, punishment would await. But with Tina there, things had a chance of turning out differently. Her powers weren't stronger than Han Sen's, but she carried an item that bestowed her the powers of a god. Although she was too weak to use it as efficiently as was possible, she knew it might be enough to at least kill Han Sr., miss. It is almost time. We have to kill him now, Shaifai shouted at Tina. Tina was annoyed, and she was confident in her own powers. Aside from her father, nothing and nobody else ought to have compared to her. She didn't expect herself to get suppressed by Han Sen, despite giving it her all. Tina really was getting annoyed. It did not matter what skill she tried to use. Her casting would always be interrupted. She had to cancel and move or otherwise risk a blow. That feeling of not being able to finish casting her skills really annoyed her. Stupid human. You will pay for your rudeness. Tina suddenly retreated, as her forehead shone and unleashed a bright white light. Suddenly, a white crystal armor began to envelop her entire body. The crystal armor made her look holy, but when Han Sen felt the energy coming from it, it was shockingly strong. Han Sen's pupils grew smaller the moment his eyes saw the armor. It was familiar to him. The armor reminded Han Sen of the black crystal armor he possessed in his Sea of Soul. They were visually distinct, But the power inside Tina's armor was unmistakably similar to the armor set Han Sun had. Ignorant human, prepare to be judged by God. Tina screamed to Han Sun as a scary power exploded. She disappeared and reappeared again. Directly before Han's senator, her great sword was ready to come down on him. It was just a set of armor, but it increased her power and speed by an incredible amount. It was difficult to believe this was real. Chapter 15:14. Power that exceeds the capabilities of humanity. While Shefai was shouting at Tina, Lee Dongmu's eyes went cold. His speedy body suddenly unleashed an unbelievable power. It was like all the speed and power he could possibly possess was let out in a single moment. Buzz! His dagger and his body combined. The sky was sundered, and the fabric of space was drawn tighter. The dagger was thrust into Shefai's chest. Seeing the dagger impaled through her chest, Shefai suddenly laughed scornfully. Her hand was fast lightning, and she gripped the dagger and said, "You have a death wish, trying to play tricks on me." In the next second, Shefai's grip on the dagger tightened as her face changed. She had made a slip. The dagger she thought she had grabbed hold of wasn't the real threat. It was a shadow. As this occurred, Lee Dongmu's expressionless face appeared directly behind her. He swung his true dagger, plunging it deep into her back. Fang Yuanyuan was incredibly excited, seeing this victory. She couldn't even speak straight. Hong Lianshuan shouted, "Dongmu God, good job. Letting herself get distracted before an assassin is a death wish," Zhao Mingzi said. Blood began to ripple and pour from her punctured back, but Lee Dongmu did not look relieved. His dagger was stuck, as if it had gotten caught on a bone or something. Lee Dongmu wanted to pull it free, but it refused to move. Shefai swung the blade in her hand, and Lee Dongmu knew he'd have to leave his weapon and fall back. Shefai turned around, not caring about the dagger sticking out of her back. She spoke to Lee Dongmu saying, "I underestimated you, cheap human. You should be proud of the fact you were able to damage me." After that, Shefai's body began to exude a horrible power. She slashed towards Lee Dongmu at a speed that was greater than before. No, that Shura woman's body is similar to a super demigod's. Lee Dongmu is strong, but he would have to be superclass to inskill her. He isn't powerful enough to reach superclass, so he was unable to kill her. Han Yen frowned. "What do we do?" Fang Yuanyuan was going to cry. Lee Dongmu could only dodge, and after that last discharge of might, his speed and teleportation abilities had suffered. He could be killed by Shefai at any given moment. And at the same time, Tina was clad in her crystal armor. The great sword she wielded was coming right past Han Sen's face to cleave through his chest. Han Sun frowned, but he didn't panic. When he spun, it looked like he had dodged that close call by magic. Boom! The steel greatsword came crashing through the air, bringing devastation to the ground he'd been standing on. The crater that formed was 1,000 miles deep, and it was as if she had cracked the entire planet. That strike caused the entire planet to vibrate. Mountains shook in their place, and the seas went wild and tumultuous. Countless more buildings were brought down to their knees, all across Fantas. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe their eyes. She was far stronger than the demigod that was said to have blown up a star-class battleship with her own bare hands. That woman, is she human? Hong Lianshuan could barely speak. Everyone, Han Yen and Zhao Mingzi included, looked pale. They could not say a single word. That was a strength far beyond the capabilities of any known human. And no one could believe this really was the result of a human's strength. Han Sun didn't look good. The power Tina used was more than he could fathom. She was stronger than Gu Qingcheng. The crystal armor. That power belongs to the armor. That isn't her strength. Han Sun stared at Tina's armor. The armor bestowed an unlimited power upon Tina. It was like the judgment of God, just as she had said, and it shouldn't have been allowed to exist in that world. Han Sun could sense that Tina was struggling to use the armor efficiently though. The true power of the armor was stronger than the strike she had tried to deliver. Han Sun had a similar crystal armor, but he didn't know how to use it in the way Tina was using hers. Of course, Han Sun didn't know if the crystal armor in his Sea of Soul was the same type as Tina's. It was similar, but there were some noticeable differences. As Han Sun pondered this, The second strike was already on its way. The power and speed that carried it were immense. It far exceeded Gu Qingqing's power. Han Sen could not use his own pure strength to deal with her, so he used the Dongxian Sutra and went through the motions of his Phoenix techniques. He was gunning at max capacity. With his movement and judgment capabilities, he effectively dodged her attacks. Fantis had been scarred with countless marks, and the planet had pretty much been ruined. Fortunately, many of the humans there had managed to evacuate via the airships. Otherwise, the earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions the sword had caused would have been responsible for countless fatalities. Fortunately, it was a vacation planet for the high class. People that came there were rich and their numbers few. If this was a residential planet, the civilians wouldn't have been able to escape. But there were still people who hadn't been able to escape into an airship in time. As they saw the devastation that was being caused by the sword, they thought it was only a matter of time before Tina caused the entire planet to detonate. Tina was so annoyed. Her strength was supreme, but she was unable to hit Han's senator. It was as if he was able to predict her every move and dodge the same second she committed to it. Luckily, that woman is fighting Senior Han Senator. If that was me out there, I'd have died 1,000,000 times already. Hong Lianshuan's face turned pale. The others all had the same thought, especially Zhao Mingzi. He was currently admiring his father's foresight. Long before Han Sen had achieved such power, Zhao Seventh was already capable of seeing him as a profound enemy to have. Not everyone could do that. Tina missed again and her eyes squinted. She didn't slash at Han Sen this time. Her swing was directed at the hotel. Han Sen's face changed. He didn't care much for the lives of others, but Han Yin was in there. Their safe zone might have blocked the attack of demigods, but it wouldn't withstand Tina's strength. Chapter 15:15. God's Armor. It's no wonder. That thing is the chairman's Geno armor. She might not be able to wield its full strength, but it's already so frightening. It really is the only sort of power a god could have. Shaifai looked at the sword strikes and complimented what she saw. Han Sen was still alive and had not been killed yet, but Shaifai could see that he was underneath the incoming sword strike. Shaifai felt incredibly happy, and she thought to herself, I can't believe Han Sen was that difficult to kill. It is lucky she brought the chairman's Geno armor with her. If she hadn't, the mission would have been a failure, and I would have been punished. Seeing Tina slash through the emptiness, Shaifai was shocked. Then she understood. Planet Fantis had been wholly destroyed, but the hotel itself was fine. It wasn't really damaged, and Shaifai understood what was happening. Han Sen's sister and the others had only just entered the hotel, but Han Sen had saved it from annihilation. Scary human. Even as the lady is attacking, he can still formulate plans. He led her attacks to avoid the hotel. If the human doesn't die here, he will surely be a great threat to the new community. It's lucky she was smart enough to notice his plan. If he is unable to block her attack, Han Yin will be killed in the hotel. What will he decide? Shaifai thought. Han Sen saw Tina slash through the hotel. His face changed, but he did not stop. He stood before that sword strike to try his best to block it and stop its descent upon the hotel. Tina, seeing Han Sen directly in front of her, was delighted. She exerted more force to drive her strike harder. She hadn't planned to kill anyone else, and she just went for the hotel to get Han Sen to stop dodging her attacks and confront her. No! Han Yin saw Han Sen stand directly in front of Tina's sword and screamed. Hong Lianshuan and the others did not say a word. The incoming strike was too strong, and even Han Sen wouldn't be able to withstand it. Han Sen was clearly using his own body as a shield for them. Perhaps Han Sen was only doing it for Han Yen, but they all felt the same. Seeing Tina's shining greatsword coming down towards Han Sen's body, even Feng Yuanyuan hoped a miracle might intervene. Amidst that scary light, Han Sen's body that was flashing red began to melt into it. Then they couldn't see anything. That power destroyed the entire construct of the hotel and all the nearby machines. The video feed for the safe zone was cut off, and the image vanished. Everyone was shocked. When they noticed what had just happened, their faces turned grave. They hoped Han Sen was able to deflect that last attack. Otherwise, they'd be next. As their hearts almost leaped out of their chests, they heard a big boom. After it, the entire safe zone began to shake. Boom! Outside the hotel, before Tina's strike impacted Han's son, a dark purple arm shield appeared upon his arm. The shield swiftly became 3 meters tall. Sheltering Han, Senator Tina's attack came down against it. When the hit landed, the word overbearing appeared upon the shield. Han's son was sent flying backwards into the hotel, breaking down a number of walls as he went. When he landed, he skidded across the ground for a few hundred meters. But Han's son was still on his feet. His mouth was bleeding, but he still held the shield. The arm shield had a number of cracks across it, but the word overbearing was now shining like a sun. At the same time, Tina screamed. The power she had unleashed was turned back on her by the shield. Tina felt a wretched strength come down upon her, and the armor that previously encased her began to fall. Her lips were bleeding. Tina didn't own that armor set, and what's more, she couldn't control it fully. Now that the power she had unleashed was turned back onto it, it disconnected the armor, and various pieces of the armor began to fall away from her. Han's son, Tina, and Shefai were all shocked. They did not expect Tina to end up being shaken out of the armor she wore. Han's son could feel that the armor was too strong. The power he had ricocheted back was awful, but it wasn't enough to actually destroy the armor itself. Now Tina had been bounced out of the armor. It was quite surprising. Is Tina the same as me? Can she not control the armor properly, either? So when the power bounced back on the armor, she was disconnected from it? Han's son was thinking, heading over towards the crystal armor. If Tina was unable to control the armor, Han's son only needed to go and steal it. Even if he was unable to use it, asset denial was always a good idea. If she didn't have the armor, Han's son would surely be able to beat her. Tina's face changed. Then, she headed directly for the crystal armor at the same time. Just as Han's son thought, Tina was unable to properly control the armor. The Geno armor belonged to the chairman. He had taught Tina a method in which she could make use of the armor's power. A method that only worked for her. It didn't have any negative side effects either. But that was because Tina had the chairman's genes, which allowed her to temporarily use the power of the armor. Only Tina could do this, and not even Shefai could prompt a reaction from the armor if she tried to use it. The chairman taught this method to Tina in front of everyone. But despite everyone hearing what she was taught, only Tina was able to make use of the Geno armor. Shefai and the others believed the armor contained the power of a god. Only gods like the chairman and Tina could make use of it. Han's son and Tina rushed towards the armor with a similar speed. Unfortunately, Tina was closer to the armor. Han's son used Taya, and he began swinging it at Tina. In a flash, she deflected it with a swing of her own sword. With the room that Strike had bought him, Han's son rushed to the armor to claim it. Han's son grabbed it, but he immediately noticed how heavy it was. He was unable to lift the armor up, and he found himself falling down with it. Tina, who had just been slowed down by Han's son, laughed when she saw him. This is God's armor, and mortals like you are incapable of staining it with your filth. Chapter 15-16. The power of the story of Jean's Han's son didn't want to let go, so he allowed himself to fall to the ground with the armor. A crater formed in the earth, kicking up a plume of dust. Han's son gritted his teeth, summoning his real blood Geno core. He wanted to see if he'd be able to control the armor that way. But when real blood touched the armor, it was like water dropping atop anti-stick paper. It just rolled off, and was unable to gain a connection with the armor. Tina, holding her greatsword, came forward again. Han's son would not be able to guard the armor and do battle with Tina at the same time. And he knew that if she managed to reclaim the armor, getting her out would be harder the next time. Han's son used his shield to block Tina's greatsword. He used his sword to force her back and prohibit her from getting any closer to the armor. Guarding it is pointless. God's armor doesn't belong to you, mortal. Tina looked at Han's son with disdain as she continued attacking. Shefai was looking on in shock. After she damaged Yi Dongmu, she didn't go to finish him off. She ran to Han's son, wanting to help Tina reclaim the armor. Yi Dongmu was too low level to be of much assistance, and he had been severely injured. He wanted to stop Shefai, but he was unable to keep up with her. All he could was watch her glide away. Han's son had his gold-patterned shield and his god Geno core. It would not be too difficult to kill Tina, but with Shefai joining the fray, Han's son would be the one in trouble. With the gold-patterned shield, Han's son wasn't afraid of losing against the two, but the armor wasn't moving. He couldn't let Tina get any closer, and this prohibited him from fighting in the manner he wished to. The gold-patterned shield was a berserk super beast soul, but after that horrible hit it had endured, there was a large crack across its surface. Still as things were, Tina and Shefai were unable to penetrate his defense. And what's more, he was able to keep on reversing the damage that they tried to inflict back on them. But soon, Shefai and Tina began attacking from both sides, which made it difficult for Han's son to keep up the pace. He had to focus on blocking Tina first and foremost, to prevent her from getting her hands on the armor. As his body was peppered with damage from Shefai, he began to bleed. Pang! Han's son took a bad punch from Shefai, and his body touched down on the crystal armor. Tina was on the side of the armor, just about ready to grab it. It was too late for Han's son to stop her, so his plan next was to get up, grab Han Yen, and run. But before he could do any of that, he felt the story of Jean's flare up. So far, it had only shown minute activity, and the reactions it had were nothing that would aid in a fight. Now it was starting to run properly though, and Han's son had no idea why. The moment the story of Jean's began to run, Han's son felt as if his body and the crystal armor inside his body had some sort of reaction. In the next second, the crystal armor on the ground began to shine brightly. Han's son's body felt as if it was in water. He fell into the cream-colored crystal armor. Impossible! How? Shefai and Tina almost screamed. Their eyes shot open wide, as if they had just seen a ghost. They couldn't believe Han's son was able to activate the armor. No way! Father said other beings of the universe were incapable of activating the armor for themselves. Only people like us, who share the blood of a god, are able to. Tina grabbed the crystal armor, wanting to use the method the chairman had taught her to get Han's son out. But when Tina touched the armor, she felt a force that made her scream and bounce away. Fuck! What happened? Tina tried clenching her numbed hands as she looked on at the armor with a face of disbelief. Shefai was shocked too. Han's son had activated the Geno armor and replaced Tina as its user. What happened? This is the chairman's Geno armor. Only people with the blood of a god can use it. How was he able to activate it? Does he have a higher permission of some kind? Shefai struggled to think of how this was possible, and she was getting frantically worried. Han's son was inside the armor, which fit his body perfectly. As the story of Jean's continued to run, he felt the scary power of the armor going inside him. He wanted to scream, and the strength that entered him felt as if it could destroy the universe with only a punch. It's so powerful. Is this the power of the crystal armor? Han's son tried to move around with the god's armor, but after moving only a little, he felt the fabric of space crack. The power it contained was incredible. Han's son clenched his fist and felt a power surge there. He thought to himself, the story of Jean's power is to control the crystal armor? With power like this, not even super demigod creatures are a force to be reckoned with. This was very worth it. Even if it took me a full 10 years to procure this, it was still worth it. Han's son looked over to Shefai and Tina. He clenched his fist and launched it directly at Tina. Be careful, miss, Shefai shouted, pushing her away. Tina had frozen solid. Boom! Shefai took that frightening blow, and her fourth-ranked fighter's body was immediately incinerated into dust. The strength did not stop there, however. It flew upwards into the sky and blasted a hole in the atmosphere. The rift formed was held open by a beam, and it began to expand. Strong. So strong. Han's son did not have any other words to describe the power he had witnessed. He felt as if it would only take a punch to destroy Fantas in its entirety. No way, Father said, aside from him, across the whole universe. Only I was able to make use of this Geno armor. You required the blood of a god to use it, after all. But Han's son is just a human. How is he able to use it? This had impacted Tina a lot, and she couldn't believe another human was able to use the Geno armor. Not only that, but Han Sun was using more power than she could when she wore it. While the story of genes was running, Han Sun felt as if he was melting into the armor. They were not separate, and the power was running all throughout his body and armor. It was as if the armor was a part of him. Chapter 15-17. Han Sun's return. Han Sun's body was filled with power. He looked at Tina, whose face had now become drawn and pale. He clenched his fist and drove it right at her. She didn't want to try to fight against a power that could break a planet. She didn't run though. She just remained transfixed at the sight of that horrendous power coming right for her. Just as that power was about to turn her into dust, an elegant middle-aged man appeared next to her. His hand pressed against her shoulder, and in a second, the middle-aged man and Tina vanished. The scary power was exhausted into space. Han Sun used his Dongxian aura to search the vicinity, but Tina and the middle-aged man appeared to no longer be on planet Phantus. In another quadrant of the galaxy, Tina and the middle-aged man appeared again. Tina was still shocked at what had just happened, but she was happy to see the middle-aged man. "Uncle Qingyu, why are you here?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "If I wasn't watching over you, you'd have been killed." Tina was still frightened over what had transpired, and she said, "That human is too scary. I thought father said only those of our blood can use that Geno armor. Why was the human able to use it too, and exude an even stronger power with it?" Uncle Qingyu flicked her on the head with his finger. "Ouch," she said, reeling back. "Uncle Qingyu, why did you hit me?" "You deserved that," Uncle Qingyu said. "You snuck out of here, stealing the chairman's armor in the process. Now that armor is gone. It was taken. How are you going to explain this?" Tina looked upset. She tugged at his arm and pleaded, "Uncle Qingyu, you will have to say something nice to my father. If you don't, I'm sure I'll be dead." The man sighed. "I will do what I can, but you will have to fess up to your mistakes. Otherwise, no one can help you." He then touched her shoulder again, and they both disappeared. When they appeared again, they were in an airship outside the galaxy. Planet Phantus was like an apocalyptic hellscape. Idomu got a grip on his pain and stood up, looking at Han Sun with a conflicted expression. He thought Han Sun had been in the Barrens for 10 years, so he'd had the chance to catch up. But there was still a big difference between the two of them. The gulf that separated their powers seemed to be ocean-wide. Han Sun forced the armor into his sea of soul. While he was using the story of genes, the crystal armor had become a part of Han's Senator now. He could make use of it whenever he liked. But when he stopped running it, that feeling would be gone. He would no longer feel a connection to the armor. "Big brother." Han Yan and everyone else emerged from the ruins of the hotel. Seeing Han Sun standing tall, she was shocked, and she immediately began running toward him. Her face was wreathed with dried tear tracks, indicating that she had only just been crying. "Where are those two horrible women?" Hong Lianshuan looked afraid, unable to see hide nor hair of Shaifai or Tina anymore. After the signal got cut off, they had no clue what was occurring on the outside. When they exited the safe zone, all they knew was that Shaifai and Tina were gone. The Shura woman is dead, but the other one ran off. "It is safe now." Han Sun smiled. Zhao Mingze and the others were shocked to hear this. It made sense that Shaifai had been killed, but before the signal got cut off, they saw Tina's power. It wasn't something a human could defend against. They couldn't imagine how strong Han Sun must have been to be able to block the woman's attack and make her run off. The mere fact that they had survived was cause enough for merriment. They didn't have the mental energy to think about an alternate ending right then. They waited there for over an hour, and after that, the ships of the Alliance and the Zhao family began arriving at planet Phantus. They explained what had occurred. Han Sun asked Idomu to cover for him about what had actually happened. But even so, the soldiers of the Alliance were in absolute shock. Seeing all the sword marks that had swept across planet Phantus, they knew how terrifying the battle must have been. Han Sun and Idomu had managed to beat back the enemy. When the day was done, the soldiers were looking at them both in profound admiration. Zhao Mingze quietly retrieved the video in the safe zone though. He kept it private, and he sent it to Zhao 7th when he was able to. Zhao Seventh watched the tape and replayed it a few more times before speaking. He said, "Find out who that woman is and find out what her armor is as well." "Father, do we still need to investigate Han Sun?" Zhao Mingzi couldn't help but ask. Zhao Seventh said coldly, "No. If he can beat a woman like this, it's proof enough that he is abnormal. This exceeds all our expectations. He is stronger than us. It is pointless for us to continue investigating him. You make sure to look into the woman in the meantime. Find out who she is, but don't draw attention or invoke the ire of any potential new enemies." "Yes, I will get right on it." Zhao Mingzi was a demigod, and Zhao Seventh was still only a surpasser. But even so, before Zhao Seventh, Zhao Mingzi felt like a child who did not know too much. After Zhao Mingzi left, Zhao Seventh began speaking to himself. "It looks like our research has developed too slowly. To think that such strength exists in our world. It far exceeds the capabilities of the average demigod. We have to quickly produce a greater angel gene fluid." Because of what had happened on planet Phantus, Han Sun returned to the Alliance's spotlight for the first time in 10 years. Everyone was talking about how powerful he had become, but no one was really able to guess correctly. Based on the state of the planet and the things people said, it was determined that Han Sun had reached superclass. But he hadn't entered the sanctuary for 10 years, and he hadn't been there for very long before his disappearance. The fact that he had been able to reach a super demigod status in such a short amount of time was incredibly difficult to believe. Han Sun didn't care about what others thought of him though. To keep the new community from trying something again, he asked his family to avoid going out or to stay inside the sanctuaries. Ji Yanran and Little Flower were safe in the Ji house. The Ji family's planet had countless airships and defensive systems. It was not like planet Phantus. But Han Sun was still worried about Ji Yanran and Little Flower. They could be targets, and there were too many elites in the new community. It would be difficult to defend against such numbers. And the man who took Tina could obviously teleport freely through space. He had to be someone of some renown. It couldn't have been some random nobody. Somehow, Han Sun thought the man looked familiar. Despite that, he was certain he hadn't seen the man before. Chapter 15:18. Bloodthirsty Ants. Nothing happened after the battle on Phantus. Unexpectedly, it was as if the new community forgot the entire thing transpired. Entering the sanctuary again, Han Sun realized he was unable to use the crystal armor. Even if he wore the crystal armor on his way in, when he appeared inside the sanctuary, the connection he felt with it would be severed, and its power could not be maintained. The crystal armor is so powerful, but it seems suppressed by the sanctuary. What exactly are the sanctuaries? Han Sun wondered. Han Sun gave up on his idea of slaying everything in sight with the new armor. He needed to level up, but he'd have to do it through the use of his own hard-earned powers. 4 of his Geno cores had reached silver, and aside from the crystal core, none of the others had run the silver Geno core test. Crystal core had reached first rank, but he had been gone for 10 years, and had been unable to accept challenges. Because of this, it had dropped down into the 10,000s. Han Sun planned on leveling up his Geno cores, and when he reinforced them all 9 times again, he'd be able to use the gold Geno core light to bring them up to gold class. But before he could go to the Geno core storage, Ling Mayer came looking for him. She said she was supposed to leave Dark Spirit Shelter a few days earlier, but she had remained there, waiting on Han Senator. So, when he finally did come back, she was still there waiting for him. Han Sun followed Ling Mayer back to Mask Shelter. Little Uncle followed after them too. I'm concerned this trip might not be so safe, Han Sun thought to himself, after leaving Dark Spirit Shelter. Spirit 13 must have concocted some sort of scheme once he had gotten Little Uncle to go with them. The confusing thing was that the Black and White Snake King was always with Ling Mayer. It could not be swayed, so it was very unlikely Spirit 13 could accomplish anything. What was the spirit really trying to do? Suddenly, something crossed Han Sun's mind. What if I'm the one he now wants to get? Han Sun thought it was possible. Spirit 13 doesn't want to kill Ling Mayer. He needs her to improve his genes. Those he actually wants to kill must be those who are stopping him. That must be why he sent little uncle. It's to kill me. Thinking of that, Han Sun actually felt relief. He had the god Geno core. And even if Spirit 13 had super creatures, there was very little he could do now. The three of them followed the Snake King back to Mask Shelter. And along the way, they encountered a variety of ants sticking out of a number of caves as they went. They weren't ordinary ants. They were red, as if they were on fire, and around the size of a puppy. Weird. Why are there so many bloodthirsty ants? Ling Mayer frowned, seeing the ants gathered in unusual numbers. I was right. Han Sun smiled darkly. He didn't know how Spirit 13 had attracted all of those ants. But he just knew the spirit had to be responsible. Han Sun asked Ling Mayer about the bloodthirsty ants, and he was surprised by what he heard. Bloodthirsty ants were mostly primitive in class, but there were so many of them. You could often see mutant or sacred blood ones in their midst. There were king ants, too, and they could often be super creatures. The Geno core of a bloodthirsty ant was its blood. When the ants entered bloodthirsty mode, their speed and power would increase. The defense of their shells would also increase. They were annoying. However, there was one thing Han Sun was happy to learn. Their beast souls were glyph type. They could buff his body up. Their Geno cores were difficult to retrieve though. When you destroyed the ants, their blood would suffer, and their Geno cores would most likely break. Spirit 13 is playing big. With little uncle here, the Ant King will most certainly come out to play. Han Sun was fearless, and he was actually feeling excited for this. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can nab another super beast soul. The group continued on their way as more and more of the bloodthirsty ants became visible. In the beginning, the ants only waited and watched them go by. But now, the creatures were starting to swing their claws. Han Sun killed a few that ventured close, but they were only primitive. He didn't get a single beast soul or Geno core. But the blood of the murdered ants triggered the fury of the others. An army of ants came cascading out of their holes and caves towards the group. Their eyes glistened red like hellish demons. In no time at all, the three of them found themselves surrounded by the ants. Aside from little uncle, who was a little weaker than them, Han Sun and Ling Mayer were gemstone class. And while the ants were powerful, they didn't pose much of a threat. The more ants they killed, the more arrived to take their places. Their swarming numbers seemed endless. In the beginning, they only encountered ants that were primitive class. As time went by, more and more mutants and sacred bloods began to join the fray. Let's run. There are too many of them, and we won't be able to kill them all. I'll run out of juice really quickly. Ling Mayer continued to kill the ants as she spoke. It's okay. Carry on fighting. Han Sun wasn't planning on leaving just yet. Han Sun knew there'd be no point in moving on. With little uncle accompanying them, the ants were sure to follow. As they spoke, a red ant that was the size of a bull emerged from a nearby tunnel. Oh no, it's a bloodthirsty ant king. Ling Mayer saw the giant ant, and when she did, her face changed. The Snake King had been moving ahead of them, and when it saw the giant ant, it turned around, picked up Ling Mayer, and went speeding off to Mask Shelter. It didn't care about Han Sun or Wang Yuhang at all. Shit, what's up with that snake? Why'd it run off and abandon us like that? Wang Yuhang shouted. In a cave far away, Spirit 13 and Spirit 12 watched as Han Sun and Wang Yuhang became besieged by the tide of ants. Spirit 13 said, "It is a shame Dollar is not here, otherwise we could kill him too. Don't worry, there are so many around her we need to kill. And we will. There is that female spirit as well," Spirit 12 said coldly. Han Sun, seeing the Ant King, became incredibly happy. He picked up Wang Yuhang and tucked him beneath his armpit. Then, he hopscotched across the backs of the ants to reach a certain cave. "Little uncle, say something to attract them," Han Sun said to Wang Yuhang as he ran. Chapter 15:19. Ants that don't do anything. Wang Yuhang didn't know what Han Sun wanted, but he still listened to him. He shouted at the ants, drawing them forward. "You rubbish ants! Come and get me!" When Wang Yuhang yelled, all the bloodthirsty ants stopped in their place. They looked over to Wang Yuhang with their red eyes. In the next second, the raging ants, king included, went on a rampage in Wang Yuhang's direction. Han Sun, run! Wang Yuhang began shouting. I am running, Han Sun said without looking back. Spirit 13 and Spirit 12, seeing the stampeding ants, suddenly found themselves frightened. Little Uncle's powers were more effective than they had expected. He has a death wish, Spirit 13 said. He didn't think Han Sun and Wang Yuhang could handle the rampaging ants. But quickly their faces changed. Han Sun had grabbed Wang Yuhang and run. The crowds of ants, like a dirty tide, could not catch up to them. Spirit 13 and Spirit 12 shifted forward so they could see, but then noticed something was wrong. Spirit 12 reacted first and he said, No, they are heading for our shelter. They won't be able to reach it, will they? Spirit 13 looked nervous. There's something wrong with this human. The Ant King is unable to catch up with him. Let us return to the shelter. We can't let them in. Spirit 12 looked ill. He wanted to stop what he had put into motion, but he couldn't keep up with Han's senator. They realized it was too late. They were too slow, and they were already some distance away from Han's senator. It would be impossible for them to reach their destination before the human. They must be randomly running in a direction, yes? They cannot be deliberately heading for our shelter, surely. Spirit 13 tried to comfort himself. Damn, this human had it all planned. Spirit 12 was not as naive as Spirit 13 was. His face looked terrible, and he continued the pursuit. Han Sun, still holding on to Wang Yuhang, kept running. Wang Yuhang could see that the legions of ants were unable to catch up, and even the Ant King had been left behind. He was excited by this, and it prompted him to taunt. You uglies. You should be thankful God let you hideous things live. It's fine if you don't want to contribute, but now you're going out of your way to kill Uncle Wang. You filthy things are animals. God will flame grill you into barbecue ants, and I'll be munching your roasted corpses as I sip wine. If nasty looks could kill, the fierce eyes of the ants would have murdered Wang Yuhang many times over by now. Those eyes were bright like lanterns, flashing red as the ants skittered along with incredible speed. This was especially true of the Ant King. You'd think Wang Yuhang had personally murdered its family. It flew through the air and landed directly behind Han Sun, ready to attack Wang Yuhang. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Wang Yuhang screamed, wriggling and writhing with his hands and legs. Han Sun summoned his god Geno Core to dodge the Ant King. Han Sun didn't know Wang Yuhang was that attractive to creatures. It was as if the man's taunts worked like stimulant injectors, providing a surge of adrenaline to those that hounded him. Han Sun hadn't planned on using his god Geno Core, but he now realized he had to. The Ant King's claws flew towards Wang Yuhang's face, seeking to strike his eyes out of their sockets. But when Han Sun sped up again, the Ant King was left behind once more. Wang Yuhang took this as another opportunity to provoke the insects. Little ants, you want to touch this pretty face? For a man like me, my face is my fate. Even if you sold all your property, it wouldn't be enough to cover a single one of my trips to the local makeup store. Han Sun kept running as Wang Yuhang did his best to provoke the ants. The ant army was fuming with rage, determined not to let them go. Spirit 13 and Spirit 12 looked both angry and hopeless. They couldn't catch up with the ants, and the ants were getting closer and closer to their shelter. Without a doubt, Han Sun was intending to attract the ants to the shelter. Seeing the raging hordes, they couldn't imagine the horrors that might unfold when they reached there. Father, make them stop or our shelter will be no more. Spirit 13 screamed. This is the only way. Spirit 12 gritted his teeth and summoned a few eggs that looked like ping-pong balls. He scattered them on the ground with clear unwillingness. The juice spread everywhere and he said, I am going to make them pay. Spirit 12 had used bloodsnake eggs. They were the babies of gemstone sacred blood creatures. The taste could most certainly attract the ants. He used one to attract the ants to come for Han Sun in the first place. Otherwise, little uncle wouldn't have been able to attract the creatures from such a great distance. But blood snakes were very precious, and Spirit 12 hated that he had to use more. But after he threw them, the ants had no reaction to them. They were still chasing after Han Sr. What happened? Why didn't the eggs work? Spirit 13's face changed. Oh no, they made the ants angry. The egg smell alone won't attract them. Spirit 12 ground his teeth harder. And then he lobbed out the remainder of his eggs at the horde of ants. He couldn't afford to be stingy at this point, so he threw them all. The blood snake eggs hit their shells, splashing juices all over the place. Spirit 12 thought this would get the attention of the ants for sure, but he never would have expected the ants to completely ignore them. Even the ants that had egg juice on them did not care. They were still focused on chasing down Wang Yuhang. No, no. Spirit 12 and Spirit 13 screamed hopelessly. The bunch of crazy ants after Han Sun and Wang Yuhang were now already at the shelter. Han Sun arrived at the entrance and flew up top. Then, the Ant King came forward to batter the gate. Boom! The Ant King's body broke down the gate, tossing it aside. Countless ants then swarmed inside. Chapter 15:20, Slaying the Ant King. Oh no! Spirit 12 and Spirit 13 felt a chill. Han Sun led the army of ants into the shelter, and the red-eyed ants skittered everywhere once inside. They couldn't catch Han Sun, so they merely dined on whatever other creatures happened to be in their way. Even the buildings and constructs were broken in their rampage. The ants were like an overflowing river, swamping the entire shelter. In moments, the ground was like a blood-red sea. I am going to kill you. Spirit 12 saw the creatures in his shelter getting eaten by the ants. They had been difficult to tame, and he clenched his jaw harder and harder. Spirit 13 kept a hand on Spirit 12, prohibiting him from rushing in to attack Han Senator. The raging ants were everywhere, and the Ant King was there as well. It was too dangerous to go. Spirit 13 was glad that their dark spirit stones were in dark spirit shelter. That much was certain. They would probably have been killed, with all the ants that had now taken over their shelter. Han Sun raced into the spirit hall and grabbed the spirit stone embedded in the statue. But the spirit stone did not belong to Spirit 13, and he found that it simply belonged to a royal spirit. This disappointed him. The royal spirit wasn't willing to pledge allegiance to Han Sun, and it self-destructed. Han Sun thought the spirit might have had a connection to Spirit 12. The shelter, by this point, had been turned upside down. Han Sun led the crowd of ants outside, leaving behind a shelter that was now little more than rubble. I'm going to kill you. Han Sun heard someone shouting from behind. Han Sun cared little for the voice, though, and he just continued running with the ants. Han Sun, what do we do? The ants won't stop chasing us. Wang Yuhang sounded worried. We'll kill the Ant King and everything will work out, Han Sun said, as he continued running. How? Are you able to kill it? It looks like a super demigod to me, Wang Yuhang said. Well, we can give it a try, Han Sun said, then drilled into another passageway. The passageway was only one person tall, and when Han Sun went in, the Ant King followed. It broke many rocks to get through. Han Sun saw this as his opportunity. He was going to combine Taya with the red light from his god Geno core. Swiftly, he stepped towards the ant's eyes. The Ant King's eyes were suddenly turned into gaping holes. The creature was instantly stunned with pain, and it reeled back with a sudden desire to flee the cave. Little uncle, draw it back over here. Don't let it run off. Han Sun quickly called. I'm not attracting that thing, Wang Yuhang shouted, but ultimately he couldn't help himself. He yelled at the Ant King. Dumb ant. I thought you wanted me. Come and get me. The Ant King had wanted to fall back, but it abandoned that desire when it heard Wang Yuhang's voice. With a murderous look, the Ant King tried to rush back in. It kept digging its way through in a bid to reach Wang Yuhang and kill him. Good job, little uncle. Continue seducing it, Han Sun said, stepping back deeper into the cave. Could you use a different fucking word? Wang Yuhang shouted, as he continued attracting the Ant King. Han Sun kept running too, but said, You prefer luring? But that's not quite right. You really are more like a pimp. Shit. You are not educated. This is called sacrifice, Wang Yuhang said, biting his lips. Yeah, sure. Sacrifice. Han Sun just nodded. Wang Yuhang sounded mad, and he retorted. Just stop talking crap, you idiot. Han Sun stopped talking and spent more effort on running. Han Sun kept thrusting Taya into the Ant King that was nipping at his heels. The Ant King's fitness wasn't bad, and while Han Sun could damage the fiend, he found himself unable to kill it. Every time the Ant King was injured, it wanted to catch them even more. Wang Yuhang's presence maintained its aggro. Its steel-like body pursued them, and Han Sun stabbed it in the head many times. It continued to bleed profusely, and after an hour, it began to look weak. It took half a day for Han Sun to finally plunge his weapon through the Ant King's head. The Ant King crumpled to the ground and twitched for a while before it stopped moving. The Ant King's face was full of holes, showing how many times Han Sun had stabbed it. It looked really bad. Super creature bloodthirsty Ant King killed. Beast soul gained. Geno core unobtained. Flesh inedible. Consume the life Geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points. When Han Sun heard the kill announcement, he felt as satisfied as he did when he ate a life fruit. Hunting creatures is better. Those Geno plant fruits are useless. Han Sun had a higher chance of obtaining a beast soul by killing creatures, and now that he had gotten another super beast soul, he was incredibly happy. Then Han Sun felt angry again when his mind returned to opening Geno fruit. The Ant King's body began to fade away, leaving behind a crystal that was the shape of a mini Ant King. Han Sun picked it up. The crowd of ants, seeing the dead Ant King, dispersed and ran off. They all gave up their pursuit. Wang Yuhang wished to shout, but Han Sun held his mouth shut and said, "Don't. There are too many of them. God knows how long it might take us to kill them. Getting the Ant King was enough." "Yes, but by killing the Ant King, only you were able to get a life Geno essence. I didn't get anything. Kill some sacred blood ants for me." Wang Yuhang thought it had been unfair. There are loads of opportunities to kill sacred blood creatures, so there's no reason for us to attract so many ants at once. And as for this life Geno essence, half of it can be yours. If you want, I can give it to you. Han Sun then put down the life Geno essence delicately. Han Sun had other life Geno essences, but he had thus far been unable to absorb them. If Wang Yuhang was able to figure out a way in which it might be absorbed, there would be no harm. Since Han Sun was able to kill super creatures now, he didn't mind giving up one life Geno essence. He had also managed to get the beast soul after all. Really? Wang Yuhang looked at him in disbelief. To him, Han Sun had never been that generous. "What do you mean by that? Just take it." Han Sun threw the life Geno essence at Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang was delighted. He held the life Geno essence like a son and said, "Yee, thank you so much. Next time we kill a super creature, the life Geno essence will be yours." Han Sun wished to say something, but suddenly, a strange sound was heard. When he turned around, his face changed. Chapter 1521. Old Bee Tree. They had been too busy killing the Ant King, and they hadn't paid attention to what else was going on. They heard a noise, and they finally noticed a dome-like cave ahead of them, and an old tree inside it. The old tree possessed a lot of fruit, but they were certainly abnormal. They looked like bees, and they were around the same size as a man's fist. The wings of the bee fruit were continuously flapping, generating the typical buzzing noise bees produced. They looked weird enough to make anyone feel itchy, seeing so many bees swarmed around the tree. Han Sun didn't know what sort of tree it was, but after using his Dongxian aura, he could tell it was immensely powerful. Fortunately, the bees were just fruit. They were still attached to their harboring branches, so they couldn't attack. While Han Sun and Wang Yuhang still marveling at their current luck, another noise suddenly sounded. One of the bee fruits twirled around and tried to strike Wang Yuhang by firing its stinger. The stinger was too fast, and Wang Yuhang failed to dodge it in time. Fortunately, Han Sun was quick enough to react and smacked the projectile down onto the ground. But even after that, Han Sun's hand began to feel incredibly numb. His face changed. Wang Yuhang felt much relief, but now all the bees on the tree had propped their stingers up to take aim at him. Like rain, the stingers all fired needles at Wang Yuhang. "Oh no!" Wang Yuhang shouted. He was unable to dodge a single one, and now that they were all firing his way, he pictured himself ending up very swollen. No matter how fast Han Sun could swing his sword, he wouldn't be able to take down all the toxic needles either. He summoned his overbearing shield to cover both of them. Many toxic stingers struck the overbearing shield, battering it with the patter of a rainstorm. They were unable to break the defense though. The gold word overbearing then began to glow atop the shield, ricocheting the force of the stingers back at the tree they had been fired from. Han Sen thought firing back might allow them to damage the bee fruit, or perhaps even kill a few, giving Han Sen a chance to discover what they were. When the toxic stingers were pinged back, at about halfway in their return flight, it was suddenly as if they possessed minds of their own. They turned around in midair and came back for Han Senator, but the toxic stingers didn't come straight for them this time. Their flight path curved to go around the shield and get Han Sen and Wang Yuhang. They were like small daggers. The overbearing shield was strong, but it could only protect one side. It could not protect against stingers that came from a variety of directions. This turn of events wasn't making Han Sen happy, so he picked up Wang Yuhang and decided to run. Fortunately, the toxic stingers couldn't fly very far. When Han Sen had run the distance of a mile, the stingers flew back and returned to the tails of the bee fruit. What are those things? They can reattach their stingers? Han Sen looked back at the bee tree, seeming surprised. A whole tree full of bees. That's disgusting. Let's run, Wang Yuhang said. Stop. The old tree might be decent. The toxic stingers are quite strong and likely super in class, but perhaps the bee fruits are super creatures. If we kill them, that is a lot of life geno essences for us to harvest. And we're sure to get a beast soul with those odds, Han Sen said. No way. How can one tree possess so many super creatures? Are they that cheap now? Wang Yuhang struggled to believe him. It's worth giving it a shot. What if I'm right? Han Sen didn't want to leave, but he hadn't yet thought of a way in which he might kill the bee fruit. Their toxic stingers were too small, and they had a distant operational range. Furthermore, the overbearing shield would be incapable of blocking them all. Han Sen didn't want to risk getting stung, so he paced back and forth for a while thinking. He still couldn't come up with a firm solution. If those bees are all super creatures, this'll be hard. Perhaps we should go back and make a plan. Wang Yuhang seemed to be afraid of bees. Han Sen looked around and noticed there was only one path leading to the tree. If Han Sen had to retreat, it'd be difficult to make use of the exact same path again. Fine, let's go back. We'll return when we come up with a solution. Han Sen then took Wang Yuhang back to mask shelter. Ling Meier, seeing them both return safely, was very happy. She thought Han Sen and Wang Yuhang might have been unable to survive the wrath of the Ant King. When Han Sen retired to his room, he had the time to inspect the bloodthirsty ant beast soul. Super beast soul bloodthirsty ant king. Glyph type. Han Sen already knew about the ant king's beast soul type, so he summoned it out. The tattoo of a red ant king appeared on his body, and when it did, a strange heat surged into him. With this intense warmth, it soon began to feel as if his blood was boiling. His strength and speed had definitely increased. Han Sen, feeling this power inside him, was quite pleased. When Han Sen used the God Geno Core, his power reached that of a super demigod. But that was only because he used the red light from the God Geno Core and the abilities granted by the butterfly wings. Han Sen's strength was still stuck at the tier of a gemstone class creature, but the Ant King glyph increased his power and speed. Now he really was very close to super. Not bad. This is actually pretty nice. I suppose it was worth my time and effort. Han Sen was really fond of the Ant King's beast soul. The Ant King was strong, but it didn't help him with a plan for killing the old bee tree. He couldn't just run up to the tree and kill all the bees. It'd be great if I had a super armor. If I did, I could totally block the stingers and kill the bees. It's a shame that pet armor can only be used on a pet. Unfortunately, I don't have any strong pets. If Meowth went up to the old tree, it's unlikely it'd be able to damage the old tree fruit. I need to find a super pet, Han Sen thought to himself. It was a shame Han Sen had been unable to get one of those so far. Unless Little Angel evolved, his super pet armor would be useless. Little Angel come out soon. Han Sen missed the time he had spent with Little Angel in the past. Dad, I miss Little Flower. Shouldn't we go and visit little brother? Bauer asked. Okay, let's go and find Little Flower. Han Sen took Bauer to a teleporter to leave. Han Sen was living with the G family currently. When Han Sen came out on the other side of the teleporter, he raised his head. Someone was coming his way. When Han Sun saw the person, he realized it was Ji Qing. Chapter 1522. Jade Little Lion King Ji Qing was the most talented young person in the Ji family. When she was in the first god's sanctuary, she managed to kill a super creature. She had gone on to max out her super geno points, and she possessed a sword soul super body. The Ji family spent a lot on making her this strong. She had worked hard, and she had already become a surpasser. She had almost maxed out her super geno points there as well. She was going to become a demigod in the very near future. Han Sun heard Ji Qing's sword soul super body was very strong, but he had never seen it in action. They didn't maintain contact much, if at all. In fact, they'd only encountered each other at a few important events, and even then, their exchanges had been brief. Brother-in-law, your sword skills are good. I have almost become a demigod. I would like to fight against you, and see which of us is better with the blade. Ji Qing, seeing Han Sun, smiled. You have a sword-based super body. There is no chance of me beating you. Han Sun was past the age of wanting to win for bragging rights. There were no benefits to fighting Ji Qing, and if he ended up hurting her feelings, it'd only invite the complaints of other members of the Ji family. Ji Qing blinked and said, well, that is something we'll have to find out when we fight. When I become a demigod, I'll have to fight against you for real. We can cross that bridge when we come to it. For now I have duties I must attend to. And what's more, your sister is waiting for me at home. I'm going to leave now. Han Sun said that so he could get away. After taking Bao with him, Han Sun thought to himself, I want to stay in the sanctuary. If I'm there, there's no way she could seek me out. And besides, she won't be able to fight me unless she spawns right beside me when she ascends. The sanctuary is so big, the chance of her ending up near me is minuscule. Back with the Ji family, Ji Yanran was sunbathing in the garden alongside Little Flower. Zero was also there drinking tea. Bauer jumped down near Little Flower, stroked his face and said, Did you miss your big sister? Big sis? Was what Little Flower could manage to speak. That being said, he was only comfortable saying mom, dad, sister, granddad and grandma. Still, that was very good. Anything new happen recently? Han Sun asked as he sat down. He poured himself a cup of tea. Ji Yanran knew he was referring to the new community, so she shook her head and replied, Nothing. It's as if they've forgotten all of that took place. Han Sun frowned. No way. I stole their treasure. There's no way they'd sit back and do absolutely nothing. Their tempers cannot be that composed. In truth, it wasn't about their tempers. They just hadn't been able to figure out how Han Sun had been able to make use of the Geno armor. If Han Sun was able to use it, they didn't think it'd be worth taking him on, when he could use it against them. That was why they had decided to do nothing in retaliation. In the new community, there was only the one Geno armor. Unless the leader himself went to fight, no one there could beat Han Senator. The body of the new community's chairman had yet to fully recover, and it was due to this mixture of reasons they hadn't formulated a plan to exact revenge on Han Senator. Tina was punished for her actions. Even though it was a grand mistake she had made, the punishment she received wasn't very harsh. The chairman was obviously fond of her. If Han Sun had killed Tina, things might not have ended up as they had. The chairman might have revealed himself to Han Sun so they could fight, no matter what. After resting for 2 days, Han Sun returned to the sanctuary. Then he went to visit the Geno core storage. He wanted to level up his Geno cores. Han Sun used his crystal core as a key to open the Geno core storage this time, as his crystal core's ranking was low. It was weak, and he knew he had to get it to first place. Over the course of 10 years, people had forgotten all about crystal core. So, Han Sun went on to challenge the Geno cores ahead of him. His challenges were accepted. Han Sun managed to get under the 10,000 bracket, and he eventually went sub 1,000. After that, Han Sun had to challenge those in the hundreds all the way to the tens, and from there 10 and below. But when a Geno core in the 1,000 and below bracket challenged those that were below 100, it wasn't easy. The Geno cores there would not accept a challenge very easily, as they were afraid of dropping a rank. Han Sun sent a number of challenge requests, but none gave him a reply. If this goes on, when will I ever reach first place? Han Sun was used to getting number 1 as soon as he entered. He wasn't fond of, or used to, working his way through the ranks step by step. There was nothing else he could do for the time being, at least. Han Sun looked at the Silver Geno Corps leaderboard, and whenever a name lit up, he'd send an invite and wait for a potential opponent to accept. But none of his challenge requests worked, despite repeated sending. As Han Sun increased his pace to full-on invitation spam, the leaderboard lit up and sucked Han Sun in through a portal. Someone accepted my challenge? Han Sun was very happy about this, but because he had been spamming, he wasn't sure which invitation had been accepted. When he reached the battleground, he was eager to get a look at who his opponent would be. A white lion appeared across the battlefield. It was so strong, and it looked bigger than an elephant. Its body appeared to have been crafted from white jade, and its hair was like luscious silk. It looked powerful. Han Sun did not remember who this white lion might have been. If Han Sun had grown up there, and met a lot of spirits and creatures along the way, though, he would have definitely known. The White Lion King was from Lion Mountain, and it was a berserk super creature. It was a famous beast all across the Fourth God's Sanctuary, due to the grudge it had held against an emperor that occupied land nearby Lion Mountain. The lion had destroyed 1,000 shelters that belonged to that emperor, wiping them all off the map. The emperor fled and disappeared, never to be heard from again. The white lion Han Sun was now seeing was the heir of that White Lion King, and although its blood was not pure, its mother was a super creature, and so its genes shouldn't have been too bad. The jade-looking body it possessed came from its mother, who was called Demon Lion. It had White Lion King and Demon Lion's blood, and it had earned the creature the nickname Little Jade Lion King. It was a famous second-generational creature of the Fourth God's Sanctuary. His parents were very strong, and so was he. After running the test, his Geno Corps immediately hit number 11. Han Sun had challenged many Geno Corps, but none had cared until now. Little Jade Lion King didn't care too much who its opponent was going to be, as this was the first time someone had willingly challenged him since he had arrived there. Chapter 1523. Never reached the top 10. Little Jade Lion King stepped onto the battlefield and let out a lion roar that sounded like thunder. The entire arena trembled at the sound. Han Sun was not scared, he was actually happy. He could immediately tell it was the heir of a super creature. Killing spirits on a Geno battleground was useless, but killing super creatures was useful. You could get their beast souls, their life Geno essences, and in some instances their flesh. When the lion saw Han Sun, it looked murderous. It opened its maw and cast out a laser beam towards Han's senator. It was so fast. It came right at him. Not wanting to scare the lion off, Han Sun wasn't going to stand and block the roarborn blast. Instead, he just moved like a bird to dodge the attack. Seeing its attack had failed, the Lion King looked incredibly angry. It opened its lion mouth and continuously shot out a flurry of beams. It really wanted to kill Han Sun with its roar blasts. Han Sun continued to dodge, ever so slowly inching his way closer to the lion. He wanted to one-hit kill the fiend and keep it from running off. Real super creatures couldn't fight Han Sun, and at the end of the day, his opponent had a silver Geno Corps. His super spank should have been able to kill the lion in a single strike. Little Jade Lion King wasn't aware of Han Sun's purpose, and it had grown used to being the champion of its battles. No opponents of the same level had proven they had the strength to beat it. And now, because it had missed every shot at Han Sun, it decided to leap right at him. Good timing. Han Sun was so happy. He was wondering how he might get close enough to the Little Jade Lion King, and he had never expected the creature to be so eager to deliver itself right to him. Han Sun's body gathered power in his right hand, imbuing it with primal magic. It was as if it could transcend the veils between space and reality. Pang! His right hand did tear through space, and it struck against the Little Jade Lion King's claws. His fist went right inside, and it felt as if he had broken one of the little lion's strings. He tugged it, and then, the Little Jade Lion King's body turned into dust that scattered everywhere. But Han Sun thought what had occurred was strange. He hadn't heard the usual killing announcement. The fight was over, and Han Sen's crystal core leaped to number 11. It replaced Jade Lion, which had now been bumped down to 12. In the Geno core storage, a white lion's mouth was dripping with blood. It angrily said, "That bastard. How dare he destroy my Geno core Jade Lion? I'm going to kill him." Han Sen didn't know all he had done was destroy the Jade Lion Geno core, but he guessed it had to be some sort of doppelganger or something. It was a shame he hadn't been able to kill the super creature, but at least he had managed to bump himself up to the 11th rank. He had finished his current task, and he would only need to reach the top 10 next. Han Sen kept on spamming invites, but no one gave him a response. He didn't dwell on it though, as he knew there was nothing he could do about it. Han Sen came back to send challenges each and every day, and aside from the person in first place, every participant had to challenge someone at least once a month. It was only a matter of time before Han Sen got his guaranteed turn. But strangely, he had tried challenging others for many days, and none were willing to take him up on the fight. Han Sen thought others recalled how famous Crystal Core had once been, and that was why they did not challenge him. On the next day, Han Sen entered the Geno core storage again. There, someone had challenged him. He took a look at the name, and noticed it was Jade Lion. "Since I'm free, I suppose it'll be worth seeing this Jade Lion again. I'm keen to learn why I didn't kill him." Han Sen accepted the challenge. After entering the battleground, Han Sen saw Jade Lion once again. When the creature saw Han Sen, it shouted, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Han Sen was clad in armor, and he used his Dongxian aura to mask his true strength. The Jade Lion couldn't tell whether Han Sen was a spirit or a creature. "It doesn't matter who I am. All I need to do is beat you." Han Sen smiled. Jade Lion grunted and said, "Beat me? You can turn back now. But I'm warning you right now that your path to leveling up has come to an end. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I've only just started on this road, and the way to the top is clear of obstacles." Han Sen didn't know what Jade Lion had changed or found to make it say this. "Top." Jade Lion laughed coldly. "I have met every combatant in the top 10, and none there will accept your challenge. You will never breach that bracket unless you beg before me, right here and right now. Then you can go. If the top 10 are stronger, why would they listen to you?" Han Sen looked at the lion with surprise. Jade Lion said proudly, "I am the son of White Lion King. Everyone across the fourth god's sanctuary shows me respect. You destroyed my Geno core, so if you can't make me happy, you'll never reach the top 10. Now Han Sen understood why no one was accepting his challenge requests. It wasn't because they were afraid of Crystal Core. It was because this was all a ploy orchestrated by the lion. "Okay, and how can I make you happy?" Han Sen smiled while looking at the lion. "Give me an opportunity to release my anger, and maybe then we can talk," Jade Lion King said with a snarl. "Okay." Han Sen walked towards it, but before the lion could attack, Han Sen moved. This time, Han Sen didn't use super spank. He used his full strength to strike the lion's chin. It sent the beast flying. Han Sen's legs were like blades, swinging through the air after that. He kept kicking the lion over and over, keeping it airborne before blowing it up in the air entirely. Blurg. In the Geno core storage, the little Jade Lion King spilled even more blood. It had spent a lot of treasure to recover its Geno core in such a short space of time. It had wanted to exact its revenge, but instead, it had been assaulted like that and then blown up. It hadn't even been given a moment to concede. "Damn! I'm going to kill you." Little Lion King was incredibly angry. It couldn't fight Han Sen out of the Geno core storage, and it had no clue who he was. Revenge didn't seem likely. It was so mad. It called on the top 10 to refuse Han Sen's challenges no matter what. That would at least mean Han Sen would not reach the top 10. Little Jade Lion King was worried about the Geno core in second place, King Blade. The ones between third and 10th place were known to him, and he only had to tell them not to accept any challenges from Crystal Core. They'd listen. King Blade, the one in second place, belonged to a human. He had never seen the human before, but he did know that the human was strong. The spirits that challenged her would usually get killed straight away. If the person in first rank hadn't avoided her challenges, she would have most certainly reached first place already. Of course, it's okay if he challenges that human. He'll die to her anyway, little Jade Lion King thought in anger. He had no idea Han Sun was a human though. And Han Sun himself knew that She King Blade was his little sister. Han Sun observed the top 10. He was unable to challenge first place. And neither could he challenge the person in second place, which was his sister. It looks like that lion knows how to bluff, saying I'll never be in the top 10. I don't know the others, but I do know little Yen. I think I'll have to ask for her help, Han Sun said to himself. Han Sun left the Geno Core storage and returned home. Little Yen was still in the sanctuary, so he left her a message and went back to the sanctuary himself. Han Sun was holding a life Geno essence at the time, wondering how he might absorb it. Han Sun had been researching the life Geno essences of Shell King and the Ruby Cricket, but he had yet to come up with a solution that would allow for their absorption. Han Sun tried to communicate with them, as that was what Six Paths had once said. Unfortunately, he did not know how to obtain their approval. When he was thinking about little Yen that day, he thought of something else. Real blood Geno Core was the power of blood, and it could control Geno Cores. Perhaps it could also control life Geno essences. If real blood was able to control life Geno essences, then absorbing them should be fairly easy. Han Sun decided to give it a try. He brought out Shell King's life Geno essence and dropped real blood on it. Han Sun was nervous. Real blood didn't seem to slide away, and it remained fixed atop the life Geno essence. It was slowly being absorbed by the item, and after an hour, only a tiny amount had managed to go inside. It seemed as if it would take at least 10 days for full control to be obtained. It looks like real blood Geno Core is at too low of a level. That must be why it's so slow. Still, if this can lead to the absorption of the life Geno essences, it'll be great nonetheless. Han Sun was getting very excited. Han Sun hoped real blood would be able to control life Geno essences, so he could see if they could be absorbed. Han Sun wanted to level up his real blood Geno Core. If he could get it up to gold class, then the process would surely be faster. After waiting 2 days, Han Yen returned from the sanctuary. When Han Yen saw the message, she had waited to see Han Sr., big brother. Why did you want me to wait for you? Han Yen asked Han Sr. I saw your She King Blade on the Silver Geno Core leaderboard. Why are you number 2? Han Sun asked. Han Yen heard Han Sun and then looked angry. She said, that guy is a bastard. He won't accept my challenge, so I can't level up. The first one was Dragon Eye, and I thought when he leveled up to gold, I could be first. But before he went, he deliberately lost to the person in third place, Bloodwave. I'm only in second place because he refuses to accept my challenge. Han Yen was complaining, saying if she was in first place, she'd have been gold class already. Ah, so you want first place? Han Sun squinted his eyes and looked at Han Yen. Of course. If it wasn't for the 9 reinforcements, I wouldn't be this slow. You gave me so many resources to speed me up in reaching demigod. But ever since, I've been so slow. I'm so sorry, Han Yen said. Han Sun smiled. This has nothing to do with your power. It's not difficult to reach the first rank with me though. But you're going to have to lose once. Lose once? Han Yen looked at Han Sun with confusion, not sure what he meant. Han Sun explained, I just got to the 11th rank in silver class. But unfortunately, I offended a second-generation super creature. In spite, the guy made those ahead of me refuse to accept my challenge requests. When I reach the top 10, I'll find a way to make us both number 1. Han Yen was shocked. Big brother, you only have a silver Geno Core? Han Sun had shown off a crazy amount of power on planet Phantus, and she earnestly believed he had reached super class. I have more than 1 self Geno Core, Han Sun said. 2 self Geno Cores? That's very rare. Amidst human demigods, only 2 are known to have 2 self Geno Cores. I didn't know you had 2 as well. I am going to the sanctuary now then. I will help you get into the top 10. Han Yen then asked, by the way, what is your Geno Core's name? Crystal Core, Han Sun answered. Han Yen heard this and was shocked. She asked Han Sun, Crystal Core? The one that reached first place through the testing on the Bronze Geno Core and Silver Geno Core leaderboards? That was your Geno Core? Yeah. Han Sun smiled, and then went on to say, but don't tell anyone else, okay? We don't want any unnecessary trouble. I understand. All right, I will go to the sanctuary now. Han Yen didn't ask how Han Sun would later reach first rank. Han Sun then also returned to the sanctuary and entered the Geno Core storage. There, he saw Shiking Blade light up. But before Han Sun challenged Han Yen, the Jade Lion challenged him again. Han Sun didn't say anything, and simply accepted the challenge invitation to see what the lion wanted. Han Sun entered the Geno battleground, and when the lion saw him, he immediately said, "See? You can't enter the top 10. You are free to beg me now." Han Sun smiled and said, "It's not that difficult, you know. I can go whenever I want." Pa, bluffing about this is useless. Little Jade Lion King lifted his lips. This time, though, it was clear he was keeping his distance from Han's senator. If Han Sun tried to kill him again, he could make a quick getaway to keep his newly generated Geno Core from being destroyed. You'll soon find out whether or not I'm lying. And I'm striving for more than just being in the top 10. I'm going to be first, Han Sun said coldly. If you ever do become number 1, I'll cut my head off and be your chair. Little Jade Lion King scoffed. Little Jade Lion King thought it might be possible for Han Sun to reach the top 10. But he never believed it'd be possible for him to reach the number 1 position. That was because the first rank belonged to Bloodwave. Bloodwave was a subordinate of Little Jade Lion King's father, White Lion. It was very possible for Little Jade Lion King to reach first place, for when he did reach the top 10, his challenge against Bloodwave would be accepted. Han Sun had no way of challenging Bloodwave, so his opportunity for reaching first place seemed unlikely. Han Sun laughed and said, "You don't need to cut your head off. But if I do reach the top, how about you obey and serve me?" Little Jade Lion King was enraged by this, and he said, "Okay, and if you are unable to reach first place, how about you obey me?" "Sure. That sounds fair." Han Sun nodded. "Okay. If you reach first place, I will consider you my master. Otherwise, I will become your master," Little Jade Lion King said fiercely. He wasn't dumb, and he insisted on a time limit of 1 day. "Then it is settled. If you lose, don't think about fleeing." Han Sun laughed. "Who do you think I am? Everything I speak is the truth," Little Jade Lion King said proudly. He was confident that Han Sun would never achieve first place while Bloodwave was there, and Bloodwave would never accept a challenge from anyone except Little Jade Lion King. "So, do you want to concede? Or do I need to force you out?" Han Sun said. "Enjoy this boisterous attitude for 1 more day. On the next, you will be totally screwed," Little Jade Lion King said angrily, then stomped out of the battleground by conceding. Han Sun went back to the Geno Core storage to accept the challenge Han Yen had already sent him. After accepting Han Yen's challenge, he entered the battleground again and met Han Yen there. When Han Yen saw Han Sun, she was so happy. "Big brother, you really are the master of Crystal Core? Let me see how strong a core must be to put you on top through the test alone." No. Han Sun didn't want to hide things from her, as there shouldn't have been anything he had to hide from his sister. Han Sun thought the Crystal Core looked like an egg, and its appearance alone made it difficult to believe it was the almighty Crystal Core. He actually thought it was embarrassing that a man's Geno Core was an egg. "Are you going to hide something from your cute sister?" Han Yen lifted her lips. Today is not a good day. But how about I show you another Geno Core a little later?" Han Sun coughed. "I've seen your other one. There's nothing else for me to see." Han Yen did not force him though. After they talked for a bit more, she eventually conceded. Then, Han Sun was able to take her second position, and the Shiking Blade fell to third place. Little Jade Lion stared at the leaderboard, eager to see what Han Sun was doing. Suddenly, the leaderboard flashed. Shiking Blade, which had previously been in second place, fell down a rank, and then Crystal Core took her place. Something is wrong with this human. Is that asshole another human too? Did he pay her off with something, so they could switch position? Little Jade Lion King's face looked grim. The biggest risk he had taken in his wager with Han Sun was the other human on the leaderboard. And now she had proven that she really was a liability. It made him furious. Humph. But even if you do get to second place, it's pointless. You'll have no hope of replacing the core that's currently in first place. Little Jade Lion King, thinking about this, suddenly felt much better. Just in case though, Jade Little Lion King decided to exit the Geno core storage. He went looking for Blood Wave, so he could stay next to him. In the event something tricky happened. I'm not letting Blood Wave out of my sight. After today, I'm going to kick that guy's ass. Little Jade Lion King was getting himself worked up as he thought about Han Sun again. Han Sun took the second position. He didn't say goodbye to Han Yen, and he simply left the Geno core storage. Then he used Real Blood as a key for re-entry. Han Sun planned to use Real Blood to leapfrog to first place. Then with Real Blood, he would lose to Han Yen. Then, Han Yen could lose to the Crystal Core, and all the Geno cores could have their 9 reinforcements. Han Sun had a few other Geno cores, but he could only use one Geno core at a time, and he could not challenge himself. Since he had Han Yen there to back him up, though, it was no longer an issue. Starting test. Han Sun didn't speak to the Rockman. He simply allowed it to go ahead and calculate the starting rank. Rockman's third eye fired a light at the Real Blood Geno core as numbers scrolled quickly. Little Jade Lion King was talking with Blood Wave and Lionheart Shelter at the time. And all of a sudden, Blood Wave blurted out, "Oh no! What happened?" Little Jade Lion asked him, frowning. "I lost my first position in the Geno core storage." Blood Wave looked ill. "How? You're kidding, right? You are here. How could you lose your place?" Little Jade Lion's heart jolted. "I don't know, Little King. Let's enter and find out," Blood Wave said. Little Jade Lion and Blood Wave quickly scrambled into the Geno core storage. They looked at who was in first place, and they were frozen. The first position of the Silver Geno core leaderboard was no longer occupied by Blood Wave. It now read, Real Blood. No way. How is that possible? Little Jade Lion was frozen. Han Sun's Real Blood Geno core reached first place through the placement test. Without hesitating, after reaching that first place, Han Sun sent a challenge request to Han Yen. Han Yen was wondering what Han Sun might be able to do for them both to touch the top rank. And as she thought, the request for a challenge popped up. She wasn't in the mood for an actual challenge, so she planned on declining it. But then she saw the name of the Geno core. It looked very familiar. Real Blood? Real Blood. Han Yen suddenly thought of something. She looked over to the leaderboard and noticed Blood Wave had dropped down to second place, having been replaced by this Real Blood. 10 years ago, Real Blood reached first place in the Bronze Geno core leaderboard. Now it has appeared here? No way. Han Yan's eyes opened wide, as if she was seeing something unbelievable. Han Yan accepted the challenge and entered the Geno battleground with excitement. There she saw Han Sun standing. "Big brother, how is this possible? The Real Blood Geno core is yours? You have 3 self-Geno cores?" Han Yan had always thought Han Sun was strong. He was her role model after all. But even for him this was shocking. 2 Geno cores that managed to leapfrog to first place had been owned by Han Sun. And Han Sun had a super Geno core on top of all that. He was like a monster. And few people would even be willing to believe such tall tales. If other people find out Crystal Core and Real Blood are owned by the same person, I fear the entire populace of spirits and creatures in the 4th God's sanctuary would go insane. Han Yen felt proud, knowing this was an accomplishment of her big brother, her idol. "I'll give you first place. Then, I'll challenge you again with Crystal Core," Han Sun said and then conceded, leaving the Geno core storage shortly after. Han Sun couldn't explain everything in a couple of short sentences, so he couldn't be bothered to say anything else. Han Sun re-entered the Geno core storage and challenged Han Yan's Sheaking Blade. Crystal Core was back on top, and it received its 9th reinforcement. Now the Silver Geno core leaderboard displayed Crystal Core at the top, then Sheaking Blade, Real Blood and Blood Wave. Blood Wave was out of the top 3 now. When Little Jade Lion King and Blood Wave entered the Geno core storage, they saw the rankings and were stunned. They could not believe what their eyes were telling them, and they were wholly frozen in place. How is that possible? No way. Little Jade Lion could not think straight. He did not know how Han Sun had actually reached first place, while Blood Wave wasn't even in the Geno Core storage. The others in the Geno Core storage saw Real Blood suddenly jump up into the number 1 slot, and they all knew what had happened. The top rankings now kicked off a big fuss. Everyone wondered who the masters of Real Blood, Shiking Blade, and Crystal Core were, and if they were in any way related. There were many wild conjectures, but the thought that Crystal Core and Real Blood actually had the same master did not even cross their minds. Normal people didn't think it was Han Sun, because he had already shown off his Butterfly Geno Core in the Alliance. Many people had a video of the battle, because everyone thought Han Sun had a Super Geno Core. No one would link him to 2 minor by comparison Silver Geno Cores. If Han Sun didn't say anything, no one would know he had 4 Self Geno Cores. After leaving the Geno Core storage, he started to use his Gold Core lights to level up Real Blood Geno Core to Gold Class. The Gold Class Real Blood Geno Core did not look very different. It still looked like a simple drop of blood, but the interior of the core began to look a little strange. There was a flicker of gold within it, like the sunset. In Han Sen's body, his Blood Pulse Sutra leveled up with his Real Blood Geno Core. His body was improving as well. The Real Blood Geno Core, which had just appeared on the Silver Geno Core leaderboard, now disappeared. It had only been there for an hour. Han Sun tried using his Real Blood Geno Core to absorb life Geno essences again. Now that it was Gold Class, it spread across the items incredibly quickly. Within 2 days, the life Geno essences would be wholly soaked by Real Blood. I hope I will be able to absorb it when it is soaked. Han Sun wasn't in the mood to do anything else over the course of the next couple of days. He stared at the Shell King's life Geno essence to pass the time. Real Blood worked more quickly than Han Sun had expected, and after 36 hours, the life Geno essence had been wholly covered by Real Blood. Han Sun felt when the connection was completed, and then it was as if the life Geno essence was an extension of his being. Han Sun tried to run his Dongxian Sutra to absorb the life Geno essence next. He didn't even need to simulate the Shell King's life force. Life Geno essence absorbed. Super Geno points +1. Hearing this voice, Han Sun became incredibly excited. He could finally start collecting Super Geno points once again. Haha, I'm going to max out my Super Geno points again. Han Sun looked to the sky as he laughed. He was supremely happy. External power could be handy, but it was the power that resided inside your body that was the most reliable. Han Sun was extremely excited about leveling his genes up further. The energy inside the life Geno essence entered Han Sun's body. The cells that had stopped evolving began to improve, and his genes were getting better already. In the end, Shell King's life Geno essence gave Han Sun a total of 9 Super Geno points. And after Han Sun absorbed the Shell King's life Geno essence, he placed his Real Blood on the Ruby Cricket's life Geno essence. Little Jade Lion was very unhappy about all this. After Crystal Core reached first place, he ran straight out of the Geno Core storage. He didn't want to go back inside, as he was now afraid Han Sun would seek him out. He did not want to accept Han Sun as his master, but he wasn't obscene enough to deny such a bargain ever took place. Spirits, creatures, and humans all valued different things. To the White Lion family, loyalty, bravery, and trust were of the greatest importance. That was why Little Lion's mind was in 2 halves. Little King, the time to go to the ice ruins has practically come. Have you sufficiently prepared? Blood Wave came to ask Little Lion. The ice ruins are opening? Little Jade Lion was shocked. Yes. Lion Boss asked you to get going to the ice ruins tomorrow, Blood Wave said. Little Lion nodded and said, okay. At least very little will trouble me. Will you come? Blood Wave nodded and said, I can come with you. Tooth Beast as well. He will be in charge of keeping you safe. But that will only apply outside the ruins. Once we're in, grabbing the treasure is down to you and me. Of course. Who else of this same level could possibly be stronger than us? Little Jade Lion spoke proudly, but his mind did drift to Han Senator as this was happening. Han Sun was simply waiting for the Ruby Cricket's life Geno essence to get completely soaked. But before it was absorbed, Shadow Shelter's Cheap Sheep delivered a report. A creature had paid them a visit. Asking to see Han's senator, they were told he was a good friend of Han Sen's. No way. After Han's son heard Cheap Sheep describe the creature, his mouth opened wide. Han's son quickly walked to the shelter's hall. There he saw a creature floating inside. Little fairy, you're a demigod now? Han's son looked at the small, fairy-like lady with surprise. What? Only you are allowed to be a demigod, and I'm not? Little fairy lifted her lips. It seemed as if she didn't like what he had just said. No, I just didn't expect you to ascend so quickly. Han's son smiled. Han's son had first encountered Little Fairy in the second god's sanctuary, not the third god's sanctuary. For a creature, leveling up was a much more arduous process than it was for a human. Han's son was genuinely surprised she had become a demigod already. Pfft, I became a demigod before you did. Little Fairy looked at him with disdain. Han's son then realized why he hadn't seen Little Fairy in the third god's sanctuary. It was because she had already become a demigod. How did you find out where I've been staying? Han's son asked Little Fairy. The fourth god's sanctuary was massive after all. That does not matter. But I found you because I know something that will interest you. Little Fairy smiled. What good deeds can you do for me? Forgive my dubiousness, Han's son said. Little Fairy was a heartless little creature, and she never even looked back when she ascended to the third god's sanctuary. She just followed the other person through. Han's son didn't trust her, and he couldn't imagine her going out of her way to do something nice for him. Little Fairy looked visibly annoyed, and she said, You are a really unappreciative person. I came all this way to take you to God's ruin. I thought you'd benefit from the venture, but never mind then. I'm going now. Little Fairy said she was going, but her wings flapped at a snail's pace. She wasn't leaving anywhere. Drop the act and just tell me what this is all about, Han's son said. Little Fairy hadn't changed a bit, and her personality was the same as always. The only difference was that she was now smarter and stronger. Little Fairy didn't feel awkward, and she explained why she was there. She had been living well for herself. When she ascended to the third god's sanctuary, a powerful spirit had taken her. After a few years, it had helped her open 10 gene locks, and when the spirit ascended to the fourth god's sanctuary, it brought her along. Little Fairy was living a nice life. She wasn't doing as well as she had in the third god's sanctuary, but she had managed to reach gemstone class. She was very talented and powerful, and the spirit continued to help her. It was a good thing that Little Fairy had come looking for Han's senator. She wanted Han's son to go to God's ruin with her. God's ruin was a sacred place in the fourth god's sanctuary. The item that was said to lie inside possessed a power that distorted dimensions. This was what made it special. The item had other powers as well, and it appeared in a number of different locations. Little Fairy was journeying to a ruin that was covered in ice. The place's power was based on ice, just like Little Fairy herself. So Little Fairy fancied testing her luck to see if she could get the item. If she didn't get it, there was still plenty of stuff for them to get there. She wasn't lying to Han Sr. Many would enjoy visiting such a place. Won't it be suicide for us to go with the power we have? Han's son asked quietly. Little Fairy smiled and said, If super-class elites were allowed, I wouldn't have come looking for you. It only lets gemstones and those below inside. Well, in that case, I guess there's no harm in trying, Han's son said. Don't hesitate. Let's go. The heirs of many elites will be headed there. Those from a variety of super shelters, Little Fairy said. Han's son wanted to go, but he didn't know if he could still enter the ruin if he had a god Geno core. A god Geno core was a super Geno core. If entry was restricted to gemstone Geno cores only, he might not be allowed inside. Han's son, after thinking things over, decided to give it a shot regardless. A god Geno core was different from a self Geno core, so maybe there was a chance he'd be allowed inside. Even if he couldn't, he might learn something by going along with the venture for the time being. Are there any people from Outer Sky or Sacred going? Han's son asked. Yeah, Yu Miao from Outer Sky is going, and so is Goddess from Sacred, Little Fairy said after thinking. Okay, I'll follow you. When Han Sun heard those two were going, he definitely wanted in. Han Sun wasn't on pleasant terms with either of those women, but it would be ridiculous for Han Sun to go to their respective shelters to try to kill them. Even if Han Sun didn't earn any relics or items, killing them would make this trip worth it. That was especially true for Goddess and her cheap dog. He wanted nothing more than to slice them both up. But Han Sun still worried about whether or not he'd be able to go in. If he couldn't, there was nothing he could do. Han Sun wasn't afraid of the potential fallout from killing them both though. Shadow Shelter now had Gu Qingqing and Red Pony for backup. They were powerful. Gu Qingqing was a powerful person from Elysium Shelter, and since she feared Red Pony, it couldn't possibly be any weaker. Even if Outer Sky and Sacred came after Shadow Shelter, it was difficult to tell which of the two would win. And Outer Sky knew Gu Qingqing had taken over Shadow Shelter too. They hadn't dared to send anyone there, and they didn't know Han Sun had returned to control it now. Han Sun packed a few things. He wasn't going to bring anyone, but Bower, Little Silver, and Starsea Beast caught wind of his venture and wanted to come along. When Little Fairy saw Little Silver and Starsea Beast, her eyes beamed brightly. She convinced Han Sun to bring them along for additional firepower. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow were loyal, and they wanted to go too. But Little Fairy turned them down in case they died. Little Silver and Starsea Beast have gemstone geno cores, so we can bring them. They aren't weaker than any super creatures there. If I can go, they shouldn't have to worry about anything. Han Sun thought about it, and decided to let them come. But Han Sun thought that if he was unable to go inside, he wouldn't risk them going inside alone. It'd be too dangerous. Plus, Han Sun was still worried about Little Fairy. There was always the possibility that she was trying to trick them. Han Sun packed some things and followed Little Fairy to God's ruin. Bower, Little Silver, and Starsea Beast were coming along with them as well. Starsea Beast had grown much bigger by now. Its body was big like that of a dinosaur's. But even so, its eyes remained as innocent-looking as ever. Every time Han Sun saw them, it made him feel as if he was meeting the eyes of a child. Bower had been staying in Han Sun's arms for the trip, not wanting Little Silver to come any closer. But Little Silver just jumped onto Han Sun's head instead, looking like a fur cap. It sat there, waving its fluffy tail merrily. That really aggravated Bower. In the time that Han Sun had been in the Fourth God's Sanctuary, he hadn't traveled or explored very far. As a result, Little Fairy had to lead the entire way. Little Fairy knew the way though, and there were no dangers along their path. It made for a pleasant and relaxing journey. After walking for half a month, the terrain around them became decked in snow. To the north of where they stood, enormous glaciers reached up into the sky like crystal swords. Little Fairy lowered her voice at that point, and she told Han Sun, "There is a scary creature guarding the entrance of the god's ruin. We will need its permission if we are to enter. We are weak, and because we don't know its full strength, we won't be able to go through him if he refuses to let us pass." Han Sun had expected Little Fairy to not be 100% reliable. He had prepared himself for unannounced challenges, and so he said coolly, "Still, you must have a plan? Why else would you come and fetch us?" Little Fairy blinked. She flew onto Han Sun's shoulders, smiled, and said, "You know me well. If we go straight ahead, we won't be able to make it in. What we can do is sneak inside." "And how do we sneak inside?" Han Sun asked. "God's ruin is veiled in a special power of sorts, one that cannot be broken by others. The primary entrance is an opening in the valley, where the creature also resides. That's the entrance we won't be able to go through." After a pause, Little Fairy said, "But aside from that opening in the valley, I know of another way that can be accessed. It is to the northwest of the glaciers. We can get in from there, but..." "But what?" Han Sun asked. Han Sun could guess the spirits and creatures would still select the ordinary way through the valley, because Little Fairy's proposed route was likely harder. He wasn't expecting anything to be easy. Little Fairy shrugged and said, "There are no scary creatures guarding that way, but there are dangerous geno-plants called frozen trees. We must go through the frozen forest that is 800 miles long. Only then can we get in." "Tell me more about the geno-plants," Han-sun said. They are super plants attuned to the ice element. And their attunement with ice is very strong. Normal gemstone creatures that step into the forest are instantly frozen. And even super creatures and the heirs of emperors are unable to stay inside for very long. If you are frozen, you cannot even commit suicide. The scariest thing is that this area is also a part of the ruins. And the superclass beings aren't able to get in either. After that, little fairy smiled. Don't worry though, I'm good with ice. With me here, I can assure you safe passage through the forest. If I wasn't sure of this, I wouldn't have asked you to come here. Okay, let's take the path through the frozen forest. Han-sun didn't say anything more and just nodded. Little fairy was surprised that Han-sun was so quick to agree. She was touched by this and she said, if you guys are so willing to trust me, I'll bring you safer than ever. Han-sun smiled. He didn't trust little fairy, and his faith still solely resided in himself. Even without little fairy, Han-sun knew he could keep himself and the others protected. The only thing he was still concerned with was whether he could enter at all. If he wasn't allowed to go in, everything would have been for nothing. Little fairy didn't say anything more, and she just brought Han-sun over to the glacier mountains, and then went northwest. Han-sun watched the glacier mountains for a while, and he could see the jetting of numerous peaks. He also sensed a certain aura of power shrouding the mountains too. When they entered the fields of snow, it was snowing 80% of the time there. It was a very cold place to tread. Fairy wanted the others to believe in her, so she controlled the descending snow to divert each snowflake from falling on her companions. She wanted to show she really was good when it came to the ice element. Where is the spirit that brought you to the fourth god's sanctuary? Was she unable to come? Han-sun asked out of mild curiosity. If the spirit hadn't leveled up to super, then it should have come as well. If it was super, it could have at least talked to the creature in the valley, and allowed her simple access that way. Little fairy immediately looked glum, and she said, she died. She was killed by a powerful elite. Even though she was very strong, I suppose not even the mightiest of beings can deny a grisly fate, if that is what awaits them. Han-sun was surprised. To be able to bring little fairy to the fourth god's sanctuary, the spirit must have been immensely strong. The person that was able to kill her must have been incredibly powerful. Who killed her? Han-sun asked. Little fairy shook her head. She gritted her teeth and said, I will kill that asshole. That's why I need to level up to super and grab the relic inside. If I can't do this, then I will be unable to avenge her death. Han-sun did not say anything. Little fairy's expression was enough to show that her master spirit's death had really done a number on her. She really wanted revenge. But the opponent would be very powerful, and little fairy's vengeance would be supremely difficult to achieve. She might even end up getting herself killed. After a few more days of traveling through the snow, they arrived at the frozen forest, just as little fairy had said. There were many frozen ice-wrought trees in there. They were like the immense crystal sculptures one might read about in fairy tales. The freezing force of that place would have been able to instantly freeze anything in a 10-mile radius. Some parts of the frozen forest extended beyond the glaciers, but many of the trees were also inside the glaciers themselves. That was why little fairy said the frozen forest was part of God's ruin. It made sense. Let's go. Little fairy looked disheartened. Outside her body, a glowing snowflake appeared and expanded to provide cover for them all. Under the protection of that snowflake, they were all warmed. They no longer felt the chill of the outside. Han-sun felt relieved as he walked through the frozen forest, as this was proof he really could go into God's ruin. They walked into the frozen forest, and Han-sun did not feel cold due to the warming boon imparted by little fairy. He did feel a little uncomfortable though. As soon as he entered the area, he felt as if he was being watched, like a pair of eyes was fixed on him. Although they were still under little fairy's protection, as they traveled deeper into the forest, the chill of the cold began to return, ever so slightly. Even little fairy was struggling to withstand the pressure of the freezing force. Most of the cold air was held back, but some gusts managed to break through. Fortunately, Hansen's fitness was of high enough to resist it doing any harm. Hansen continued to look around as he went. He had his Dongxian aura firing on all cylinders as he tried to find out what was watching him. The frozen forest was very strange. It was no wonder the area was a part of God's ruin. Despite giving it his all, Hansen's Dongxian aura could only cover 100-meter radius. He couldn't see anything beyond that. And furthermore, he was unable to see where something might have been watching from. As they traveled deeper into the forest, the sensation of being watched continued to increase. Hansen kept a permanent frown on his face. It wasn't a good thing to know you were being watched in such a perilous place as God's ruin. This area's security is high, but surely nothing can stay here for very long, Hansen was thinking. Soon Little Fairy quietly shouted, "Be careful. Something is up ahead." Hansen, Little Silver, and Starsea Beast looked over in the direction she was referring to. Something was moving through the frozen forest. The Dongxian aura wasn't very helpful there, so Hansen had to resort to his basic, no-frills eyesight. Now he was seeing things like Little Silver did. Since they were already there, it wasn't as if there was a point in heading back either. So, Hansen looked at Little Fairy and continued walking, unsure of what lay ahead, and wishing to find out. They exercised more caution as they moved forward. Not long after, the shadow in the woods became clearer to them. It was a 1-meter-tall seahorse. Its body looked to be completely made of ice, and it wriggled as it floated by, as if it was swimming through the air. It was silent in its passing. The ice seahorse saw the group, but it did not appear to be hostile. It just continued floating by, on its way to wherever it was going. "Daddy, look. Many seahorses. So beautiful." Bauer was pointing at the other side of the forest with a happy expression. Hansen looked over to where Bauer was pointing, and he noticed there were 20 or 30 seahorses floating around in the same manner. The smallest one was only a meter tall, but there were others amidst them of various sizes. The tallest one they could see was 4 meters high. As the creatures bobbed forward, they looked almost funny. The seahorses looked very tame, and they all seemed to want to keep to themselves. Hansen was curious about them, but his Dongxian aura had been stifled by God's ruin, so he couldn't tell what power resided inside the seahorses. Bauer laughed and jumped onto the back of one of the ice seahorses. She held onto its neck like it was an average mare. Hansen was shocked by her actions, and he wished to call her back immediately. They did look tame, yes, but who knew if they would remain so docile after being provoked? Little Fairy made a hushed call. Hansen turned to look at her, and he noticed she was staring at something that was behind the ice seahorse. The expression on her face made it look as if she had seen a ghost. Hansen looked over there, and was shocked as well. Behind the ice seahorse was another bunch of seahorses. The heads of these seahorses were bigger, and they were all at least 4 meters tall. Their bodies looked to have been made of black diamonds, and they looked hardier than steel. They were different from the other ice seahorses that the group had previously observed. Strangely, there was a chain as thick as a human's arm wrapped around the black seahorses' bodies. It looked like a steel chain, and there were many symbols engraved into the metal. There weren't many black seahorses, and Hansen was able to count 11 of them. They all looked the same. They floated in the air, but they weren't doing so as randomly as the other ice seahorses were. They were all aligned, traveling in perfect tandem with each other. Behind the black seahorses, their chains all seemed to connect to something. It was a big black chimenea that was 8 meters tall. It looked like a tall black furnace. The chute had blue flames coming out of it, which were burning fiercely inside it. But strangely, Hansen couldn't feel any warmth coming from it. And when the chimenea came closer, they actually felt colder. It was as if it was releasing cold instead of heat. The strong, icy force was getting stronger. And even with the shielding provided by Little Fairy, Hansen felt extremely cold. Not even her control of the ice element was able to protect them from that abhorrent force. Everyone was trying their best to resist the cold with the power they had, but it didn't seem to be working very well. Slowly, they were all beginning to freeze. "We should run and wait until the chimenea has passed. We can come back later," Hansen said. Little Fairy agreed, as did the others. They were all of the mind to vacate the area at once. But unfortunately, their bodies weren't listening. Their legs were sheathed in a layer of ice. Quickly, that ice was spreading across their bodies. None of them were able to move. They felt as if they were robots, only able to move a tiny amount. Only Bauer, who was sitting upon the back of an ice seahorse, was okay. Everyone was shocked by what was going on. So Han's son summoned his god Geno Core. It spawned ruby wings behind him, and his whole being began to glow red. That power pushed the cold back outside of him, and kept the icy force from affecting him. Han's son wanted to bring his companions away too, in case something even worse was about to happen. But suddenly, they saw the black seahorses stop pulling the chimenea. Then, they all looked at Han. Senator Hansen's heart jumped, and he said, "Oh no! Has my performance made them hostile to me?" It was then that Han's son realized they weren't looking at him. They were looking at Bauer, who was back on his shoulder. Bauer was not affected by the cold at all, and she sat on Hansen's shoulder, dangling her legs. She was checking out the black seahorses and their black chimenea. When the black seahorses looked at Bauer, they did not do anything. They simply resumed pulling the chimenea and kept on moving. They moved at a faster pace this time, though, and within a few seconds, they had crossed a great distance. When the big chimenea left the area, the freezing force reduced. The accumulated frost began to fade, and the ice that trapped Hansen's companions began to thaw. That was way too scary. What was that? When Little Fairy had recovered, she spoke with a look of fear. They both had mastery of the cold. Little Fairy had reached gemstone class, so she should have still had some resistance against superclass foes. But even with her strength, her body was frozen stiff by that chilling instrument. "It's none of our business. Come on, let's keep going." Han's son put away his god Geno Core and headed deeper into the frozen forest. Little Fairy looked at Han's son strangely. She had ice powers, yet she could not resist the frosty air. The fact that Han's son could move amidst it without restraint surprised her a lot. Han's son, as they went, still felt as if something or someone was watching him. But when they exited the frozen forest, no trouble occurred. They were able to safely enter God's ruin proper. The ruins were chock full of glaciers. It was as if they had entered an ice world. The surroundings were so clean and so virgin, it almost made them feel uncomfortable. The reflective surface of the snow was so intense that it made the group dizzy, and their eyes struggled to cope with the glare. Although Han's son and the others had a strong fitness and wouldn't be permanently affected by this, he still pulled out 3 pairs of sunglasses. One for him, one for Bauer, and one for Little Silver. Starsea Beast's eyes were too big, and try as he might, he hadn't been able to find a pair suitable for that companion. "Didn't you say there is a tunnel inside the ruin? Where is it?" Han's son asked Little Fairy. The godlike tunnel was formed by the relic they sought, and they would only truly notice the relic's special power once they entered the godlike tunnel. And when their bodies went against that power, their bodies would become stronger. The reinforcement would not appear in your data, but it would help your body nonetheless. Han's son thought Yu Miao and Goddess would make for the godlike tunnel, so that was his next targeted destination. Even if he was unable to find the pair, Han's son could at least make use of the tunnel for practice. "I think it's on the left. Perhaps we'll reach the godlike tunnel in 1,000 miles that way," Little Fairy said, while looking around. "What do you mean by perhaps?" Han's son frowned. Little Fairy opened her arms and said, "I've never been here. I've only heard of this place, and if the intel I obtained was correct, it's 1,000 miles to the left." Han's son just nodded and did not say anything. Starsea Beast lowered his body and let Han's son, Little Silver, and Bauer mount his back. Then he took them in the direction Little Fairy had told them to go. While Starsea Beast ran, stars appeared all around them like a shining sea. He was very fast. And while Starsea Beast was huge, he wasn't clumsy. He gave the illusion that he was dumb, but his agility was high. "Slow down. This is God's ruin, and there are sure to be many dangers lurking here." Little Fairy flew up beside Han's son and warned Starsea Beast. Han's son didn't let Starsea Beast adhere to the warning, though, and it trotted on at the same speedy pace. He was no longer afraid of the potential dangers of the ruin. More than anything, Han Sun wanted to see if traveling quickly would make the feeling of being watched go away. But it turned out not to help. Despite Starsea Beast's incredible quickness, that constant feeling of being watched remained. Han Sun had thought that they might leave the Watcher behind in the frozen forest, but that didn't seem to have happened. He was being watched with every step he made inside God's ruin as well. Does this mean the relic itself has a mind of its own, and it can keep tabs on all occupants of the ruin? Han Sun thought this might have been the only possibility. Han Sun didn't think the super elites in the fourth God's sanctuary could possess the power the relic seemed to have. Should his theory prove true, Han Sun's God Geno Core put him in superclass, but this did not change things for him in the ruin at all. If the relic is watching us, then there is no need to worry. Many creatures have been to this place before. Sure, a bunch of them may have gotten unlucky, but most were able to make it back out. I don't think the relic's intent is to kill people. Han Sun was deep in thought. But still, why is it watching us? Is it simply curious? Or is it looking for a particular type of person? If it wants to find someone in particular, shouldn't it search for a super elite? But if that were so, why doesn't it allow supers to enter God's ruin? Han Sun did not understand, so he stopped thinking. He let Starsea Beast slow down a bit, and the creature continued on its way towards the godlight tunnel. Not long after, they heard the sounds of a battle. It sounded fairly vicious. When Han Sun heard it, his face changed and he said, "Six Paths is here. Who is he up against that's making him fight like that?" Han Sun was familiar with Six Paths' sword skills, and just from hearing the sound of the clanging, he knew who it was. Strangely, Six Paths was exhausting all the energy he had for this fight. Six Paths' Geno Core hadn't yet gotten back to superclass, but his body was up there. To be able to fight Six Paths with such vigor, his opponent must have had a super body. I thought those above gemstone level can't get in. Why is there such a strong elite in God's ruin? Is it another elite that destroyed himself to start all over again? Han Sun hesitated a little, but he still allowed Starsea Beast to proceed. He wanted to see who Six Paths was fighting. The fighting was fierce, and the glaciers began to break. They were special glaciers, too, and they'd be difficult even for a gemstone elite to break. Through this metric, you could tell how powerful the fighters must have been. When Han Sun neared the site of the battle, he saw two beings engaged in combat. One of them was indeed Six Paths' Emperor, who was gemstone class. His sword was more frightening than ever. Six Paths was fighting a human, and when Han Sun saw the person, his eyes opened wide in shock. He knew who it was. God's retribution is here? Han Sun looked surprised as he watched the human fighting Six Paths. God's retribution wasn't using a weapon. He simply used his body to fight. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage either. His body was stronger than Shafai's, who was a fourth-rank Shura fighter. And up against Six Paths, he wasn't breaking a sweat. "You crazy man. I have no qualm with you. Why do you insist on fighting me?" God's retribution shouted as he fought. "You are a good opponent. You should really fight with me. Unleash all your power." Six Paths kept swinging his sword towards God's retribution. God's retribution looked depressed, and he said, "Are you insane? There are many more elites. If you want a good fight, go find one of them. I don't have the time for this." God's retribution wished to leave, but Six Paths' skills were too much, and they prohibited him from making an escape. Why would such powerful competitors be in God's ruin? They must both be super classes. But if so, how were they able to enter? Little Fairy was shocked at the display of what she saw. She thought there'd only be gemstone class or second-generation creatures that could compete with her. And after she found Han Sun, she thought for sure the relic would end up being hers. She didn't expect to find two super elites such as that after entering the ruins. Han Sun, on the other hand, was at ease. He knew Six Paths wouldn't bother him. God's retribution didn't have much of a grudge with him, either. While those two super elites might have been there was no great conflict to put them at odds. And he didn't think they had any connection with Outer Sky or Sacred. Their presence wouldn't affect Han Sun's personal mission. Han Sun made Starsea Beast park someplace near, so Han Sun could dismount, get comfy, and watch for a while. Han's son had learned a few of Six Paths' tricks, but aside from Heart Sword, he hadn't really spent time practicing anything else. Han's son had never seen Six Paths fight with all his strength before, but now that he saw it, he was able to learn a lot. Han's son was surprised by the method of fighting that God's Retribution used. Han's son knew he was a current member of Blood Legion, and due to his blood, he was unable to take advantage of the elemental powers of the sanctuary. He had to use raw physical damage whenever he fought. But God's Retribution's combat power surprised Han's Senator. He was almost as good as a super demigod, and his body and combat skills were strange. His fists looked simple, and it seemed as if Han's son was watching something incredibly basic. In fact, most of the skills were something you'd easily find in school. But it was frightening to watch such normal punching skills deflect Six Paths sword skills. It would shock any spectator. After Han's son watched them for a while, his surprise deepened. He noticed that the simple-looking punches were actually very complicated. While they looked simple, the timing and application of the skills were deeper than it first appeared. After watching God's Retribution fight for a while, Han's son was able to comprehend what he was doing. That's a strong fist skill. And God's Retribution is strong indeed. This is definitely not something the average human can do. It's no wonder he is a member of Blood Legion. Han's son complimented him, in his heart. Han's son was also very happy. Those punching skills suited him. While the skills were simple, they would still be difficult to learn in the way Han's son would want to. It was tricky to simplify a complicated skill. You had to have a deep understanding of the complete complexities before you could concentrate the skill down to its pure essence. If you started from the simplified version, you wouldn't understand what was really inside what you learned. It was pointless to just learn the shell. You couldn't live life to its fullest without struggle. Learning Ghost Sword had been complicated, but seeing God's Retribution's punching skills, he felt as if he was learning so much more. He wasn't going to copy God's Retribution. He was just finding things that could be changed and adapted into a sword skill. God's Retribution didn't want a fruitless fight with Six Paths, but Six Paths was keeping him there regardless. And although his punches were strong, they weren't enough to suppress Six Paths. If they had a genuine fight, determining a winner would be difficult. But God's Retribution didn't plan on fighting. He just wanted to leave, and that upset Six Paths suddenly. Six Paths and God's Retribution saw Han's son and the others, as he wasn't a great distance away. They started to approach Han's son as they fought. Han's son knew exactly what God's Retribution was thinking, and he told Starsea Beast to run off and keep away from Six Paths. God's Retribution looked depressed, as he was hoping Han's son could be drawn into the fight and left to deal with Six Paths, who was crazy. But Han's son knew what his true purpose was, and he wouldn't let God's Retribution come close. The pair couldn't move very fast while they were fighting, so they couldn't catch up with Han's Senator. God's Retribution clenched his jaw, then shouted at Han's son, saying, "Kid, help me get rid of this maniac, and I'll tell you where the relic is." Han's son didn't believe him, and he raised his voice to respond, "Keep the relic to yourself. I'm not interested." God's Retribution was disheartened once more. He rolled his eyes and said, "Do you want to know the biggest secrets of Blood Legion? Help me here and I'll tell you." Han's son grinned. "I already met the leader of Blood Legion. You have greater secrets than him?" God's Retribution couldn't fool Han's son, and he was surprised by what he heard. "What? You met him?" "Yeah, and he told me you were a traitor. He told me if I ever find you, I should cut you up into little pieces." That was just Han's son bluffing. Surprisingly, God's Retribution believed what he had been told. He sighed and said, "I was tricked by Han Jinji, that asshole. He made me an enemy of the leader. But the leader wasn't right either. Blood Legion should not have gone down that path." "Which path?" Han's son asked. God's Retribution stopped talking. It looked like he had just thought of something unhappy, and his mood turned foul. He then began fighting Six Paths like mad. God's Retribution was extremely serious now, and their fight became crazier than ever. It was a much better spectacle to watch, and now Han's son could learn even more. The two continued to fight, as glaciers all around them were destroyed. You guys should take a look at this. Little Fairy suddenly shouted, as Han's son was fixated on watching the fight. Han's son turned around and looked at Little Fairy, then followed her extended arm to see what she was pointing at. There were cracks in the ice, and blood was beginning to seep out of one of them. It started to pool and run towards them. Oh no! Hansen's face changed. It wasn't actually blood. In fact, it wasn't even liquid. It was a swarm of red bugs, each the size of a sesame seed. There was a countless number of them, all racing out of the ice cracks in a stream. Anything those red bugs ran across was eaten, save for the icy ground itself. Their passing made the mountain of ice look even more dead, and there wasn't much there to begin with. Stop fighting! Look at what's coming! Hansen shouted at God's retribution and Six Paths. When they heard Hansen's call, Six Paths did not listen. He merely continued his rampage of attacks. God's retribution was able to see the threat, though. His face changed and he too shouted, "Oh no! They are God's corpse bugs! Run!" God's retribution turned around, wishing to flee. But he was immediately blocked by the manic Six Paths. Are you crazy? If we don't run now, and the bugs reach us, we will all die. God's retribution shouted his case at Six Paths. You and I have to settle this fight. Not even God himself can stop us from finishing this, Six Paths said coldly, as his sword continued to swing wildly. Shit! Meeting this nutcase was so unlucky. God's retribution shouted out loud. Then he turned to shout at Han Sr. Find a way to get rid of this madman. If you don't, we won't be able to run away. These bugs claim they ate God's dead body. I can't confirm the validity of the tale. But whatever the case may be, they can assuredly eat us. How can I stop him? Han's son turned around, ready to run. If God's corpse bugs claimed they ate the remains of God, they must have been powerful to some degree. Han's son didn't want to risk finding out whether or not they could eat him. That's why I asked you to think of a way. I want to live. I don't want to die here, alongside this madman. God's retribution shouted. Hansen noticed that the bugs weren't traveling at a very alarming pace. They weren't a direct threat, not yet. God's retribution and Six Paths were ahead though. If the bugs attacked, they would go after those two first. Six Paths, if you want to fight him, at least make it so that he wants to fight with you. Right now he obviously doesn't. So for the time being, perhaps you should let him go? Han's son said, hoping it would help the situation. Then, he hopped onto Starsea Beast to make his escape. They crossed a distance of 10 miles before looking back. And when Hansen did, he saw Six Paths and God's retribution following from behind. They were actually running faster than Starsea Beast, and they shot right past him. Hansen turned his head and his face changed. The legion of God's corpse bugs looked like a rush of blood, and they were coming extremely quickly. They weren't slow like before. Not long after, the bugs had closed the gap to a mere mile. They were racing for him like a raging river. The bugs, as they skittered across the snow, were silent. They did not make a sound. Han's son was ready to get off Starsea Beast's back, as it was slower than the bugs. He had to find another way to gain a lead on them. But Starsea Beast's body suddenly exploded with an array of stars. Stars formed across its skin and encompassed the atmosphere around it. Then Starsea Beast's speed increased. It was like traveling through hyperspace, as the world around them became nothing but a blur. Starsea Beast's body looked like a shadow, and amidst the rain of stars, it was headed right for the side of a glacier. Shit, little star. Is your head broken? Are you going to commit suicide? Hansen's face changed, and in a blink, Starsea Beast ran right into the glacier. Hansen was shocked. Starsea Beast, with the stars all around, had blinked right through it. Amidst the starlight, Starsea Beast did not slow down. They traveled through the entire glacier, managing to emerge safely on the other side. The bugs came quickly, but they had to skitter around the glacier to resume the chase. This slowed them down by a considerable amount. Starsea Beast relentlessly went forward, ignoring the presence of any glaciers that might have been in his way. They were able to avoid the bugs and even gain a lead on Six Paths and God's retribution. A strange look appeared on God's retribution's face when he saw Starsea Beast. He shamelessly approached Han's son and leaped upon the creature's back. Aha! Give me a ride. God's Retribution laughed. Six Paths quietly came to take a seat on Starsea Beast's back as well. Bro, your pet is pretty good. It can go through physical objects. This ability is pretty gnarly. God's Retribution gave a thumbs up, seeing Starsea Beast proceed through another glacier. It's not a pet. It's a creature from my collection. He raised Starsea Beast like a human child, but he hadn't been able to teach it a new language with any success. It was smart and docile. It never really seemed to display much aggression. Starsea Beast traveled for half a day, and when the bugs were gone from sight, Han's son brought the ride to a stop. Little Star, good job. Han's son patted Starsea Beast's head and complimented him. He didn't know Starsea Beast had those abilities until now. He thought it was awesome. When Han's son had tried to teach Starsea Beast language and other skills, Han's son had always assumed it to be an underperforming creature. But this latest act was worthy of compliments, which made Starsea Beast happy. The creature knew it had done well. Han's son now realized that trying to teach it language and knowledge was too harsh for the creature. God's Retribution and Six Paths jumped off the back of Starsea Beast and took a look around. Although they were still someplace amidst the glacier mountains, the ice around them was now sprinkled with colored flowers from every spectrum of the rainbow. Oh no! Why are we here? God's Retribution's face changed after looking around. Is there a problem with this place? Han's son frowned as he looked around. He didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. God's Retribution looked serious when he spoke next. He said, "It's more than just a problem. It's a big problem. I have been to this area before, and these flowers are frightening things. You'd do well to avoid touching them. The flowers are strange, that's for sure. They are very vibrant, but they lack a life force," Six Paths chimed in, as he looked at the colorful flowers all around. "What happens if I touch them?" Han's son asked. God's Retribution laughed and said, "I accidentally touched a red one once. I had to cut off my finger to save my life. If you want to give it a try, be my guest." Han's son looked at the man's hands and noticed he had all his fingers intact. Perhaps the missing finger had regrown, but he couldn't know for sure. And that meant he didn't know if God's Retribution was lying or not. But to remain on the safe side, Han's son followed the man's advice and avoided interaction with the flowers. "It would be best for your pet, Little Star, to take us away from here. He can avoid touching these flowers, so he won't be affected," God's Retribution said. Han's son nodded. That would be the only way. There weren't many flowers, but Little Star was huge, and he might have touched them if he walked normally. Everyone climbed atop Starsea Beast again, and Han's son asked God's Retribution, "So, you have been here before? Which way should we go to leave this place?" "I have come to this place, but I've never been to this spot precisely. I have no clue either." God's Retribution shrugged. Six Paths remained silent, but he didn't know this place either. Six Paths was a born emperor, and he couldn't have come inside before. This was his first time here as well. "Then we will have to try our luck then, won't we?" Han's son randomly selected a direction and allowed Starsea Beast to take them forward. Amidst the starlight, Han's son traveled between, across, and beyond the glaciers and flowers. Nothing was able to touch them, so they weren't in any danger. But as they walked, they felt something was wrong. When they went past the next glacier, they saw a whole host more flowers. "I think you've selected the wrong direction. There are more flowers here than ever. We're just going deeper into the meadow," God's Retribution said. "I told you I was guessing. If you don't like this direction, then how about you choose a way?" Han's son shrugged. "That way." God's Retribution pointed out the direction he wished to travel in. Han's son made Starsea Beast head in that direction. But after some time, Han's son noticed the number of flowers had actually increased. They still seemed to be going deeper. "Go back. We can't go any further here. There are too many of the flowers," Little Fairy said. At the same time, Starsea Beast's starlight began to dim. Its body was going back into a solid state. Han's son checked the creature's body and noticed its life force was much weaker. Traveling that way must have costed a lot of energy, and it wouldn't last much longer. Han's son let Starsea Beast rest in a place that had no flowers. It'll be difficult for us to return, God's retribution said, while panning the area. Aside from the basketball court-sized patch they were in, the flowers covered every inch of ground that they could see. Unless they could fly through the sky, he did not know how else the flowers could be avoided. Starsea Beast's body was so big that without its special traveling skill, it'd end up touching each and every flower after all. Han's son considered flying, but he saw some strange clouds in the sky above. It made him have second thoughts about that idea. Little Fairy had already told him he couldn't fly too high while in the ruins too. He most certainly couldn't go much higher than the glaciers. If he did, the clouds would unleash a strange power. It was a force that had killed many creatures in the past. Han's son thought about what he should do next. But suddenly, they saw a few shadows in the sky. 11 of the black seahorses were flying by. They were pulling the same black chimeneal behind them. Its snout flickered with the presence of blue flames, and it looked as weird as ever. What is this? God's retribution hadn't seen those black seahorses before, so he frowned. Six Paths looked at the black seahorses in the sky, and then appeared to think of something. Han's son had seen them only once before, but he had no clue what they were doing, or what they might have been after. They did appear slightly different than they had the last time Han's son encountered them though. That was because there were only black seahorses this time. There were no other ice seahorses around. Perhaps something had occurred, and they remained in the frozen forest. They can fly in the sky. If they can, I can do it too. Let's try flying away. God's retribution made a decision, seeing the black seahorses flying above. Han's son wasn't that hopeful though. He shook his head. You can try it, but I'll stay here and wait for Little Star to recover. God's retribution wanted to move, but he too decided to stay. He couldn't truly fly, as his ability was more akin to jumping very high. The 11 black seahorses, pulling the black chimeneal, eventually disappeared from sight. Six Paths had been frowning at them the entire time, and it seemed as if he knew thing or two about them. Six Paths, do you know anything about the black seahorses and their chimeneal? Han's son asked. He wasn't blind, so he knew Six Paths knew something. Six Paths maintained his silence for a little while longer, before asking. Have you heard about the big fight of the fourth god's sanctuary? The fight was huge, and many elites participated. Emperors and berserk super creatures abounded in it. I heard the super elites signed a 100-tribe deal. Was it a result of this fight? Han's son asked. Six Paths nodded. It was, but I wasn't born yet. I don't know the details all too well. But one berserk super creature, who took part, said they were fighting over a relic. Most of the spirits had never seen or heard about it, but they were dragged into the conflict by family or friends. No one said anything. They merely allowed Six Paths to continue, as they knew he wouldn't bring up the story for no reason. After a brief pause, Six Paths said, I knew that berserk super creature. He was one of the creatures that managed to steal the relic itself. It was said to be that black chimeneal. Everyone was shocked, and they all exclaimed, surely it cannot be the one we just saw. Is that the big chimeneal? Little Fairy looked in the direction that the chimeneal had flown. Six Paths thought for a moment. I'm not sure. What it looked like was never described, but I'm sure there was never a mention of blue flames, or a number of black seahorses dragging it around. So was it that relic or not? Little Fairy frowned. No matter what it is, it has little to do with us. So many elites have come here to retrieve it, but none ever do. It'll be just as impossible for us to get it, God's retribution said. I suppose, but we should still figure out how to get out of here. Han's son was not very interested in the chimeneal. They hadn't gotten remotely close to the object in the frozen forest, but the frosty air in its proximity had still almost killed them. Han's son thought the black seahorses were scary, and he agreed with what God's retribution had said. Even though so many elites wanted to come and get it, it didn't mean it was something any of them could have. The ice around them possessed so many flowers. They exuded no smell, and there were no bees flying around them. And while they were beautiful to look at, there was an undeniable strangeness to them. The flowers had no life force. And while the sea of flowers was beautiful to look at, staring at them too long was unsettling. Hansen walked closer to them to examine a yellow flower. The stalk was very clear, and there was no denying its authenticity. It had to be a real flower, and it was in no way fake. You guys should take a look at this. God's retribution had seen something, and he pointed towards a mountain. Halfway up an ice mountain, Hansen espied the presence of a building that was half invisible. It was made from white metal, which made it difficult to discern amidst the ice. They had been too focused on the flowers to notice it any sooner. That place looks really strange. It can't be where the relic is, can it? Little Fairy's eyes opened wide. It's possible, God's retribution agreed. You said you knew where the relic was, Hansen said to God's retribution. He had lied about the relic to Hansen once already. God's retribution did not feel embarrassed about this though. He just smiled and said, The relic? The relic is a mystery. It can be here. It can be there. Hansen wasn't in the mood to debate with the man, so he just continued to peer at the white metal building. The ice mountain was not too far from their current location. Hansen could discern the shape of the white metal building, but he was still only able to see one side of it from where he was. Over the building's door was a tablet, and upon the tablet was the word destiny. It was something Hansen thought was very familiar. He had seen another tablet similar to that one, possessing the same word destiny too. Does this place have something to do with that tablet? Hansen was shocked. Somehow, the tablet had been destroyed by someone or something, and bits of it had been scattered across the different sanctuaries. This was something known only to Hansen. The tablet was incredibly hardy, and try as he might, not even Hansen had been able to deal it a speck of damage. For it to have been chopped into many pieces like this was crazy. One piece had even ended up inside the Valley of Time. It was all so very weird. Suddenly, he was seeing another piece of the tablet, and this was attached to a building. It made him think, this place is God's ruin. Does that mean the tablet is related to the sanctuary's God? There are many flowers between us and there, but we should be safe as long as we don't touch them. Let's go take a look at that metal tower, God's retribution suggested. Everyone had a brief discussion about the notion, and they eventually decided on leaving Little Silver behind with Starsea Beast, while the rest went to check it out. Starsea Beast's body had not yet recovered, so it might be risky for it to go. It couldn't protect itself if danger arose. Furthermore, it was too big. There were so many flowers. And who knew what would happen to the creature if it stepped on one? Hansen left Little Silver behind, because if something bad was to happen to Starsea Beast, Little Silver could protect him. After their discussion was done, everyone carefully traversed the meadow of flowers, headed in the direction of the White Tower. There were so many flowers, but thankfully, there were a few empty patches. Overall, it wasn't all that dangerous. And without trouble rearing its head, they soon arrived safely before the White Tower. When they got close, they saw the tower was huge. There were only 7 floors, but each one of them was at least 100 meters tall. The door itself was 20 meters high. The tablet over the door, as they had seen, had the word destiny on it. When Hansen looked closer, he could even tell the word had been written in the same handwriting. The tower was octagonal in shape, and each corner possessed a metal bell. They walked around it for a bit, but eventually, God's retribution frowned and said, This tower is strange. Aside from the tablet, there's not a single carving. There aren't even any paintings or beast statues. There's nothing. It doesn't suit the tower at all. It's almost as if this construct was built elsewhere and simply moved all the way out here. Six Paths nodded and said, Yes, this tower wasn't built here. Will the relic be found someplace inside the tower? Little Fairy asked. No one answered her, because no one knew anything about the tower. They surely wouldn't know what it contained. Do you want to take a look? God's retribution pushed the door open as he spoke. He was just trying, and he didn't expect the 20-meter-tall door to actually open with such ease. God's retribution was frozen. In disbelief he muttered, It really opened. Everyone looked through the doorframe and noticed that the room inside was empty. Aside from a single statue, there was nothing else there. The statue was weird. It wasn't of a Buddha, fairy, god, or anything. Not even Jesus. The statue had a body, but it was missing a head. It was like a headless corpse just sitting there. Who destroyed it, they did not know. Six Paths and God's Retribution noticed the absence of danger, and so they decided to walk in. Han's son brought Bauer with him, and when they entered the tower, Han's son was quickly given a shock. Through the doorframe, Han's son saw the place was indeed quite empty, but after entering, he saw words scrawled into the walls. The content of the writing made Han's son surprised. The text Han's son saw across the tower was in a human language, but he was too lazy to think about that. The content spoke about the Bloodpulse Sutra. This surprised him though. The text didn't concern itself with the main parts of the Bloodpulse Sutra, and neither was there anything applying to life door. But when Han's son read it, he noticed it was a secret method that could trigger a hidden power of the blood. It was similar to the Shura triggering their Shura change. Those who hadn't studied the Bloodpulse Sutra would believe the text upon the wall made no sense. But Han's son and God's Retribution ended up looking at each other in shock. Does this place have a connection to the Blood Legion creator, the human emperor? Han's son was merely guessing, as he tried to remember each and every word, and sear them into his memory. Little Fairy was spinning around in circles on the first floor. The broken statue and the text meant nothing to her, and she was eager to proceed. She went ahead to the second floor. She followed a staircase that led up, and when she reached the top, she was surprised to see that the room was completely empty. There was neither a statue nor text. It was as if a thief had just visited. Why is there nothing? Has someone already been here and taken all the good stuff away? After that, she went ahead to the third floor. Everyone followed after her. And just like the second floor, there was nothing at all there either. It looks like someone's been here before us. Something ought to have been here, but it looks like it's been taken, Six Paths said, as he walked around. That means there won't be a relic to find here. If the relic was taken, then that also means the ruin will have lost the power to protect itself, God's Retribution said. Little Fairy was disappointed. She thought the relic might have been there, but there was nothing to be found. No relic, nothing. Well, since we're here, we might as well proceed to the top. Han's son held Bauer and went ahead. Yes, maybe not everything has been removed. There very well could be something left. Little Fairy maintained a smidgen of optimism. They walked up a few more floors and noticed there was nothing more. The place was cleaner than it would have been if the tower's owner had hired a cleaning company. After the repeated disappointment, Little Fairy had lost all hope of an interesting discovery. But nevertheless, they all went up to reach the 7th floor. When they entered the 7th floor, though, everyone was frozen. It was not a shock of horror, though. It was a shock of joy. The 7th floor wasn't empty. Many things surrounded them. The 7th floor had 7 stone pedestals, and each had an item upon it. There was a sword, a shield, a staff, a cauldron, a seat, gloves, and a vase. They all looked very special. At the same time, they also noticed that the pedestals possessed a few words. The writing wasn't original, and it looked as if it had been done at a later time. Eastern King was here. The words were written with perfect symmetry across each pedestal flawlessly, even the exclamation mark. Han's son was frozen. Eastern King had been there before them, but the words he wrote sucked. It was like something the average traveler would write when leaving their name someplace. Little Fairy wasn't in the mood to read, though. She flew straight over to the treasure, wishing to claim the items. But swiftly, Han's son grabbed her by her wings and held her back. Little Fairy looked annoyed, and she asked, "What are you doing?" Han's son let her go and asked, "Eastern King might have taken everything on the lower floors. If he did that but left these here, don't you think that'd be a little strange?" Little Fairy was feeling a mixture of disappointment and excitement. She had been so hyped, but after hearing what Han's son had to say, she couldn't help but think there had to be a problem too. She turned to look at the items again, but this time, stayed where she was. The way I see it, there are 2 possibilities. Firstly, Eastern King might have simply been nice. He took what he wanted but left the rest for others to claim. The chances of that happening are slim, though. The second possibility might be that he couldn't carry anything more with him, God's Retribution said. Six Paths looked at one of the stone pedestals and said, "There is something wrong with the pedestals. There is something moving upon them. It is weak, but I am sure of it." God's Retribution took out a stone from his pocket. Where he got it from, nobody knew. It looked to be an ordinary rock. He threw it at the cauldron. Pang! The rock did not hit the bronze cauldron. As soon as it came near the stone pedestal, the dimensions around it began to twist. The stone fell into a portal of sorts and disappeared. When they looked at the pedestal again, the dimension was fixed. It looked as if nothing strange had transpired at all. A space vortex shield? Six Paths and God's Retribution frowned. Han Sen's face looked dim. If the master of the tower had used that power on a stone pedestal, he must have been very powerful. The tower's master hadn't just cast a dimension twist, either. He had created a vortex that lasted forever. It was something that far exceeded Han Sen's capabilities with Ghost Slash. Someone that strong exists? I wonder who he is. Might he be a god in the fifth sanctuary? Six Paths looked at the pedestals and spoke to himself. Even Six Paths' emperor believed the master of that place did not belong in the fourth god's sanctuary. For him to think that, it was easy to imagine how powerful that entity must have been. If such a strong power protects them, maybe they are the relics we seek. There are 7 of them too. So there's at least one for each of us. Little Fairy spoke with a renewed joy. Everyone contemplated her words, wanting one of the items. But they simply didn't know how they might pass the space vortex to grab the gear. Everyone was quiet as they thought. Even Six Paths and God's Retribution were silent. They were looking at the items, thinking about how they might break the barrier. Little Fairy was flying around as this occurred, not daring to get close. She was the weakest of the bunch, so if Six Paths or God's Retribution weren't willing to make a move just yet, she sure wasn't going to. "I have a way we can try." After a time of silence elapsed, Six Paths spoke. "And what method would that be?" Everyone turned to look at Six Paths. Little Fairy was the one who asked, desperate for a solution. Six Paths said quietly, "The space vortex shield means there is a dimension beyond it. No matter how strong we are, we will be sucked inside. That is, unless we have the necessary power to break through space. If we don't have that power, we can't break through the barrier." After pausing, Six Paths pointed at one of the pedestals and said, "These are different. If that king was able to leave text on them, that means they are not protected by the space vortex shield. If we get rid of them, perhaps it will be possible for us to deduce the blind spot of the shielding. Although there may not even be a blind spot, it is still worth a try. This is the only opportunity we might get," God's Retribution added. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's break those pedestals." Little Fairy had calmed down. She spoke quickly, but she wasn't actually in a great rush, and she didn't move. Six Paths summoned his Six Paths sword and pointed it towards the pedestal which carried the sword. Then he said, "If this works, I want this sword." Six Paths then struck the pedestal. A metallic clang rang out. All his strike did was leave a white mark. Six Paths looked stunned, and the others all looked on in surprise. They all knew how strong Six Paths was, and if his damage output could only render a white mark across the surface of the pedestal, it meant they had drastically underestimated the strength of the stone. Six Paths stared down at the pedestal. The power across his body began to surge into a single spot, the tip of his sword. When he had gathered it all, he unleashed another swing. This worked far better. He inflicted a half-decent mark across the pedestal. It was still rather shallow though, and shallower than the inscriptions left by Eastern King. "The rock is hard," God's Retribution couldn't help but say. "This top surface of the pedestal is 1 meter in length. If we can't do any better than this, trying something else like drilling might work, but it would take us a long time." Six Paths frowned. "Then how about we all take shifts chipping away at one?" Han Sen said, "If we can end up getting the items inside, then it will be worth the time spent trying to extract them." Everyone started to discuss the suggestion. In the end, they settled on working in shifts to drill a hole into the pedestal from below. They really wanted to see if they could grab the items that were upon them. The pedestals were hardy but definitely diggable. They dug into them nice and slow, and after a few days, they managed to dig a hole far enough to allow them to reach the treasure. But to their mild disappointment, the relics were still on the surface. The shielding vortex was wide, and it still prohibited them from reaching in and grabbing what they had worked for. It is no wonder Eastern King didn't bother taking these items. Unless he was able to break through space, he wouldn't have been able to grab them. God's retribution sounded extremely disappointed. Han Sen knew it would be difficult to break space. He'd only be able to do it if he was like Dong Xianzi, who really could break through space and punch a hole into an entirely different world. If they could do that, they could grab the items. The treasure was in front of them teasingly. And yet, none of them had the required strength to nab it. The treasure might not have been obtainable, but at least Han Sen had earned something out of the affair. He recalled the Blood Pulse Sutra's secret technique, and after giving it a go, he realized he could practice with it. Han Sen returned to Starsea Beast and Little Silver each, and every day to check on the pair, and see if they were fine. God's retribution took the opportunity to leave the White Tower with him, as well. "Bro, did you practice the secret scrawled upon the wall?" God's retribution asked Han Sen in a hushed voice when nobody was around. "Not yet." "Why? What's wrong?" Han Sen knew the man wouldn't randomly ask him about this. Something had to be up. God's retribution went on to say, "You can tell that the secret skill written on the wall is related to our Blood Pulse Sutra. I think this White Tower is connected to Blood Legion. This skill might be the key to grabbing the loot. But when I practice it, I have no synergy or reaction with it. Maybe I'm doing it incorrectly, I don't know. But I just figured I should ask you." When Han Sen heard what he said, he thought to himself, how is this happening? Can God's retribution really not practice this? This is a skill that is connected to the Blood Pulse Sutra. Blood Legion members must be able to learn it. And if he really can't, then how am I able to? The only possibility that I can think of is that maybe God's retribution did not practice Life Door. He didn't activate the breakthrough and learn it in its complete form. That option seemed to make the most sense. You are a member of Blood Legion, so if you can't learn it, I definitely cannot. Han Sen shook his head. God's retribution thought that was likely too, but he still said, "You should still try practicing it anyway. Perhaps there's something wrong with me or something." Han Sen pretended to agree, and in 2 days, he was going to tell God's retribution that he had achieved no reaction with what was written on the walls. If the skill was the key for obtaining the items, there was definitely no chance Han Sen was going to admit he had learned it. If someone from Blood Legion found out that an outsider was able to learn their secret skills, but an actual member could not, it would direct a lot of ire and jealousy his way. Plus, it really could have been the key to obtaining the items. Han Sen did not want to leave his fate up to God's retribution's kindness. So he couldn't admit to the man that he had success with the secret skill. Of course, God's retribution might have been just acting too. Perhaps he was able to practice it, and he was just pretending so he could snag all the treasure for himself. Han Sen went to the place where Little Silver and Starsea Beast were. Starsea Beast was lying down, simply staring at the tower. Seeing Han Sen come near, it stood up happily and ran over to him. Its big tongue licked him across the face. "How many times have I told you? You can't greet people with your tongue." Han Sen had taught Starsea Beast the many manners of humans, but the creature was still unable to deny its nature. Starsea Beast had recovered now, and although Han Sen had learned the basic nature of the skill, it was not something he could fully accomplish in 2 days. So he planned to leave the place and return when he had mastered the technique. Because they were unable to nab the treasure inside, Six Paths and God's retribution also planned on leaving. Little Fairy did too, despite her reluctance to abandon the treasure. Just in case they got lost again, Han Sen allowed Starsea Beast to guide them back to where they had been before they encountered the flowers. Starsea Beast went back through the Glacier Mountains, returning to where they came from, back when they first saw the god's corpse bugs. Fortunately, there were no more of the creatures to be seen. Perhaps they returned to the ice. "It's safe now. I should go. Whoever gets the treasure, it'll be done so through their own work." God's retribution quickly took his leave. Han Sen thought it was suspicious he left. It made him wonder whether or not the man could practice the secret skill. But that had to be impossible. Even if he was able to practice it, without Starsea Beast's powers, it would be very difficult to return to the tower. After all, Starsea Beast went there in a straight line. God's retribution would have to traverse many mountains if he did not have a creature like that. Walking back to the tower would take a very long time, provided he could even relocate it once again. Six Paths also bid his departure. They usually preferred working alone, and they were never very fond of sharing treasure with others. Han Sen decided to let Starsea Beast rest for a while, so it could recover its energy. Then, they resumed their journey to the Godlight Tunnel. There were many strange places in God's ruin, but very few creatures. Aside from the God's corpse bugs and the ice seahorses, they hadn't seen anything else. There's a rocky mountain up ahead. This has to be right. This is where the tunnel is. Little Fairy, who was up front, began to shout excitedly. Han Sen was sitting on Little Star's back. He looked forward and saw a few gray mountains resting between two glaciers. It looked to be where the tunnel was said to reside. Starsea Beast moved his legs quickly in a frantic rush to get there. But before they could reach that rocky mountain, they encountered many creatures. Han Sen looked at them all closely, and that was when he froze. He had managed to catch sight of the angelic-looking woman and the cheap dog that was her pet. As he continued to look around, Han Sen also caught sight of Yu Miao and Yu Xian. It looked as if they had brought companions along with them to keep them protected in their journey to God's ruin. Much to his surprise, Han Sen saw another familiar face aside from Yu Miao and Goddess. It was Little Jade Lion King, the creature he had met in the Geno Core storage on more than one occasion. They weren't very strong, but the biggest problem was the sheer number of gemstone-class creatures they had brought with them. They were all as strong as Goddess, and Yu Miao herself. The reactions and facial expressions of each of them were different when they saw Han Senator. Yu Miao and Goddess frowned, not expecting to see him there. Little Jade Lion King didn't think much of him, as he had yet to realize that Han Sen was the owner of Crystal Core. "What are you doing here?" Yu Xian asked Han Senator. He thought Han Sen's soul was damaged beyond repair, so he didn't take the human seriously. "I'm here for the Godlight Tunnel. I don't see another reason why I'd have come." Han Sen squinted his eyes, examining each of the creatures around him. They had a few dozen spirits and creatures following them. Han Sen calculated whether or not he could destroy them all and kill his favored targets: Goddess, the dog, Yu Miao, and Yu Xian. Goddess and her dog would his primary targets. They were both creatures too. If they died, they died. If Han Sen killed Yu Miao and Yu Xian, they'd respawn. But murdering them would still feel good, even if it wasn't permanent. Han Sen looked at the creatures behind Goddess, and that was when he saw a familiar human face. It gave him a shock. Why is she here? Han Sen saw Queen Huang Fujing. When he returned to the Alliance, he had learned Queen was a demigod. But she herself never returned to the Alliance, so he wondered what might have happened to her. He would never have guessed that Queen had ended up in sacred shelter with Goddess, and was now accompanying her to God's ruin. Queen recognized Han Sen, but she didn't show any expression of it. Perhaps she didn't want to cause any trouble by showing it. Han Sen didn't know if Queen was trapped by a contract or not, so he didn't show he recognized her either. He didn't want them to hold her hostage and use her to threaten him. Even more surprising, when he looked even further into the lot there, he saw someone else he recognized. It was Tang Jinliu. He was standing behind a spirit that was behind Yu Miao. They were both the same. They held their acknowledgments to avoid causing a scene, but they were definitely worried. Yu Miao, having just been insulted by Han Sen, looked grim. He responded unpleasantly. "Do you think the Godlight Tunnel is a place just anyone can enter, if they so please? Outer Sky owns it now. Give me a gemstone Geno Core if you want to enter." Before Han Sen replied, Little Jade Lion said, "What do you mean the tunnel is owned by Outer Sky? This is ours. It belongs to Lion Mountain. What are you both talking about? Sacred is the true master of the Godlight Tunnel. Gods are sacred and so are we." The cheap dog next to Goddess muttered. Now Han Sen knew why they were all stuck on the outside. with none having entered. That was because each of the three factions wanted to assert ownership and start a toll booth. Around the mountain, there were a number of other creatures and spirits watching. They didn't belong to any renowned faction. Just like Han's senator, most seemed to have come in a party of 3 or so. You guys are so selfish. You want to claim the godlight tunnel for yourselves? Aren't you afraid of offending the countless spirits and creatures that simply want access? A lone spirit spoke in an annoyed tone, having been prohibited entry. If you don't agree with me, then perhaps you'd like to taste my Lionheart stamp? If you can withstand a stamping, I'll let you in. Little Jade Lion was not afraid, and he went ahead to summon his Lionheart stamped Geno Core. Han's son, when seeing the Geno Core, frowned. It was not his self Geno Core. It was very powerful, and it was definitely super class. Now Han's son knew that anyone could bring a super Geno Core in, as long as it wasn't their self Geno Core. You wouldn't be allowed in if your self Geno Core was super. It seemed that the lion wasn't the only one playing by these rules either. Goddess and Yu Miao must have brought supers of their own too. The spirit, seeing the lion's stamp, looked frightened. He didn't say anything more, and simply turned around to take his leave. The other spirits and creatures remained where they were, but they didn't say anything. They still wanted to get into the godlight tunnel, but they were curious as to how things might develop first. After thinking for a minute, Han's son decided to leave too. He wanted to see how things went as well. Waiting until the three factions had fought amongst themselves, and then picking off the survivors, would be better than going up against all of them at once. Yu Xian, seeing Han's son leave, grunted and said nothing more. Tang Jinliu was currently quite depressed. He had been having quite the streak of bad luck. When he entered the fourth god's sanctuary, although he managed to survive, he was captured by spirits from Outer Sky Shelter and forced to sign a contract. He couldn't return to the Alliance, and he had to risk his life frequently, despite only possessing a bronze Geno Core. And since the spirit he had signed a contract with decided to join the mission to God's ruin, he had to tag along too. He was very happy to see Han's son was actually still alive, but after being captured by a big faction like Outer Sky, he didn't think Han's son could save him. It's so sad. I couldn't catch up to Han's son, despite having a 10-year head start, and what's more, I haven't even been able to determine my own fate. Tang Jinliu sighed. Queen and Tang Jinliu were in the same situation as each other, but Queen wasn't too concerned. She stood behind Goddess, waiting for her moment to come. She was very confident in Han's son, and she earnestly believed he would save her and get her free. Han's son then watched the three factions get into a fight outside the tunnel, and he made sure to watch from a distance. He was thinking about how he could save both of his human friends, more than anything. If they haven't signed contracts, this will be easy. If they have, it'll be annoying, Han's son thought to himself. Don't waste time. The ruin is only open for a limited amount of time. Lion Mountain will control this tunnel, so just go elsewhere. Little Jade Lion spoke with a cocky confidence. Although he only had a silver self Geno Core, because of White Lion King, he wasn't afraid of Outer Sky or Sacred. Little Lion King, Outer Sky will leave, but only on one condition, Yu Miao suddenly said to the lion. Little Jade Lion replied, if it's on a ridiculous condition, then no thank you. But go ahead and feel free to let me know. It's not ridiculous. If Outer Sky does not fight for your tunnel, you must let us enter the tunnel freely, without taking our Geno Cores, Yu Miao said. Sister, how could you? Yu Xian sounded nervous. Ownership of the Godlight Tunnel might have been the biggest potential gain of the entire God's ruin. Yu Miao, by proposing such a deal, would let them lose a lot. Yu Miao waved her hand to stop him from talking, and she did not mention any further conditions. Okay, I promise you Outer Sky spirits can enter the tunnel. Little Lion King, hearing Yu Miao say this, immediately agreed. Okay then. Yu Miao waved her hand, and brought the Outer Sky followers along with her into the tunnel's entrance. Sister, if you leave like that, we cannot get anything. Yu Xian said to Yu Miao. What's the rush? Goddess is still there. They won't back off, and there'll be a big fight. Determining the victor won't be easy, Yu Miao said calmly. What if Goddess doesn't fight? Wuxia asked with worry. Impossible. With Goddess' personality being what it is, she won't back off. Yu Miao spoke with unwavering confidence. The black dog, seeing Outer Sky leave, lowered his voice and said to Goddess, Miss, that Yu Miao is so evil. She must be waiting until we fight Lion King, and we're injured. What should we do? Should we go back, in case they take advantage of us? That won't be necessary. Yu Miao thinks she has tricked us, but in fact, she has provided us with an opportunity. If we beat Lion King, we can claim the entrance to Godlight Tunnel. Goddess stared at Lion King as she spoke. The little lion is young, but the Lionheart stamp is a powerful super Geno core. With those spirits guarding him, he will be as strong as us. I don't think things will be as easy as you seem to believe. The black dog looked worried. If things were easy, Yu Miao wouldn't have given us this chance, Goddess said, and then walked close to the Lion King. Goddess, my father and your father are friends. You can leave now, and if you do, I won't fight you. Little Lion King continued to speak with pride. Goddess smiled. Sacred's relationship with Lion Mountain has been good, but you are too naive if you think we are actually going to give up. Lion Mountain has its own strength. Its relationships aren't necessary. Are you saying you'll fight me for the Godlight Tunnel? Little Jade Lion seemed upset. We have to fight, but there's no need to harm our relationship and allow others to gain an advantage, Goddess said while looking at Yu Miao, who was in the midst of leaving. Little Jade Lion was boisterous, but he wasn't stupid. He knew Yu Miao was simply hoping to take advantage. Then what do you suggest? Little Jade Lion asked Goddess. How about we fight? If you lose, you leave. We can avoid loss. And we can avoid being taken advantage of, Goddess said. Do you think I'm stupid? You are gemstone, and I am only silver. Why would I even think about fighting you? Little Lion King smirked. He was not interested in her proposed deal. Goddess then said, we only battle with non-self Geno cores. We won't be relegated to fighting with our actual power. You did bring Lionheart stamp with you, yes? We have the God ring. Do you think Lionheart stamp can resist the God ring? Really? Only fighting with Geno cores? Little Jade Lion looked confused, unsure of what she was thinking. Little Lion's Lionheart stamp and Goddess God ring were not their self Geno cores. The combatant's personal power would not affect the fight. There had once been an event between the two shelters, and it proved that God ring was actually weaker than Lionheart stamp. But now she was willingly going to use something that was weaker. Little Lion King wasn't sure what she was up to, but he was confident in his stamp. He didn't see a reason why he should reject the fight, and if he didn't accept, he'd simply look weak. People might think he was afraid. Okay then. Lionheart stamp versus God's ring. Whoever loses will leave Godlight Tunnel alone. Little Jade Lion wasn't dumb. He said this out loud, so all could hear which Geno cores were to be used. He didn't want her summoning another. Goddess smiled and summoned God ring. It seemed as if she wasn't playing around. Little Jade Lion saw that Goddess really was going to use God ring to fight the Lionheart stamp. And when he did, he felt far more secure. Sister, what is Goddess doing? God ring used to lose against Lionheart stamp. Does that mean she is going to lose again? If that's the case, then the lion really is going to claim the tunnel, Wuxia said. Yu Miao frowned and said, Goddess must have a trick up her sleeve. That naive little lion is going to lose. As they both spoke, God ring and Lionheart stamp engaged in battle. Lionheart had been left behind by a super lion on Lion Mountain. It was one of the famous super Geno cores of the place. One side of its shape possessed a gold lion head, which had a number of strange symbols upon it. In the language of lions, they merged together to form the word heart. Lionheart stamp was incredibly powerful, and its stamping ability was capable of suppressing everything. A weak super creature would easily find itself crushed beneath the weight of Lionheart's demigod body. It was quite a frightening item. God ring had been left behind by one of Goddess elders. It was shaped like a halo, and it even possessed a holy-like light. Creatures that came into contact with it would have their life force absorbed. It was a very powerful super Geno core. The Lionheart stamp was shining gold towards God Ring, while God Ring shone a holy-like light back at Lionheart stamp. Lionheart stamp's gold light soon started to suppress the God Ring's light, making it clear that it wouldn't take long for Goddess to lose. Han Sen found it interesting to observe. He was a good distance away from the Super Geno cores, but he could still feel the earthy rumble of the combat. Due to the amount of power colliding, it put stress on the glaciers and began to break them. Everything within a few clicks was utterly destroyed. This was taking place inside God Ruin, thankfully. If this was happening outside, entire mountains would have been sundered. There's such strength in these cores, but strangely, they're no better than my God Geno core. I don't know if they have any others that are better, but if they don't, I can definitely strike. Han Sen's eyes shone while he thought, seeing Lionheart stamp's gold light crush and diminish the light exuded by God Ring. It was evident its enemy wasn't going to last very long. Lionheart stamp's gold stamp was preparing to deal a final blow and crush the ring for good. If it was stamped, it had no hope of withstanding the force, and it would shatter. Little Jade Lion was feeling very cocky now, but when Lionheart stamp decided to drop down on God Ring, he suddenly saw the holy light increase in volume. It shone brightly to absorb its bully, and in a flash, Lionheart stamp disappeared into the blinding light. When the light dimmed again, the white halo ring had grown smaller to tighten itself around Lionheart stamp like a constrictive band. Lionheart stamp's gold light had also been extinguished in the grip of the ring. Goddess held out her hand, and shortly after, God Ring landed in her palm with the shrunken Lionheart stamp inside it. How is that possible? Little Jade Lion's face changed, and his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He could not believe Lionheart stamp had been taken away from him by God Ring. Lionheart stamp had gone up against God Ring a few times in the past, and not once had God Ring won before. It had constantly ranked below Lionheart stamp as well, but suddenly, it had been given the necessary power to constrict and lock up Lionheart stamp. It was an act Little Jade Lion struggled to believe he was seeing. How is that possible? Surely that cannot be God Ring. How can God Ring possess enough power to snare Lionheart stamp? Yu Xian was shocked too. He couldn't believe Goddess was holding the ring with Lionheart stamp trapped inside. That is God Ring, yes, but it is the complete version. Yu Miao spoke with a serious tone. A complete version? Did it used to be damaged? Yu Xian looked at Yu Miao. He knew about God Ring, but he had never heard that it was damaged. But Yu Miao shook her head and said, "It wasn't damaged, but the ring has a very special history." Yu Miao paused for a minute, and then spoke again. Goddess and her people are creatures, but they claim to be the heirs of a god. Whether that is true, I do not know, but their race does have many berserk super creatures. The most famous was undoubtedly God Lord of Sacred. Around the same time God Lord was among us, there was another powerful being in existence. It was a berserk super creature, and it was almost as famous as God Lord. Unfortunately, it lost in a pivotal battle and failed to become Sacred's leader. Was he the one that had God Ring? Yu Xian looked shocked. Yu Miao nodded. The power of the Protoss was special, and that was because half of their blood did not belong to them. Perhaps it came from their mother, but their powers were not purely Protoss. The Berserk Super Geno cores, even if used by the Protoss, could not exert their full power. The powers displayed were no different than an average Super Geno core. And as time has gone on, few people remember that this is one such Geno core. They have forgotten it is an actual Berserk Super Geno core. You mean to say Goddess is able to use all its strength? Is she a pure Protoss? If others of her kind were unable to make use of its full power, how can she? Yu Xian was now looking Goddess with a disbelieving look. Yu Miao shook her head. I don't know, but that matters little right now. The important thing to know right now is that this puts us in a bad situation. I seriously hope the lion isn't as stubborn as his old man. Otherwise, there'll be no chance for us to take Godlight Tunnel. Goddess took her ring and returned Lionheart stamp to the lion. Then she said, Little Lion King, will you keep your promise? Little Jade Lion King took the stamp. His face had turned green, and he couldn't bring himself to say anything about breaking the deal. Little Lion King is no stranger to defeat. We can guard Godlight Tunnel together and reap the benefits ourselves. Yu Miao shouted out from across the way. If I lose, I lose. This Godlight Tunnel has nothing to do with Lion Mountain anymore. Little Jade Lion gritted his teeth, then signaled those from Lion Mountain to vacate the area around the tunnel. Wait! Before Little Lion King could leave, someone was heard shouting from beyond the valley. Everyone looked over and saw the person shouting at Little Lion King was none other than Han Senator. They were shocked, and they did not know what he wanted. Chapter 1540. Han's son was approaching Little Lion King, prompting Yu Miao and Goddess to look at him. They were unsure of what he wanted. Although Little Jade Lion was still young, Goddess and Yu Miao did not dare harm him. Goddess had taken his Lionheart stamp, yes, but she made sure to give it back to him. They were all scared of incurring the wrath of White Lion King. When Little Jade Lion's company saw Han's son draw near, they looked to be quite alert. They all stared down at Han's son angrily, as if they were ready to rip him to shreds. What are you doing? Little Jade Lion wasn't in a good mood. He asked Han's son the question coldly, and if the answer displeased him, he was ready to lunge at the human and rip him apart. It'd at least be an outlet for the anger he felt after having lost the battle he just had. Don't you remember our deal? Han's son said. He wanted to see if the Little Lion King would keep the promise he had made. If he did, he'd help the Little Lion King retake the Godlight Tunnel. If he did that, at least the creature would benefit in some way. Han's son did not have many people working for him, and if he took the Godlight Tunnel, he wouldn't have the numbers to safeguard it. If Han's son could get Lion King's party on his side, it would be ideal. If Little Lion did not keep the promise, though, it wasn't as if Han's son would lose much. He saw the fight against Goddess, and if he had to fight the lion, he wasn't afraid of the prospect. Box Novelle. Koem. It's you. Upon hearing Han's son say this, Little Jade Lion King's face became distorted by shock. He hadn't expected Crystal Core's master to be human, and he hadn't expected to see him there. He had no clue how to respond. Yu Miao and Goddess saw Little Lion King's expression, and it made them frown. They didn't know anything about the deal between Han's son and the Little Lion, or why it was important enough to make him react the way he was. Han's son stepped closer to Little Lion King, and the creatures behind began roaring at him. They were ready to rip him limb from limb. Stop. Little Jade Lion King's face looked weird, but he still brought his creatures to heel. Han's son walked in front of Little Jade Lion King and leaned near his ear to whisper, You helped me out in God's ruin, and after that, you're off the hook. I won't own you. Little Jade Lion King's mood was renewed with happiness. Just moments before, his heart had been knotted with contradictions. He didn't want to betray his dignity and obey a human as his master. But a deal was a deal. It wasn't as if he could have said no. Now Han's son had just told him he'd only want help in God's ruin. Little Jade Lion was beaming with happiness. He said out loud, No problem. If there's anything you need, just tell me. With me here, I'll give you my aid for everything. Yu Miao and Goddess frowned, not having the faintest idea what Han's son had said to the lion to make him behave in such a way. Han's son smiled. I won't need much, but I will be taking Godlight Tunnel. And when it's taken, you and your people can protect it. From there, any findings we make can be shared half and half as well. Okay, Little Lion King agreed. Although he felt that he wouldn't be of much help in claiming the tunnel, he'd still prefer this to being enslaved. So, he wasn't going to hesitate in his contribution. Little Lion King, are you going to go back on your word and disobey a promise? Blackback Dog addressed Little Lion King with fury. Little Lion King looked shocked, and he said, I didn't break a promise. It won't be me fighting you. It's this guy that'll be doing that. It's his idea, and there's nothing I can do about that. Yu Miao and Goddess heard what Little Lion King had to say, and they immediately looked confused. He used to do things as he pleased, but now Little Lion King seemed afraid of a human. They weren't quite sure what was happening. Han's son ignored the others and walked towards the entrance. Without delay, he was going to take the entry point of Godlight Tunnel. This movement shocked even Little Lion King. Although he was cocky, he wouldn't ignore Goddess surely. Clenching his jaw, he brought his troops forward to follow Han's son. Little Lion King hadn't expected Han's son to want to start a fight, but Han's son really wanted to kill Goddess and her dog. This would be the perfect opportunity for that. When they stole the Starseed Orb, Han's son was in his Super King spirit mode. They didn't know it was Han's son they had almost killed, but Han's son remembered their cruelty without forgetting a single detail. Fuck, you're just a human, and yet you're being so arrogant. Do you really want to die? Blackback Dog shouted angrily. The creatures of Sacred then ran forward to block the advance of Han's son, Little Jade Lion King, and his entourage. Whoever gets in my way will die. Han's son had a thirst for blood, so he didn't talk or negotiate any more than that. He shone with a red light, and then the ruby wings spawned behind him. The red light was like blood, and when Han's son pulled out his Taya sword, he swung with wretched strength right across Blackback Dog with a flap of his wings. Blackback Dog only had a gemstone Geno core, and he hadn't expected a human would lash out at him so boldly. He hadn't prepared himself, so it was too late for him to dodge. He spat out some black light and tried to block Han's son, but the red light cut through the black light in his mouth, and the moment Han's son flashed past the Blackback Dog, he whispered into his ears, "Remember the Starseed Orb?" Blackback Dog's pupils went small. He looked at Han's son, trying to figure out what he might have wanted, but Taya had already lopped his head clean off. The dog's head, with an expression of fear and confusion, rolled through the air. Everyone was frozen. It had happened too quickly for anyone to react. No one had expected a human to kill a creature from Sacred like that. Goddess' eyes opened wide, and she too was frozen still. She couldn't believe Han's son had killed her dear Blackback Dog. Little Jade Lion King was frozen too. He had not expected Han's son to immediately start killing, and start with Blackback Dog no less. Blackback Dog's history was something special. It was a super creature's heir that had grown up by Goddess' side. It was a famous and renowned character of Sacred Shelter. The scary thing was, it had been one-hit killed in a grisly fashion. It hadn't even been given the opportunity to fight back. The dog might have been reckless, but the human that killed him obviously had to be someone special too. Han's son was in the air, still glowing red with his wings flapping. Everyone looked at him with complicated expressions. "You are dead." Goddess' eyes were filled with a murderous rage. Blackback Dog might have been a subordinate of hers, but he had become more than that over the years. They had grown up together. Blackback Dog getting killed made her very angry. She couldn't hide the fact that she wanted to kill Han's son now. Chapter 1541. 1541. Goddess' mind was still clear, despite her anger. She could feel that Han's son's butterfly wings were emitting a horrible aura. It wasn't anything normal, and she could already guess it was most likely a Super Geno core he was using. Goddess did not know where Han's son's Super Geno core had come from, but she wasn't going to be careless. She pulled out her God ring again, and tried to capture Han's son and bind him. Young super creature Blackback Dog killed. No beast soul gained. Geno core unobtained. The flesh is edible. Collect the life Geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points. The announcement played in Han Sen's head, but he did not have the time to listen. The God ring was coming for him. Little Jade Lion King's mood was a little conflicted at the moment. Although Lion Mountain was strong, Sacred wasn't weak. He didn't really want to fight Goddess. After all, it was why he had chosen to stall her earlier. Now Goddess was mad, and many creatures lunged forward to engage with Han's son at once. Little Jade Lion was of a split mind in what to do. Ultimately, Little Jade Lion gritted his teeth and yelled to Goddess, "Goddess, stop this. Otherwise I'll have to be cruel." Goddess harshly responded, "This human is dead. It's none of your business. But if you choose to help him, I won't be letting you go again." Little Jade Lion King saw that she was fully committed to murdering Han's son, so he commanded his subordinates to move forward and do battle with the rest of Sacred's troops. He didn't fight, but he didn't stop Goddess directly either. Little Jade Lion didn't want this to go any bigger than it already had, so he thought he had discovered a way in which he could quell the madness. Han Sen did not care much for anything else. He flapped his wings and evaded the incoming god ring. He was flying directly towards Goddess. Is that guy really Han Sen? Why does he have a super Geno core? Yu Xian couldn't believe that was Han Sen, and he thought the human looked like a god as he attacked. Yu Miao looked at the battle with excitement. It doesn't matter how or why he has a super Geno core. Our chance to proceed has come. When Lion Mountain and Sacred are both injured, we can strike and claim the Godlight Tunnel for ourselves. Shit. Han Sen is really that strong. He killed a high-level creature of Sacred just like that. This is crazy. Tang Jinliu was in shock at the spectacle. Queen had been forced to fight Lion Mountain's creatures alongside her companions. Her eyes looked bright. She became one of the early demigods of humanity, but she had been unlucky to end up in Sacred Shelter as the subordinate of creatures. Her leveling process had been extremely slow, and she had only managed to obtain a gold Geno core. Queen knew the black-backed dog was strong, but Han Sen had managed to kill it with one strike. It showed her that Han Sen was again the best of the best, possibly out of everything and everyone in the fourth god's sanctuary. He hasn't been heard from in 10 years. I didn't know he had actually come so far. Queen sighed. By using time and space in her movements, she put on the show of fighting, more than anything. She disappeared and jumped around a lot, not really engaging them. Above all, she wanted to focus on watching how Han Sen battled Goddess. Goddess saw Han Sen dodge the ring and come for her, but she wasn't afraid. She summoned a short sword and swung it towards him. The short sword was black, and when she swung it, it emitted a black light, as if it was tearing a veil through space. Split knife? Goddess brought out her split knife. The sacred master must be very fond of her. Yu Miao sounded jealous. Split knife was a famous Geno core belonging to Sacred Shelter. It could cut through anything, and it was said to be indestructible. When the master of split knife was still alive, it broke countless Geno cores belonging to super creatures. Its name was quite well known across all of the fourth god's sanctuary. Although split knife was not a berserk super Geno core, its power was still better than many berserks anyway. If Goddess brought split knife here with her, Han Sen is sure to die. He is so ignorant. He manages to get a little bit of power, and then acts stupidly reckless. He deserves to die really, Yu Xian said dismissively. While Yu Xian and Yu Miao discussed this, Han Sen moved in front of Goddess. The split knife in her hand was being swung right at him. Little Jade Lion King was shocked, and he said, Goddess brought split knife? He is so dead. It's not like I don't want to save you. It's just that I really can't. Dong. When everyone thought Han Sen was dead, they saw him raise his arm to try to block her attack. He is too naive. Not even super creatures can block that knife, everyone thought. The next second, Han Sen's arm displayed a shield that looked like a black crab. It managed to successfully block the strike. Split knife's black sword light crashed into the shield, but not even that was able to penetrate the defense of the arm shield. It only left a scratch that was around 1 inch deep. How is that possible? And what is that shield? How could it block split knife? Yu Xian screamed. The faces of those watching changed. No one had believed that split knife could be blocked. Pang! The overbearing shield displayed that word overbearing, sending the split knife's power back to its owner. Goddess' wrists were broken, and her split knife was sent flying out of her hands. She coughed up blood, and found herself barreling through the air too. Although she could use split knife's power, her body and self-Geno core weren't super yet. They could not withstand the backlash. Han Sen flapped his wings, and the red light arced across the sky. Taya came forward like a wild wind, and Han Sen cut Goddess in half while she was still airborne. She was the favorite daughter of Sacred Shelter's leader. Even if Yu Miao or Little Lion King possessed Han Sen's power, they would never have dared to do this. Now Han Sen had just killed her mercilessly, and they all froze. Yu Miao, who wanted to take advantage of the situation, was left in shock. This was beyond all her expectations, and she didn't dare make a move. Han Sen frowned. He had killed Goddess, but he did not hear an announcement. The two halves of her body faded into the god ring, and then the god ring disappeared. I will kill you, The angry voice of Goddess echoed through the air. Chapter 1542. Claiming Godlight Tunnel. Han's son, seeing Goddess had not died, thought that it was a great shame. Little Lion King felt relief though. If she had really been killed, and he was involved with the incident, it might have started a war between Lion Mountain and Sacred. Although Lion Mountain was not afraid of Sacred, it'd be a clash between two super shelters. The loss of lives would not be worth it. Han's son noticed the split knife had not disappeared alongside Goddess, however. So he picked it up. Super Geno Core split knife obtained. Han's son was delighted. He took the knife. If it could carve a mark into the overbearing shield, it had to be a very powerful weapon. It was great for Han's son to obtain a Super Geno Core out of the endeavor. Teo was simply tough, and its effectiveness and power depended entirely on Han's Senator split knife, was incredibly strong all by itself. So for Han's son, this would definitely increase his damage output, and be particularly helpful when tackling super creatures. When Goddess disappeared, the creatures of Sacred Shelter all ran off. Little Jade Lion did not ask his troops to pursue, as he did not want to make them particularly resentful. Han's son saw that Queen hadn't run off, so he walked before her and asked, "You aren't under contract, are you?" Queen shook her head. "If I was, even I wouldn't stay." "Good. When we leave God's ruin, I'll take you back to the Alliance," Han's son said, then went back to the little lion. "Tell your guards to protect the entrance of the Godlight Tunnel. Without my explicit permission, no one is allowed inside." Little Jade Lion swiftly agreed, then ordered his company to guard the entire valley. Little Jade Lion was a little scared of Han's son now. He had originally thought that Han's son wanted to use his power to take control of the tunnel, but it wasn't like that. Han's son had killed Goddess with a single hit, and Little Lion King was worried about upsetting him. He thought if Han's son was displeased, Little Lion King might get cut in half too. Even with a Super Geno Core like Lionheart stamp, he wouldn't feel safe. Before Han's son, even Little Lion's title didn't bring him a sense of security. Yu Miao had wanted to make a sneak attack earlier, but seeing Goddess almost die that way, and have to use God Ring's power to escape, she didn't dare try anything. "Little Lion King, according to our deal, we can enter the tunnel now, yes?" Yu Miao said, walking into the valley to speak with Little Lion. Little Lion King gave a wry smile. "If I took the tunnel, of course. But that isn't my call to make anymore." After that, Little Lion King turned to look at Han Sr. "You can go into the Godlight Tunnel, but the price of admission is 2 gemstone Geno Cores. Each," Han's son said coldly. Although Han's son wished to kill them both, they were spirits. It was ultimately pointless. Han's son just wanted them to act more careful with him. If Han's son wished to kill them, they knew he could do it in one hit. If he wanted to kill them, and keep them from respawning, though, Han's son would have to destroy their spirit stones. "Don't be ridiculous." Yu Xian spoke with an annoyed tone. "The people who took the tunnel last only asked for 1. Is it? Then you can pay me 3, Han's son said quietly. Yu Xian sounded angry. 4. Han Sen's face was emotionless throughout. He spoke even before the spirit could respond. 2 then, Yu Miao frowned. She was not sure if she could kill Han's son in God's ruin, so she was regretfully going to have to oblige him. Now it is 4 each. None less. Han's son pointed at Tang Junliu then, and said, "But you can swap them out for other things if you'd like. That being said, I'll give you 50% off if you're willing to release this man. I can give him to you. And the contract, but that means entry is free." Yu Miao looked at Tang Junliu as he spoke to Han Senator to her. Tang Junliu was just a bronze Geno Core grunt. If she could get a benefit such as that out of it, acknowledging he was important to Han's son, she was going to bargain for the best deal possible. Yu Miao thought of using Tang Junliu to threaten Han's son, but she didn't do it. She didn't know just how important weak humans like Tang Junliu were to Han's son, so she was worried about being tricked too. If she wasn't successful in bargaining, she'd have to spend a lot of resources in gaining access to the tunnel, and Han's son could go mad and kill them like Goddess anyway. Although they could respawn with their spirit stones, it had put an end to their relic hunt in God's ruin. Half. He doesn't deserve more, Han's son said coldly. It was quiet for a bit, and Han's son wasn't going to back off. Yu Miao agreed to the deal in the end, using Tang Junliu as the bargaining chip for having 50% off. 4 gemstone-class Geno cores was too expensive, especially if they had to pay so many for each person. Not even Yu Miao had that many, but they still had to pay 2 gemstone Geno cores. And that was the double the price they were going to pay before Han's son showed up. Yu Miao and Yu Xian thought Han's son would charge the others that price too. But when the solo creatures or spirits came to ask for entry, they were allowed in for the price of 1 gemstone Geno core. This really peeved them. Yu Xian wished to say something and complain, but Yu Miao stopped him and just pulled him into the tunnel. Don't say anything. In God's ruin we can't fight him. Once we return to the outside, though, there'll be plenty of ways for us to exact our revenge. Yu Miao said darkly, as she entered the godlight tunnel. I'm going to chop him into pieces. Yu Xian's eyes flared with the want of murder. Tang Junliu, having gotten his freedom back, cried his eyes out. Old Han, whenever you need me, whatever you want, please just tell me. I will have a lot to ask you actually. When Little Flower goes to your school, you should give us a discount. Han's son laughed. No discount. We'll have him for free, and we'll give him the best treatment. Tang Junliu patted his chest. Thanks, but we'll talk more about that in the alliance. Since we're here now, though, we should head into the tunnel and try our luck. Maybe we can level up our Geno cores. Han's son brought Queen and Tang Junliu with him into the Godlight Tunnel. Godlight Tunnel was a tunnel that went through the belly of a mountain. It was around 10 miles long, and a weird power permeated the atmosphere inside. The humans felt a lot of pressure as they entered, and the deeper they went, the harder the pressure became. If a person was talented, with a good fitness level, they might learn something when they went against that strength. Their skills might be improved, and perhaps level them up straight away. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.